Okay. Yo! Let's see if it works. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. What a good day. What a good day. Hmm. Excuse me. How you doing, Chaos? How are you? How you doing, Mitch? Excuse me. I'm just chilling. How are you? Is it Epico? Is it Epico? I want to make sure I remember it. Oh, I was gonna say, did you get that Halloween candy? No. No. I did get a whole bunch of cookies though from my friend's party, and then I had some cupcakes. So that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I didn't do Halloween. Dang, that's not good. Yeah, it's me. Okay, I thought so. I'm doing okay. I'm like I'm feeling a little queasy. I'm feeling a little weird. I don't know why. Like maybe some heartburn. I had some McDonald's and some Coca-Cola not too long ago, so that might be it. Did I fall asleep? Yeah, I must have fell asleep for like 3-4 hours. Yeah, I went to bed at like 3 and woke up at like 6, so I don't know. I guess I really didn't sleep much. I thought I slept a lot more, but daylight savings, right? It went back. The clocks went back a bit. I think recently, tonight. So it fucked me all up. So I'm not 100% sure what the heck's going on with that. Not sure what's going on with that, dude. But yeah. What's everyone up to? You guys playing some Pac-Man, some Pokemans? Some Pokemans? I am had a pretty good time at the party. Pretty good time. How you doing, Munchkin? Thank you for the big patronage. I didn't know that. I felt bad because I thought you just were good. I thought you just did like a, not saying you didn't do a small. I'm grateful for everyone, but I thought it'd be like like $1 or $2 or something like that. So I was like, oh, thank you, I appreciate it. I didn't get it until after you were gone on the stream where I was like, holy fuck, was it a $25 one? I was like, geez Louise. So thank you. I greatly appreciate that. I felt bad because I didn't realize until later. Because I give everyone, I say thank you all. I'm very grateful for everyone. But like, when people put a lot more than just like $1, it means a whole lot. So I appreciate that. I hope you're having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good day. Bringing for a shiny Eevee and finally got it yesterday. Nice. See, I'm starting to get a new game on Pokemon. Okay. Which one? Someone just actually gave me all the G-Birds and all shiny. I was like, bruh. Bruh. Oh, okay, yeah. I felt bad because I didn't know, I was like, because either way, because I said thank you, and I was like, I appreciate it, but then of course, when somebody comes like and subscribes or doing that type of thing or becomes a member, it's mostly only $1 or $2, which I'm still very grateful. But honestly, when someone goes out of their way to put a lot of money, it means a whole lot. So I do appreciate it. Any money means a whole lot. So I just wanted to make sure I said thank you for the fullest extent as well. How you doing, Suna? How are you, buddy? Most lucky of the day went Dynamax Ventures and caught Shiny Xurkitree in 5 attempts. Nice. See, chant shiny charm fairy. Yeah, and all right, shiny charm fairy. Or shield because I don't want to erase that. Yeah, I get you on that. I don't blame you. That's what I kind of like about the Sword and Shield, just making like a new entire account on the Switch. You can just have as many files as you want. That's I think the good thing about Pokemon Sword and Shield on the Switch compared to like X and Y. You have to buy multiple X and Ys, and you could even say like people are like all mad that Sword and Shield costs $60, but if you were to play X and Y and it's $40, if I want to make 5 accounts, I had to buy 5 separate, I want to keep them 5 X and Ys, or Ultra Moons. Where Sun and Moon, I can just make multiple accounts just by making a new file. So I do like that aspect of the Switch, and I feel like even off of just that base value, it's worth the extra $20 of what Ultra Moon would cost, because you can get multiple accounts on one Switch. So it's wild to me. It's pretty crazy. And then on top of that, you can take your little disc, your little tiny SD thing, and bring it to another Switch, and then they have their own separate thing. It's not bind to that you know. So that's pretty wild. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. Let's see. I really hope you get the shiny Regigigas stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, last stream I didn't really hunt too much. I did like an 8-hour stream the other day, and I didn't really. I only got like probably like 200 encounters in. I was mostly just chatting. It was pretty fun. But after that, I was kind of regretting that I didn't put the work into it. You know, 8 hours and only like I think like maybe like 200 or 300 soft resets in the long run of it. Just most of the time it was just me like, you know, interacting. So that's just how it goes. You know, it was nice. They have a little break from tediously resetting constantly, and then, you know, getting no progress. So I was like, just take a break. Inspired me to do a first shine lock shine on only. Yeah, I'm in the works of doing something like that. It's brutal. And I just made it to the first gym with Thievel and Aegis Slash and Regice. Nice. Yeah, I'm in the process of always doing that. I just had a lot of stuff go on in the last couple of months where like it was just a constant uphill battle, up and down, up and down. I had so much crap going on to where I had big plans, and the goal was to do a shiny badge quest where it's every badge you get one shiny you have to, and then maybe turn into a shiny badge quest Nuzlocke. So you can get as many, like, you know, in regards to shinies based off the Nuzlocke rules, but you have to at least get one per badge. And I have it set up to where I'm at the first badge for a lot of games and haven't really progressed the game. So now that I'm getting a bit more free time and getting it set up, I might try to start doing that content, and I'm going to try to have a Patreon only type of stream. Not stream, but Patreon only type of, you know, content. So I give something back to people that are Patreon members, obviously. And because I've never posted on there, because like right when I started doing Patreon, I got all screwed over with a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna hopefully do like maybe an Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire Oris Nuzlocke for Patreon, and then maybe members as well on YouTube, so I have somewhere to put it. And then I'm thinking, we might do a Sword and Shield. The only problem is I don't like the idea of having to Masuda for a starter. It's kind of weird. And then I will be doing a Black and White shiny badge quest, possibly Nuzlocke, no evolution, and maybe a Ruby, Omega Ruby, no evolution, Trico run or something, because I have quite a few starters that we got to start things off and whatnot, and it's pretty cool. So I'm thinking that we'll do a lot of Nuzlocks in future shiny badge quests. It just came down to getting consistently set up and whatnot. So that's what it all comes down to. And also, I apologize I didn't reply to people's messages lately on YouTube. I just been so busy with streaming and other small things. So if I missed a comment, I mostly would normally reply to all of them. It's due to just being extremely busy, so I do apologize. And I named the Rune Regice after you, Mr. Chris. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I like the Mr. Chris. That's nice. That's a good touch. That's a good touch. Where's my safety after Sword and Shield? Oh, you're not gonna make a new file? Actually, I'm doing those like this run. Oh, okay. Well, I'd recommend me doing that. Anyone in chat know if Regice pulls up his swords like a normal raid? With Regigigas, you have to get all the Regis, and then there's all 5 of them, and then there's one spot where he'll pop up at. This is where I'm at exactly, and you don't put a wishing piece or nothing like that. It's a dead spot. You click on it, and then it just activates. And the moment he spawns in, if he's shiny, then you beat him, and then you catch him. It's 100% catch rate. If he's not shiny, just do a reset. And quite a few people found him this way. I've been hunting for a while. It's a little tedious because the soft set for for Regigigas is a bit more than like a Regice if you're doing a soft set for it, because it's a pain in the butt. So yeah. And is it Rune Regice? I like that Pokemon too, so I'm content with being a Rune Regice. I'm content with being a dang old ghost. That's cool. But yeah, so we have setups to where I'm trying to work on that. Right now, my big want to do is Pokemon Black and White Nuzlocke. The only problem I'm having with it right now is I have to get funds for it because I have a French version of the Pokemon Black and White game. I do not have a English version. So it'd be kind of hard to play if I don't have an English version. Like I probably won't know where to go at certain points. I could always just look online. But if I want to read certain story parts, I'm not too sure yet. So I'm still thinking what I want to do. I might just play through the English version. I mean the French version, and just not care about the story and just play just purely off the grind. But as it stands on my excuse me, on my Black account, I have Tepig Shiny, and I'm working on getting a Blitzel. I got a Pat Trap. I'm not going to count that because I already have that. I am looking for what's it called? I am looking forward to try to get a Blitzel though. So I have like I might do those hunts again soon. I've been doing Guzzlord recently because I have like a capture card DS, so I've been doing like Guzzlord. The only problem with Guzzler is that to charge the DS, it's like has its own problems. So I'll be playing right now. It has problems. Let's see. Do you need an English copy of White 2? I have a copy I don't play anymore. Yeah, I would greatly appreciate it if you ever want to donate any type of games. I'll always take it because it helps out a lot. I play. What I'm trying to get back into is be able to play multiple shiny hunts. I normally have about a couple months ago. If you go back to about a year ago, I would stream about what's it called, quite a bit of DSs because I like shiny hunting in mass. Essentially, the only problem I haven't done it lately is because it was hurting my back for a while and just I was exhausted from doing it for like a year straight. I pretty much would have like 8 DSs out and would play a lot of Black 2 and White 2 and Gen 4 and then some X and Y here and there. So the thing is, I'm always looking for Black and White 2 because I don't have the money to be buying them. I already bought like 4 copies or 5 copies in total, and I'm trying to get about like 6 to 8 so I can just play a whole bunch of Black and White 2s. But I do need a Black and White 2 to start a new a Nuzlocke, essentially, or a new Shine Badge quest. So if you ever want to like do that, you can always message me on Instagram, Twitter, Discord. You can also I'll let you pick the names for the starters that we do or whatever shines we get, because it'll be the only way I can really pay you back, obviously, because I don't have money to just buy it. If I had money, I'd buy it. But yeah, how you doing on Dying with the Ja Ja Ja? You give me the Ja 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 luck? Oh man, am I gonna get the dang old Ja Ja Ja? How you doing, Fly Fish Fly? How you been, buddy? Fly Fishy Fly. See, and I'm 2 days late, but happy birthday, hunting spirit tomb. Nice. I wish you luck on the spirit tomb. I'm gonna try to do that, but spooky month's already over, so I'm kind of sad. I was so sad because I was so pumped for this October to do all these hunts. I was so energized. I had so much crazy stuff going on in my life to where I couldn't do it. Like it was just such a pain. It was just like I couldn't, like, it was just so much. And so with that being said, I finally got to like, okay, I can start streaming again. And then it's like right around the time where this comes out, and I can't, like, my goal is to get the Regis. I thought it'd be a lot faster, to be honest, especially after that Regice and Regi Rock. So I was like, maybe I could stream some Spirit Tunes, a few spooky hunts before the month ends. And sure enough, we're at that 9.2k mark and the 2.2k mark on Regigigas or more. So it led to some weird times where I was so pumped for this month, and all my motivation was like boom. So kind of crazy. I'm egg breeding another Spirit Tomb for shiny. Nice. Oh, egg breeding, yeah, no, shiny. Nice. You should, because going, hey Chris, can you do a live stream or try to get G shiny birds? When can you? You can't get them shiny. Like, you could get them hacked shiny, but since I can't hunt them shiny, I'm not going to. If they ever bring them to the game shiny, then yeah, I for sure will. Like, if they're not locked ever, they unlock them or something, or do a special event, I'll for sure do it. But I won't be shiny hunting them because you can't. They're locked. No November is scary, Chris. So Spirit Tomb is no nut. Oh geez, good luck with that. Chris, this Regigigas show shiny is when you see the raid, or when you see the raid. This raid is completely separate from Dynamax Adventures. It's coded differently, and it counts as a stack encounter. So before I'm cold, let's go just give it to you because it's gathering dust and it's looking. Yeah, I'd appreciate. Yeah, I'm always looking for any Pokemon games if people aren't playing anymore. I mean, if you're still playing the game, then keep it, type of thing, But if you guys are never playing games and they're just gonna be chilling there, I'll always take them. I can use multiple files. I want to get back into the multi-hunting. Like, yeah, because as Juice says, bring back the 5th gen. I used to play a lot of 5th gen. It's one of my favorite gens, and it's one of my favorite ways to hunt. So yeah, that's what kind of sucks. I couldn't load. It wasn't letting me load up, Chris, what you sent me the other day, last night. I don't have a Facebook account anymore, so it doesn't let me like access links half the time because Facebook's weird. So I'll try it again soon, but I had problems with whenever I get Facebook because I deleted my Facebook account because it was too goofy. I was getting too annoyed by people, and then I also got like hit by like some like weird like thing that hacked my account, and then it was like posting like fucking Nike stuff. I'm like, oh come on. I got rid of it. I changed my account, and I was like, so I'm like, I don't even know what happened, but it was all fucked. So yeah, I got 400 runaways, but didn't get in time, but still going on. Yeah, exactly. Just keep going. I do not the average person. I see him, buddy. Hunting shiny zigzag dune the second time. I need to go for it, man. I've tried that. I went to like 4,000 plus, probably 5,000 or 6,000. I think about like the 6K mark on like 2 accounts, and I just got sick of shiny zigzag dune. I'm like, this is stupid. Galorian zigzag dune, of course, just from encounter, so it's to be expected. But it was being too goofy. I got a few phases out of it, and I said, okay, I'm done with this goofy ass thing. So, you know, I just took that little dip out of it. I'm gonna work on, you know, trying to set it up and whatnot and what have you. But yeah, right now it's like I have to charge all my DSs. I'm always looking for more DSs. So you guys ever have like random DSs you don't use anymore? Any DSs, I'll take all of them. Ever have any? Feel free to ever donate them to the cause. I'm trying to get, because I have this new camera that can really take in a big space and can have good view and whatnot. You can include clarity. So if I want to get to where I could possibly make 12 DSs set up, but that's brutal. That's something that's going to be in the long works, you know, the long run. Eventually it'd be awesome to have 12 capture card DSs, but I don't think that's possible. And I'm trying to get back to doing the Wii and the GameCube hunts for Regigigas Darkness, but my Wii recently just like burnt out or fucked up, or the cord's messed up. I don't really know what happened to it, but it just won't turn on anymore. And it has like a red little dot wherever the power button is. I looked up online, they said that could be a power connection issue. So I'm trying to buy a new, like an official Nintendo cord, because I've been using like an off-brand one for the packs. So like I have a lot of things I'm trying to work on getting. Just right now, for what I'm trying to do is make sure I get a new phone, because I need a new phone regardless. But the new phone could help out with, like, you know, the sense of doing be able to Pokemon Go stream, so I don't get burned out of Sword and Shield and whatnot and all the other games. Because I took a break yesterday to go to a party, and I could have streamed earlier, but I was like, I'm so tired, man. I'm so like exhausted that I just want to take a chill night, you know. So I decided to, instead of like, you know, just streaming before the party and then streaming after, because I got home at like 3 o'clock, about 2.5, because the hour changed, but still roughly about 3 o'clock. And I was like, if I could stream right now, I don't feel like I'm gonna be burnt out, but I feel completely like 100% recharged again after having that day off, you know, and detoxing a bit. I had quite a bit of fun. It was a good time. There's some weird moments. There's some weird moments with a few friends where they kind of like tried to do like some type of weird intervention with one of my other friends, and it was like, what the fuck's going on here? Like a rude intervention. It was like not even, like, totally uncalled for. And it, like, these were like a party, and then we got separated with a group of people, and we were just chatting, and it was like this weird thing. And I don't really want to get into it, but like it was really uncalled for. And especially like my friend just got a new, like, has like a new girlfriend, and he's been going through a lot in the last couple of years. And like, this is the first time one of our friends group is meeting her, and like they try to pull some like goofy shit on him while he's there. And then she was siding with him. We had to pull her, like, after we got done at the party. I talked to her, I'm like, look, dude, like, these people are just being fucking idiots and assholes right now. I'd like explain to her, like, it's not like the way it is. And it was just this weird situation where I was like, this is just uncomfortable for all of us. But either way, she understood, and I think they're gonna do well. He seems really happy. So it was just like such a disrespectful thing. I don't like when people, you know, like, if they were going out for like a year or something, or like a long time, like a couple of months or something, it'd be fine if they had some, like, you know, we gotta talk about this issue or something. But not when you're first meeting someone, you know. Especially earlier, that my other friend was really respectful to one of my other friends, so like about his like sense of issues. So it was just really cool. It was just really weird. So I was happy enough to be able to, like, it got over relatively fast. Only was like them like talking of, like, about some bullshit for like a half an hour, and I like eventually I just intervened and said, like, you know, let's just, can we like not type a thing? So yeah, it was a weird situation. It was a weird situation because like we're all like having fun. And I think one of them is because like one of them was drunk, because it came down to like it was like, I'll just get semi into it. It's pretty much like one of my friends. He's a little edgy, and we all have, like, you know, we have a couple black friends and whatnot. And one he's like really good friends with, you know, and or at least he thinks he is in the right. So sometimes he gets said certain things that, you know, some people are like, that's a little offensive and whatnot. And for some reason they felt like it was, you know, they should like bring it up when it was just like him with another person that's not really our friends group. And it got to this really weird thing where that guy's not at all, but they try to turn it into that, and it was like this really uncomfortable thing. I'm like, yeah, you have to stop that. I like talk to him, I'm like, you guys gotta stop this type of thing, you know, but not openly say that, because then it would cause more drama. It was really weird, a really weird situation. And yeah, it was uncomfortable, because like you think that, you know, like, you're all friends and whatnot, you're all hanging out, and then you make some jokes, and, you know, at the expense of some people, but then they make jokes at the expense of you, and or you're things like that, and it's completely fine when they do it, but when you do it's like completely not fine. So it's like it was this weird exchange, and it was uncomfortable. So like I had to hold myself back from saying like, look at here, fuckers, we're not starting this, because I'm trying to have a good time, and what you're doing to him right now is really fucked, especially in front of a girl, especially with all the stuff he's done for you in the past. So like it was just weird. And I'm glad it's over. I'm glad we're just chilling now. And yeah, I'm looking forward to possibly hanging out with him again. She seems cool though. She seems nice as a new girlfriend. And then overall the night was an extreme success. She had a great time up until like the ending, which was really weird. So yeah, the ending was like and to be fair, some of them were drunk, and one of them was just like, he's like the type of person where it's like once you get him drunk, he's kind of, you don't want to upset him at all, so you have to be really, really, buddy with him. And it's such a weird thing to see. So yeah, it's been a wild it was a wild night at the very end. So yeah, how you been streaming? How you doing? Dylan. How you doing, Nathan? Only 20 minutes, so nothing too long. Let's see. 6th gen countering is so fun too. I like 6th gen a lot. I think it's just like, it's just relaxing because there's so many ways to do it, and even if you're just doing full odds, full odds is a ton of fun 6th gen because there's so many good areas to hunt. And if you're getting a little like you want to just relax and have a good old fun time, there's tons of other methods too. But for the full odds aspect, there's so many good locations, and the scenery is so beautiful in Gen 6. I just love the idea of that. So I want to do some more 6th gens. I've been trying to line them up because I have like 4 copies of 6th gen. I have like that. I'm in the middle of trying to get a fucking Froakie on. I'm at like double odds or maybe more than that. I think I'm at like triple odds on that Froakie. He just won't show up, so I don't really want to like start another 6th gen account until I can start my badge quest or my Nuzlocke badge quest or my shiny badge quest. So yeah, that's the one thing I hate about 6th gen. It's not giving me the Froakie. And found like 10% with full odds on both. I know you were just killing it last year with the full odds on Gen 6, and like you weren't even like trying like crazy like you playing like you played a lot, you had a lot of fun, but like it's not like you were sitting there like every single day for the whole entire year. You're just having a casual fun time, at your own pace, not like spending day in and day out and whatnot. And you still had a like a good haul. Got a driving review coming up. I really want to buy a GameCube, bro. If you're having a driving review, I wish you luck. I know how hard those can be. I've been into a few, and it was just, oh man, it was so uncomfortable. The worst job interview I ever had was when I already worked at the place, and they just had to rehire me back for the year, and they just had a little bit of new management there, but they already knew I was good. So like it was just so weird. Like, now sell yourself. I'm like, well, I worked here for 4 years, and I know all the machines, and I'm a hard worker, and you can just look at my record. Like, what do I say? like I've already worked here, and you can just look at my record. The place I worked at is like doing a lot better than it was the last couple years. So I think that's my that's how I sell myself. You found out that you can get Pokemon Sword and Shield free by winning Tetris. The 99 mode be like, ooh, I would not be able to win that. That was pretty funny. Yeah, it was just like so yesterday was a ton of fun. It just ended on a weird note, and then it kind of like wrapped it back around to where they kind of like diffused, and then we're having fun again, and then it ended off on a really weird note again, and that was frustrating because like it's just weird. It's weird, but overall it was a good time. But I've only been streaming for a little bit. I'm just chilling. I'm thinking hopefully in a couple days, once Sword and Shield, maybe simmers down a little bit. Not a couple days, maybe like because Sword and Shield Crown Tundra is kind of still doing decent, Maybe in like, let me think. Maybe like a week or two. We'll bring out, or maybe we'll do this one day out of the week. We'll bring out the DS again. All the DSs. I'll charge them all up, and we'll do a Let's Go hunt. Maybe like a soft reset or something simple and Sword and Shield, and then we'll have our big thing going on with all the DSs. I'm just trying to figure out what we're gonna play. Let's see. I'm playing the Boston Market. Ain't doing anything. Plus, I want to buy like a L-shaped desk, so I may have to make it myself. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, it all comes down to like how what would be good in the long run is make sure when you're getting desks, make sure it's good in the long run. Like I have a pretty decent. What I have, the problem I have with my fucking desk is that I have just like, you know, the IKEA nice, you know, $40 desk or something like that. I have like I think I have 3 or 4 of them. I think I have 4, or I have one really long one and 2 medium-sized ones. But anyways, what the point is that my floor is uneven, and at the last place I was at, the last place we used to live at was not uneven. Or where I used to put this was not an even floor. So in my basement's like, you know, kind of goofy. Make sure your floor is even. If not, make sure you're compensating for that, because that can cause some problems. And make sure you can kind of like put it in the like would you rather do like an L-shaped desk, or would you rather put 2 desks together and mount them together and like drill them in, and if you want to separate them, undrill them? Because that's always a big thing, because L-shaped desks are cool, same with curved desks and whatnot, but make sure that that's what you want forever, because you cannot take away an L-shaped desk, but you can take away 2 desks that you strap together, if that makes sense. Just keep that in mind. And like if you're gonna be moving anytime soon, within like the next year or 2, is it worth, you know, disassembling that, taking it apart? Like, you know, will you have enough room in that new house you would get, or the new apartment, or whatever have you, you know, new workspace? So make sure that you think about that before doing like, you know, just buying desks. And can you save more money with getting tables that are desk quality and whatnot? And for me, getting these tables was very helpful. However, in the long run, it was kind of goofy, because I had some like, you know, wavy ass ground later on. So in my room, the see, we'll lean forward a bit. So I got to put a table on the other side. So yeah, I get you. Yeah, I'm like, I like IKEA for a lot of stuff, you know. I like IKEA a whole lot. How you doing, by the way, Chris Gaiman? How are you, buddy? Yeah, congrats on the Regice steal. I saw that. I'm not sure if I counted back, but I know you counted something recently. I just been really busy, so I never got to reply. But I mostly read all my comments, and then I mostly have to go do something, so I mostly don't have time to reply. If it's something really quick, where it's like, you know, five words, I'll type it out really quick, and be like, you know, something like that. But in general, I do my best to at least read them, and then if I see the person on stream, I'll, you know, talk to them about it if I remember. Yeah, I tried to delete my saved I tried my saved data, and it said it confirmed the data had been deleted, but when I go to the game, it still have all the data. It doesn't want to be deleted. Damn. Well, that's weird. I think you have to go into like man, there's a weird thing you have to go. I think you have to do like maybe a special sequence at the main menu. I'm not sure, because I think Pokemon's it might be a bit different than simply just doing that. So yeah, I'm not sure. And just wait till later. That's a good idea. Yeah, exactly. Like, what I recommend is just like, how badly do you need like an L-shaped desk? How badly do you need a desk at the very moment? Can you go with a table for now? And how you doing, by the way, Cosmic? I'm not sure if I said hi. I apologize. How you doing? I saw you. I just don't know if I replied. But I'm still on Tapu Lele. Jeez Louise. Anything else at least? What is up? The 1 in 300 odds are bullshit with the raids. That's some goofy stuff. That's some goofy stuff. But then again, you know, I guess, you know, it's full odds. It can be goofy. Oh jeez, dude. I think the next thing I would do personally for me is I'm thinking about possibly I'll maybe build a desk or get better IKEA tables and have it to where it's more like, you know, I can fix it around a bit more and do a few things. Because like right now I think I either have like 2 tables going like right here, or I think I have 2 tables. I have one long ways and then one that goes like this way. So I have one that goes like this way, one that goes this way. I put them together. I have I have like a 32-inch TV right there. I think like a 50-something inch TV right here, and then I have like a 23-inch TV or something right there. And they take up they pretty much the 20 inches overlapping the 50, and then that one's okay. But I would like to like ideally do is get enough funds to where I can just have it to where I can mount my monitors on the wall and not worry about holding the tables, because I have a lot more space for other stuff, and I don't have to worry about that, because then in front of me I have a table, and I like the setup. It's nice. It's nice, but at the cost of that, like I lose an extra, like we'll say, like, you know, a foot or two, because these like TVs, and they overlap each other awkwardly. So ideally, the best thing you can do for me at least would be downgrade and maybe get like some 32-inch 30-inch two-size TVs, or like 24-inch size TVs or something like that that has good resolution, have them mount on the wall like this, then maybe have another one at some point. I'm not sure just yet. I'd like to have like a 4-panel way, you know, but that's also a huge pain in the ass and trying to figure that out. And then actually get a monitor for my computer, not use a TV, you know, because I use a TV and it cuts off resolution sometimes and it cuts off certain things. And it's a pain in the ass, you know, to have a TV over a monitor. You can do so much more with a monitor. So my ideal setup is like what I want to work towards is get him wall mounts. There we go. Wall mounts for my TVs, and then a monitor, and maybe one desk that can hold all my switches and whatnot. So there's a lot that I want and I would like to get, but it all comes down to, you know, it's pricey and it costs a lot to try to get yourself into a good situation. Because the problem I have with a lot of these hunts nowadays, when they have similar colors or they have a shine color that's similar, excuse me, to the main color, which is like surprisingly quite a bit of Pokemon, or within the same realm of certain parts, is I have 2 different color TVs, and I'd like to make it to where I get like, you know, maybe 3 TVs that have the same color, all, you know, that are the same brand. That way I can always have the same color all around, and I'm not sitting here because like when I'm hunting Regice and both these TVs, I couldn't, like, there's always a difference between the 2 colors, and then you'd have it to where it changes a panel a certain way, and then one looks shiny, the other one doesn't. So it leads to a lot of annoying moments when streaming, and it also leads to a lot of like I'm jerking back and forth, you know, I'm scanning constantly. I have to look at chat, and I have to look at these 2 other screens. So if I can just like minimize to where I'm only going like, you know, from here to up here in like, you know, a straight line instead of going like a sweeping way, or even just like one huge straight line. If I put like the monitor right here, TV right here, TV right here, that'd be a lot better, I think, on my neck and my eyes. I know people get this thing where it's called like, I can't remember what it is, but when you're moving your eyes back and forth way too fast or way too often, you eventually start getting like this weird, I don't know, I forgot, someone told me what it was, and I want to kind of avoid that, you know. So that's how it kind of goes. Let's see. Just hope Regigigas is quick. Yeah, that's true. I got looking Pogo today. I got shiny Marowak in 1 raid. Nice. Oh, I did see that. Yeah, congrats on that. I did see that. Congrats. I like shiny Marowak. It's a cool one. It's a cool one. Nothing since Clink. God dang it. This fucking game, dude. See, good luck. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. I'm a bit less patient since I finally got the Clink. Exactly, yeah. I was mainly upset because it took me exactly just to get something. And like that's why like this game it's fun that the Dynamax adventures can be, but at the same time it's like that initial grind to finally get something is so brutal for some people. Some people get fast, other people get a long time, like, you know, like you, for example. It's a pain, you know. But then you finally get there and it's like, oh, finally we're stabilized. And we can at least, you know, get a bit more patient now and not feel like, you know, you're wasting your time. Let's see, Chris, what was your first Pokemon game you ever played? It was a red version. My sister, I tell the story all the time. My sister knew that I wanted to play Pokemon really. I had like a sister that was like kind of mean, but also kind of cool, and it was like a really weird thing. I don't really know, but she knew I wanted to play Pokemon really bad. And my sister has her birthday on September 10th, I believe. And what comes down to it is that she would sometimes just be a douche to me, and she knew that I wanted a Game Boy Color, and she knew I wanted Pokemon Red really bad. So for her birthday, our dad, because we would get like a birthday present for our dad. We'd go to the store for our birthdays with our dad, and he would, you know, buy us some stuff and what have you, you know, for our birthday, because we lived with our mom. So he would, you know, spend some pretty good stuff on us, and my mom really didn't have much money, you know, so it was kind of nice to have that, you know, where she's, you know, pulling her weight like crazy, and she's, you know, doing really good for us. But we wouldn't have like, you know, the coolest birthday present sometimes, but she did really good. It just depended on the year. So when we went with him, he mostly gave us at least like 100, maybe more. And it was like, whoa, that's crazy, that's awesome. So my sister gets a Game Boy Color, and the first game she gets is Pokemon Red, and then some Tom and Jerry game. And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, can I play it now? She goes, no. She sits there, plays it for like an hour, and then doesn't touch the game again. And she sits there for like a day. Can I at least play it? You're not even play it. No, I'm gonna play it later. Maybe I don't want to kill the batteries. I'm like, but you're not playing it. I'll have to buy more batteries. Like, you can always buy more batteries. And she just sat there and tortured me to where eventually I think I snuck it away from her, and then I went home early, and they stayed there. I think that's what happened. And I erased her file, and then I played it, and then she felt like she lost it, and then never really thought about, you know, what happened to it. So eventually one day I got it, and I played that a whole lot. That was a big game. I think she eventually found it because I remember playing it a lot, but at the same time I remember at one point just not playing it, and like I didn't really have anything else to play. So I'm assuming she eventually took it back, and then I eventually stole it again. But after that, I wanted a Game Boy Advance really bad. I really want a Game Boy Advance really bad. Like that was like something where it's like, you know, it just came out, all my friends have it, and I was like, I need this game. I want Pokemon Gold. My friend had Pokemon Gold. I was always playing his, you know, Xbox. Or his Xbox. I read the Xbox and the thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Xbox players be like, I read that, and that's why I said Xbox. I always want to play on his Game Boy Color. You know, always wanted to, but you can only play it for so long. You know, when you're kids, you can like you're there to hang out with your friend, so they would only let you play, you know, their certain systems for so long. So I remember playing them, getting a ton of fun. You know, it was a great time. So, anyways, I asked for Christmas, like, hey mom, I want Game Boy Advance, I want Pokemon Gold. And that's all I want. That's all I care for. Don't give me Pokemon Silver. Silver seems stupid because I don't know why. Do you know? I think I did want Pokemon Silver. I don't know really because I rented Pokemon Silver because you could rent games back in the day, and you could rent Game Boy Color games. I remember renting Pokemon Silver, and they were at the Whitney area, and it was nighttime. I tried playing it at nighttime, and it was fucking stupid because it was nighttime in the game and nighttime in real life. And I was using like the street lights to try to play the game when we were coming back from like, you know, the store. And I was so confused. I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, it's like you're in that city and it's completely dark with just like, you know, lights here and there. Like that thing's like the city lights and then like, you know, the little tiny lights that turn on. But point being, I was like, what is going on in this game? I was so confused, and like I didn't know how to delete the file, and I was just getting so annoyed. So like I played it, and I just eventually got, you know, played it a bit, and I'm like, this is kind of fun. And then I realized I didn't know how to get like the Sudowoodo area, so like it took me a long time. I think I eventually figured it out. And then I got to like I think like the fourth, like, you know, the fourth gym I beat it, and I had to take it back. And I was like, oh, I had to take this back and start over again. Fuck that. I hate silver. This was confusing. I thought, you know, the difference between silver and gold would be a lot, you know. So I asked for gold. I think that's the reason why I asked for gold. But or maybe I just said any Pokemon game, to be fair. So I asked for, you know, hey, can I get this? I don't have a Game Boy Color anymore. My sister probably took it back. I think at that point it's been like a year or two. She took it back, or well, it had to be a while because Game Boy Advance came out what, 2001 maybe, 2000, and we got the Game Boy Color in like 1999, 1990, whatever. I don't really know, but it was a bit, you know. So I asked for that, you know, and we don't really have money, so like I wasn't expecting it, but it'd be really cool if I got it. So I'm sitting there, I'm opening up presents, and I open up like this, you know, some clothes. Okay, that's kind of boring. That's like a Pokemon card, so I'm pretty happy. And then I open up a Game Boy Color game, and it's Pokemon Gold. I'm like, oh, Pokemon Gold. I'm like, sitting there, I'm like, wait a second. That was my last, like we're getting low on presents. I know for a fact you got me a lot of stuff that would equal up to about a Game Boy Advance. And I know that there's no Game Boy Advance left in that thing. I'm sitting there like, oh, I'm like, I'm so happy. Thanks, Mom. But like deep down, I'm like, I can't play it. What the fuck, dude? Like, why would you do that to me? Why would you do that? Why would you get me a Game Boy game? I don't even have a system to play it. So I'm, you know, a little like sitting there like, what the fuck? Like, this is cool. But like deep down, I'm like, this is defeating. She didn't understand that I need the thing, but I'm is not a technological person, so I don't think she realized I need the Game Boy Advance. That's my initial thought. So after I'm still opening presents, and I'm trying to pretend I'm pretty happy, and I'm going through more. I'm like, opening them. I'm like, it's another Game Boy game. I'm like, why the fuck did you give me Mario Golf? If I don't have a game, now I'm a little annoyed. I'm like, now I got fucking 2 Game Boy games. They're worthless presents. I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm sitting. I'm like, wait a second. We're going to Grandma's after this. Yo, Grandma, she gets like $100 worth of gifts every year for Christmas. I'm sitting there, fucking Game Boy Advance costs like $69, I think, at this time. And then it all clicked. I'm like, I looked at my mom. I'm like, yo, Grandma got me a Game Boy Advance, and you got me Pokemon. And she's like, oh, you weren't supposed to get those presents. She's like, those were for at your grandma's house, because normally my mom would take a few presents over there for us to open, because sometimes we would go to, well, we didn't go to my grandma's house per se. We went to my uncle's house sometimes because he had a lot of money, and they would have a bit more presents there. So I'm like, wait a second. So my mom's like, those were supposed to be opened at your grandma's house. And I'm like, oh, grandma got me a Game Boy Advance. So I'm like freaking out because I know that my grandma got me a Game Boy Advance at this point, and I'm super happy. And so that's my experience with, like, you know, Pokemon Gold, was like the fact that, like, you know, I just had to wait now. And I think I fucking forgot. I forgot the Game Boy Color game. I mean the Pokemon Gold at home too. So I went there because I was too excited. I actually left it at home. I was so pissed because my grandma buys me a Game Boy Advance. I tell her, if she ever got me a Game Boy Advance, give me that. And I said, get me Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Kakarot. I think that's what it was. Or no, maybe not. Maybe it's, what was it? It was a Dragon Ball Z game with Goku. Maybe it was a Legacy of Goku. It was an awesome game. I said, I want this game. I'm dying for this game. She gives me this like weird Dragon Ball Z card game, and I look at it. I'm like, oh, thanks. You know, he's like, I'm happy I got the, you know, I'm more than happy I got the Advance. But at the same time, looking at this game, I'm like, this game probably costs $35, and I can't return it. I'm like, so like, oh. And so I open it. I'm like, maybe it's cool. I plug it in. It's the most fucking, what the fuck am I playing? And I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, now I'm starting to play Pokemon. I realize, oh, Pokemon is not, oh my God, Pokemon's not there no more. There's no I didn't take it there. So I'm sitting there for like the next, it's like 6 or 8 hours going, I need to play Pokemon Gold, and I can't. So I'm like, Mom, we have to go home. I don't feel good or something. Like, I tried so many ways to get out of there. She goes, no, we're eating dinner first, and we're staying after to watch a movie or something. And you're visiting your family. I'm like, Mom, but this Dragon Ball Z game fucking sucks, dude. Like, I'm like, this is bad. This is a bad game. And like, I was like trying to explain it. I'm like, this game's so boring, and I'm so bored right now because I got a fucking Game Boy Advance, but I got no games for it, and everyone else got toys or clothes, and they're happy. I'm happy, don't get me wrong, but I'm not happy at this very moment because I can't play this. Because it was so bad. Like, that Dragon Ball game was so weird. I did not know how to understand how to play it. Maybe now I'll understand how to play it. How you doing, by the way, Crow? How you been, buddy? It's been a long time. Hope you're doing well. How you doing, Meeks, by the way? How you doing? I'm, you know, in the middle of a story. So when I eventually got home, I got to play it, and that was an experience. I was super happy. It was way better than my experience with, you know, it was way better than the experience with Pokemon Silver, that's for sure. So I just remember being so angry though, because I was like, you did good, you got me the Game Boy Advance, but then like you fucked up on the Dragon Ball Z game. Like, you messed up on Dragon Ball Z, dude. It's like, you could have at least listened to me. Like, I think I even explained to her, I'm like, I want the one with the Goku. He has black hair. He might not have a shirt on. If he has a shirt on, it's blue, and he might have like orange jumpsuit maybe. I remember like trying to explain that, I believe, and she gets me the one with trunks on with purple hair. I'm like, what the? I just remember being very upset because I was like, I was so like annoyed. I was like, this is horse shit. This is bullshit. Of course, I didn't say that stuff, but I was more than happy. It's just like, you know how when you see those things where it's like, this could have been totally avoided. You should have took me with you. So that's one of the stories of, like, you know, going from red to gold. We'll talk about Ruby and Sapphire because I think those are pretty funny. I'll just go and read a few of the comments I missed, so I do apologize. Let's see, Chrissy, how old are you? I'm 28. Took me a second. I forget my age often, man. I'm old. This Regice better be shiny. That's what I'm saying, man. It's such bullshit. I actually don't feel too bad right now because I took that good day break off. I was able to relax and chill and be around friends, you know, in real life for a bit, and, you know, just hang out and just be funny, of course, as I am. I'm amazing. But no, I was able to just relax and hang out with people for a while. You know, I don't really hang out with people as much anymore. I can, but like I said, I'm trying to do this type of stuff, doing other things. I have a lot going on in my life too. So, you know, it was nice to do a little detox from, like, you know, being stuck inside all day or being stuck with like plants all day, worrying if something's going to happen to them. So like it was a nice little, like, you know, get out there and meet up with your friends. So it was nice. Oh, let's see. They'll shine someday. This is going to be another Mischievous situation. I know, right? That's what it feels like. This is such like a bullshit. It's such bullshit. I had let's see, a good feeling years back. I had a bad grade at the time in middle school. I wasn't expecting a 3DS, but I got one on Christmas, and there was some Christmas. I got Pokemon X. Nice. Yeah, that's always the best feeling. It's when you get like a new system. I remember there was a kid, Justin Thorne. I think that was his name. Oh, shit. Friend Docs. He was like a new kid, and he moved in across the street from my friend Eric. And Eric was the one that had a bit more money out of all of us, and he had like Pokemon Gold. and he had like, you know, all the things. So I was actually playing this Pokemon Gold. So anyways, this new kid comes across the street and they start becoming friends, which is totally fine. You know, like I'm not like, it's like I have other friends too, but what I noticed is Justin Thornton was an asshole, and he was like, he was trying to trick people on certain things. Like, he was like, oh yeah, we have money, or we're cool, all this type of stuff. And I'm like, there's something wrong about this guy. I just don't like him. So I remember I had some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I said, here, I'll trade you this Yu-Gi-Oh card for that Yu-Gi-Oh card. And mine was pretty good. And he had 2 Gate Guardians. He had like of the Gate Guardian, he had like Suijin and I think Kuijin or something. I think it was like Suijin and something else. I can't remember. He had the blue one and the green one. And I was so pumped up. I got him. I looked at him like, wait a second. He was inside his house and he gave it to me through the door. I look at him like, there's something wrong about this card, dude. I'm like, why is it smaller than the other cards? Like, why is it a bit trimmed or something? He goes, oh, because you cut them, and if you cut them, you can find them in your deck easier. You can win easier. I'm like, I mean, that's not allowed. And plus, you fucking ruined the card. I remember getting so mad. I'm like, give me back my card. He goes, no, we already did the trade. I'm like, this is not fair. Like, you gave me cards you cut. There's a loss of value. This is like in 3rd grade. I'm like, there's a loss of value right now. I remember being so upset about that. And I'm like, look, you're gonna give me something of equal value. Like, I'm like, don't make me get my parents. I don't think I even said. I think I either said that or I threatened him. It was one of those two. I either was gonna threaten to bring in my ma, which would probably, you know, beat up his mom. I'm not even joking. Or it would be like I was gonna beat him up. And I remember being so pissed. He goes, well, how about I give you my Game Boy Pocket? I'm like, bitch, you say you give me a Game Boy Pocket? I remember being so excited about it. I'm like, oh, I'll take that Game Boy Pocket. So I fucking I remember getting the Game Boy Pocket. I'm like, okay, this is a good trade, dude. I'm like, I don't think I realized the value of a Game Boy Pocket in my $5 card. Like, so I remember getting that and being super happy. And that was a good time. But I fucking hate that kid. I would do I think we ended up like being somewhat friends. You know, we started being somewhat friends, but then like some other shit happened and he tried to be like the cool kid in you know, in like 4th grade. So I was like, oh, this guy fucking sucks, dude. I'm the funny guy here. I'm a cool guy here. And I just thought like, he just seemed like he was getting like, he wasn't funny, you know, he just wasn't funny to me. Like I have no problem if people are funny because I will like to rotate, like, you know, like revolve around that person to learn from them. Even at a young age, I was kind of like that. You know, I'd like to learn from situations and try to be funnier than that person so I can improve myself. I think that at an early age, I like realized that type of thing, you know? And what's funny is I just remember I'm like, this guy sucks. And I think at one point we just all like collectively hated him in our friends group. And we were like the rather large friend group out of the class because a lot of us lived close. And eventually I think people realized this guy just sucks. But what's really funny, I remember at a young age, this is completely sidetracked. We like there was this kid named Trevor, I believe, and there was something like the moment he walked in the class, we're like, is that a dude or a girl? Like, is that a dude or a girl? Like, that's a pretty boy. There's something weird about this guy. Is that a dude or a girl? Like we didn't know. Long hair, really like soft face. You know, all the like dudes look like dudes, but this dude was like a girl. And I'm like, there's something wrong. Most guys are like, is this okay? Like, is he pretty to you guys? And we're like, why is he like pretty? We're like, what's up with this dude? And I just remember like we're sitting there like, he likes Britney, like that's gay. He likes Britney Spears. I'm like, isn't that like gay or something? And you know, you don't really know what gay is for the most part. We just knew that. We knew the idea of it because you know, you get told, you know, by someone, and eventually you kind of know. But gay wasn't really a thing yet. We're like, this is weird. Like, this is not right. I remember, like, all of us were like, there's something wrong with this guy right here. And anyways, like, from like a long time, it was just such a funny thing of seeing a person that was like a more effeminate and whatnot. Which is, you know, whatever, do what you gotta do. Do it. If you're gay, you're gay. Who cares? But it was just like such a weird thing, you know, where we're like, what is this person right here? Like an alien. He's like an angel. Like a pretty guy. Spoiler, he ended up being gay. So yeah, he was gay. You know, I kind of liked him. He was okay. I think he was like, he wasn't an asshole about it. Well, later on, I think he became a bit of an asshole about it, like in like, you know, high school type of thing. You know, as time went by, but he was mostly like a cool kid for the most part. But I just remember going like, this is a weird. I don't know how I feel about you because I think you're a trickster. I think you're like Loki the trickster god, and it really made me uncomfortable. Like, there's something about you, but I remember the first time we all saw him, we're like, who is that person? Like, is it is this a trick? Is this fucking Halloween? Is it trick or treat? Like, what's going on? And either way, though, that was like a really weird thing for us. Like, that was like, we're all like, what the fuck? It was weird. Yeah, that's why I asked for Christmas money so I can get things I want myself. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. And I think nowadays parents are more inclined to give kids money over what, like, just like anything, because my mom doesn't like just giving us money. For a long time, for years, she didn't like giving us money until eventually we're like, Ma, you get us garbage shit. Sorry, Mom, we love you, but you get us weird shit that we don't like and you think is cool and hip. But guess what? That was cool and hip like 20 years ago. I'm like, look it. We don't want this. Like, I'd rather take $5 than $30 of this junk. And I'm like, nothing disrespectful. We've been dealing with this for years, Mom. I'm like, nothing disrespectful to you. But I'm like, you either follow it or don't buy us anything. And like, I remember telling her that. She goes, oh, okay. And she felt bad about me. I felt bad too. I'm like, look, I know you're trying, but like, you buy my sisters stuff they like, because you're a girl. You know what they like. They like clothes, and they like certain types of clothes, and you know what type of clothes they like. We don't like clothes too much, but we'll take them. Because, that's what you got to do. You're paying your kids clothes for Christmas. But also, I don't care if you spend, $100 on me and give me a whole bunch of junk, or you spend, $30 on me and get me the one game I want. And so, like, I didn't really tell her this until much later in life because I felt bad. But the thing was, it wasn't for me. It was like my brother. I'm like, Stevie wants this, and he doesn't care if he gets, a $60 game and that's it for Christmas. Because Stevie's not picky. He would even go for a $30 game and not care about anything else. But like, you'll get him like a whole bunch of random stuff, and then like 20 $10 games or something, something like that. And it's like, we're not gonna play those games. And then you get mad when it's not opened. So I like kind of do that like semi-rude awakening and be like, hey, look it, we love you, but stop. Stop it. You're giving us a bad time. I just remember how that was, because like, it's just like, they're always trying to do the best. But I think nowadays, parents are much like that. They'd rather like get they're starting like okay, what, here's $100, here's like $200, here's $50, here's a gift card. You see that a lot more than back in the day, type of thing, So let me go back up. I'm gonna read a few more things. See, don't make me get my my mom Chris Coker. That's true. 1 second. Oh. Sorry, my mom just got home. So yeah, it was a funny time. Only my third grade teachers will remember me almost driving some girl in the third grade bathroom because she stole my Game Boy out of my cubby hole. That's hilarious. The Game Boy Advance out of the cubby hole. Yeah, I never had anyone steal from me from school that I can remember. Well, no, I feel like someone stole from me before and really made me really mad. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. That I would have done the same thing though. Honestly, I don't blame you, Munchkin. I don't blame you at all. Someone tries to steal your shit, you gotta drown them. That's just how it goes. There's no way around it. They have to be drowned. That's so funny. I remember No, okay. I was not that I didn't steal from people from school. I remember going to my friend's house and he had everything. His dad was, a single dad, had a good job. And he had a lot of money. And it was only him and his son. And he'd have every Star Wars toy. He had all this stuff. And I remember going like, you don't need this Luke Skywalker. I need this Luke Skywalker. So I put it in my pocket. I'm like, you may not need this. I'm like, you have a PlayStation. You have Spyro. You have all these games. And I'm like, you're not going to miss this Skywalker. I remember putting it in my pocket. I'm like, now I have the Skywalker. I remember being so happy. I'm like, you have an X-Wing and you have another Skywalker, just a different variant. I'm like, you don't need this. I remember putting it in my pocket. And my mom picked, you let me keep it. Everything's fine. And of course, eventually she says, you're going back in there next time and you're putting it back. And I had to, and I was so sad. She goes, don't make me go in there and tell them what you did. I'm like, you just can't let me have this. I remember being like so sad. I'm like, it's just a Skywalker. Mom, he has like 2 other Skywalkers. Yeah. You have the high ground now, exactly. I remember being so like upset because like we didn't really get anything when we were kids, honestly. And like there's, this is how it is. So after that, I remember, maybe it was before. I think it was before this. I think it was like this happened first. Let me think. either this happened first or the next thing's gonna happen first or before it. My mom was dating my brother's dad, and it's before my brother was born, and he had a cousin and was like, look I would love to have Chris meet him, you know, or like a nephew or something. I'm not sure, whatever it was. I'd love Chris to meet him. I bet they could be good friends because he liked Pokemon, I like Pokemon. This dude comes over, brings a binder, has Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise, Zapdos in the front. I'm like, from base set, and I think Fossil for Zapdos. I'm like, what? And I go through his page, it has more and more of these cool cards, and I'm like, I look at my pile of all the cards I stole them out because I was a bad kid when I was a little kid. I used to go in the store and I would fill up my pockets with packs, and I would, you know, go home and open them. I got caught one time by my uncle's friend. We'll get into that, by the way. I remember, like, you know, getting like in so much trouble, but like I said, we didn't have much money, so I had to make do with what I had to do. I was a smart kid though too. I'll talk about that in a bit. And by the way, don't steal; it's never worth it. I have a friend I had two friends that got caught about when they were in like their 18 and 20, early 20s, and they could have gone into prison almost. So it's not ever worth it. Even if you're young, it puts you down a bad path. I have a few friends that got put down a bad path after doing that. So don't do it. I don't recommend it. It enables you to do more horrible things and more things that put you into a bad mindset. Don't do it. But as a kid, I did that, and I remember looking at all my cards and going, I have an Electabuzz that's not holographic. I have all these other pieces of shit cards that don't have holographic. I'm like, how do I get these cards that he has? And I start thinking, how do I get these cards? You know? And I realize, well, how about when he leaves, I'll just keep his binder here and he will never know. He'll never know. And then, sure enough, what I do is I take his binder, he's asleep, and I put it under my bed. And then they're like, okay. Then they wake up in the morning. We have our food. He goes, you know where my binder's? I'm like, I don't know. Someone must have moved it. Maybe my mom knows. I don't know. We eat food, and then he goes, I gotta go, but I can't find my binder. I'm like, I never touched it. My mom comes upstairs. She goes, where the fuck is this binder at? I'm like, I'll be honest, Mom. I don't know where it's at. She goes, you're the only one here. Your sisters don't like Pokemon cards. Where the fuck's this binder at? And I'm like, you know, Mom, we could do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is, I tell you, the hard way is that I get really upset and I have to get back to him, and it's just horrible for me. And that's the hard way for me. I remember saying like probably something like that along the lines of that. She goes, you'll get his fucking binder, or else I'll pull your ass out and beat it in front of him. I'm like, okay, I'm getting that binder. So I go in the bed, I'm defeated, pull out the binder of all the sweet Pokemon cards, and I like walk downstairs like, oh, I found it. It fell under the bed when we were sleeping. It fell through the crack. I'm like sitting there like, I was so close to Charizard. I was so close to Venusaur. I was so close to Dragonite from fucking the Team Rocket, the Dark Dragonite. Team Rocket's Dragonite. I was getting so angry. You know, like, I was so close to these. And I remember being just so mad at that. I was like, this is so unfair. This kid gets everything. They have money. And yeah, that made me upset. Let's see, I'm shiny hunting on Spirit Tomb. Star 7 for wish me luck. I wish you luck, Cyber. Hope you get it. I hope you get it. Hello, Doug Trio alone. Yeah, that's true. That's fair enough. That's a fair enough assumption. I'm kind of up there. I'm kind of famous. I'm kind of like, you know, the 3 Doug Trios from the Alola. And I remember being so like upset that, how you doing, by the way, Nick? How are you, buddy? How are you? Nothing. I just remember being so sad. I'm like, there was Charizard right there. There was so much that like I wanted, and I just couldn't get it because I wasn't cool enough. And looking back, I probably could have got away with like stealing 1 or 2 cards. Honestly, I probably could have stole like 1 or 2 cards from him. He wouldn't notice. But I was too greedy. I wanted it all. Don't steal though. Anyways, it was kind of funny if you go fast forward now about probably 10 years, maybe 10 and a half years, maybe like 12, 13 years. My brother now is about, 14 or 15, and that guy is his, cousin, or his like, his cousin. And I was like, yo, Stevie, like, could you ask if that guy has any of his old Pokemon cards? He goes, yeah, I guess so. He asked him, he visits him. He brings it back. He goes, yeah, he gave me all his old Pokemon cards. I said that I wanted them. Gives them to me. He had a lot of pretty good cards. Sadly, no Charizard. But he had quite a bit of good cards. I remember turning those cards into more expensive cards, by doing trades online. It was like some weird like day trading type thing. But like it was so funny because I'm like, CVS, it's like you're gonna be hanging out with him just because you do that for me. I'm like, I'd appreciate it. And I'm like, I know you had a fucking Misty's Gyarados, so it was pretty crazy. How you doing, anime boy? How are you, buddy? How you doing, Falcon? How you doing, Shelbrick? How are you? How are you? Hey, did you fail one? No, not that I'm aware of. I don't think I did. But it was kind of funny how, like, you know, it goes back to it to where like I eventually got the cards, just not the ones I wanted. So it was pretty funny how stupid you are as a kid and how you think you can get away with things. Another prime example of me trying to get Pokemon cards for free was I need a lunchbox for school. I didn't need one, but I wanted one because every cool kid had one. And so I was like, Mom, I need a lunchbox. There's this cool Pokemon one. She goes, no, that's too much money. If I'm gonna get you a lunchbox, give me something cheap. I'm like, okay, but there's this cool Pokemon one, Mom. She goes, no. So I'm like, listen here, like, I'll go get a cheap one, but I'm gonna do something cool. So I go, and I remember thinking, I want the Kangaskhan jungle deck really bad. You can get a holographic Kangaskhan in this deck, pretty much, and that's awesome. But I'm like, how can I get this? It costs like $10. How do I get this? You know, it costs so much money. My mom won't get that for me. She don't have any money. So what I did was like, genius idea. I found a lunchbox that opens, like it's already open when you can like look inside of it, and I grab the deck, I put it in there and close it. But I take out the thermometer or whatever it's called, like the mug essentially. I can't think of the term now. I take out that. I take out the mug so it weighs almost the same, and I close it. I'm like, this is perfect. They'll never know. And then while we're in line, I'm like, Mom, listen, want to hear something cool? She goes, what? I'm like, I took out the mug and I put in that deck I wanted, and it weighs the same. They'll never know. And she says, why the fuck you do that? I'm like, she goes, why'd you do that? I'm like, you know, I thought you'd be really proud of me for being smart. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, oh, you can't compliment me when I do something so smart. Like, I remember like thinking like, this is unfair. And then when it finally gets to the scanner, the person scans, goes, oh no, I don't want that. So she takes away and puts away. I'm like, it was scanned. She knew that there was nothing in it. I could have had that. That is literally a $30 box almost right there. That's almost like a $30 box. You know, I remember being so angry because I would have gotten the lunchbox. Like, you know, not the coolest one, but I would have gotten one at least. And then would have got the Kangaskhan deck. So it gets even funnier. This is not the final story of the Kangaskhan deck. Yeah, Regice is horrible, and that's why I regret doing it for the last. I should have done Registeel last. And it's not even where it gets worse. So then I'm like, I will get a Kangaskhan deck, holographic Kangaskhan at some point. It's gonna happen. Well, of course, good old Billy. I have a friend named Billy. Billy, the newer kid. Once again, another newer kid comes in. I like Billy. He's actually really cool. I enjoy him quite a bit. You know, I'm having a good old time hanging out with Billy. But I'm like, oh, his birthday's coming up. I'm like, Mom, Billy wants a Kangaskhan deck. And she goes, okay, it's pretty pricey, but it's a birthday present. We'll get it. And, you know, you're invited to this party. I think it was around Halloween time. I think I had a Halloween party. So it's like a Halloween costume party type thing. I'm like excited. I'm like, okay, Mom, hear me out. How about we give him the Kangaskhan deck? I open the deck. I take out the holographic Kangaskhan. I get to keep it. He can have all the other cards. And she goes, no. I'm like, Mom, there's like 59 other cards in that deck. He's not gonna miss one. And she just wasn't having it. I'm like, this is so unfair. You're getting him a Kangaskhan deck, but not me. I remember being so defeated once again. So like, I tried to convince her. I bet for like an hour or two, you know, it just wasn't working. So I get there. I remember I think we either wrapped his present or we didn't. I remember getting there and trying to open. I'm like, okay, no one knows what I'm doing. And I think I tried for like a good amount of time to get it out. And I think I eventually just gave up. I said, do you want? I think I eventually went like, this is a bad idea. Like, this would be bad. So I think I just gave up. Either I gave up due to like, you know, feeling bad and feeling like a good person, and or I gave up because it was too hard to open because, you know, they had like that weird packaging, and I think I was about to get caught. So it was either a good thing or a bad thing. To be fair. And and that was like one of those things where it's like, you know, oh shit, was that shiny? I didn't tell. How you doing, Caterpie? That was like one of those things where it's like, whoopsie, sorry about that, folks. I didn't mute the stream. Where it's like, I was so close to getting like a Kangaskhan deck twice, but Didn't work. I never got the Kingscon deck. I eventually got the, I think, Wheezing deck from Team Rocket that I liked a whole lot because my grandma we would go to the store with my grandma like once a week to do grocery shopping, and she'd give us about like $10 to $20. I think when it was like early, like when we were younger, it was $10, and then $20 just went by. And I got like the Wheezing deck and went, awesome Wheezing, and I went, this sucks. And I realized that like the Wheezing wasn't that cool because I get them from the packs normally. No, I wasn't trying. We're good. I was just checking. And so that made me really sad. But at the same time, it's gonna take a break. See you, Chris. Good luck with those stores. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. And the funny part was that like I later on was like I was so angry that the deck was garbage that I went and I got like it's funny because I just read something I can totally relate. Just going to the second part, which is even funnier. I remember going to the store later on and getting I think stealing a whole bunch of the Team Rocket packs with Dark Dragon. I think Dark Dragon was on the pack art, and put them in my underwear and going, and I got away with it. I was with my grandma. I was like I said, I was a bad kid. Don't do that, kids. Not worth it. The overall like drain on the soul and put you down like a dark path. As dumb as that sounds, it really is. To me, it's like it puts you in a lot of dark situations. All the people that never stole and whatnot, they tend to have better choices in life than all my friends that have stolen. A lot of them had recovered and started doing better, like because we got into a lot of bad situations because like once you do it once and then twice and 3 times, it starts compiling more and more, and then you start going like, okay, well maybe I should do this instead, maybe I should do that instead, and put you down to a more like weird path. So it's like, don't ever do that, and I mean that in the fullest extent, because it's like it also thinks that like he also puts you in this mindset of you don't have to work for anything. You can just take it from anyone, you know, type of thing. So yeah, it was a rather weird thing for me to eventually learn that, but it took a while for me because like I'll even get into another funny story later on about Yu-Gi-Oh and how that happened with us, and that was wild. Flashback when I was a kid stealing packs of Pokemon cards. I'd stuff them in my underwear and walk to the store with my mom. One day a security guard saw and told me to drop my pants in front of. Oh man, that would be really weird. That'd be really weird. Kmart, I hate. Oh, yeah, no, you're fine. I know exactly how that goes. I know exactly how that goes. It's always like a weird thing. Let's see. I'm doing good, but wow, the lack of shine here is getting absurd. I know, right? I'm gonna sue RNGesus. I agree. I think that's very possible. Which looks at 321 now. Nice. Congrats, Jerry Barry. You're getting there. You're getting there, dude. I just got hard on Blaine's new video. Nice. It's always nice to get recognition from someone that's larger and bigger and like, you know, with like a content creator that's like has like a, you know, a significant following than like, you know, just like an average, like you go to my videos, I give you like a heart or something like that. It's cool, but it wouldn't be as cool as someone that like, you know, has thousands of comments, you know. So that's nice. It's always good to hear when people get excited over that stuff. I got hired by one of my people I like watching a while back, and it felt pretty good. See, when I was younger, I stole a small fox toy in a book from my school, and I felt like a criminal. Great book, though. That's hilarious. I stole a whole sharpener. So funny. That's funny. I think, like, the last time I stole anything was, like, it was so weird because, like, it was like, I wonder what it feels like. I mean, I remember, I'm like, I remember, like, hating the feeling of the adrenaline and hating the feeling of fear. I just wanted the stuff. Like, we never got anything as kids. I just remember I wanted the stuff. So, like, there was, like, a Minion toy that was like half open at a Myers once. I was like, I could just pull back this a bit more. Like, it wasn't even the fact, like, it was a Minion toy. It wasn't out of the pure I wanted. It was just like I had to see how will I get in trouble, or like it was like one of those things like how do I feel about this. I remember like peeling it back, taking it slowly out, and going it's like a little tiny like mystery box type thing. I put it in my pocket. It's like I don't feel good. I'm like, this is horrible. Then someone like walks past me. I have like, they didn't see me put it in there, but they just walked past me. I'm like, this was a bad idea. I'm like, I have to leave now. So I just do like a 360. And then like, as I'm like halfway through the store, I'm like, what if they think that I'm like, oh shit, this looks weird. So I'm like, okay. I'm going to buy like a piece of like food or something. So I got like a bag of chips. I'm like, so I scanned it. I'm like, woo. We're like leaving. I'm like, why'd I do that? I'm like, why'd I do that? That was such a Minion toy. Imagine going to jail for a Minion toy that was like cost like $3. I remember feeling so like weird after that. I was like, wow, that was not worth it. I was like, I'm gonna throw up about this shit, dude. I'm about to throw up. I remember being such a weird experience. Like that was like maybe 6 years ago. I think that maybe that was like, I don't know, so six. Hopefully the stat, you know, statute of limitations up, and we're good. I'm gonna get like the cops called on me. They're like, so about that minion toy, we found the wrapper with your with fingerprints on. Can we test yours? Can we test yours? So let's see. So today is day 3 of hunting for that shiny Zangoose. I have to work at Culver's in a bit, but I still have a good couple hours to hunt. Nice. Culver's is pretty tasty for their ice cream. I've never tasted their food because it's not expensive, but like it's more expensive than if I were to go to a McDonald's type of situation. So I never like eat there. Outside the ice cream, I love the ice cream there. I love the ice cream so much there. So hopefully your shift at Culver's just goes well, and hopefully you get to have ice cream every once in a while. I'm watching Netflix with your stream in the background. Let's go. It's Netflix time. You're gonna watch what, like, excuse me, oh god. Let's go Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, which is surprisingly a decent movie, but I just hate the character that he plays. Like, he's just a garbage person. So I hate that. Like, surprisingly that movie's like pretty fun. It just leads to so many, like, you're such a piece of shit character. I hate that guy. It's a bit pricey. Oh yeah, for sure. It's you get the value for what you're buying. Like mostly with fast food, if it's pricey, you're gonna get something good, without a doubt. I was wondering, I went under the counter and took these wallets, hid them in my shirt, went in the bathroom and admired them. He goes, nice. And then he flushed them down the toilet. I remember going to the bathroom one time after stealing. I think I opened up the packs. I don't remember if I threw them away or if I flushed them, if I got nothing good. I just remember, like, I opened them up and went, this isn't cool, and being upset. So I think I got rid of the evidence or something. I don't know. But I remember doing that myself, like at least going to the bathroom. Or I feel like I got caught and I think I was hiding in the stall for a while. Yeah, something like that. I remember I had some weird bathroom things that happened. Not in like a sexual way, just like a thieving way. You know? Yeah, I had like the cool down from the police. You had to hide in, like, you know, areas that you wouldn't normally look. But that was I used to steal candy from my teacher in 4th grade. Yeah, I would never do. I think I stole candy once from one of my teachers, but I think that was one of those things that, like, I don't want to get in trouble at school because I have to call my mom, and that would be scary. So I never did that for the most part that I remember. I remember winning a cake at like a cakewalk, like where like they play music and you have to like walk around, and then when the music stops, you stop at a spot and there might be a cake there. If you land on the cake, then you get to keep it. I think it was something like that. I remember winning that at like one of the school fairs, and it was so cool. Man, I miss school fairs. I bet they don't even really do them anymore, or like within like last couple, not due to COVID, just in the last couple of years. You know, there's something I saw. I forgot to reply to. I apologize. What was it? Halloween's the best way to get COVID. The germs are on the wrapper. Open the wrapper, and the germs are now in my food, and their food. Now it's in your food. I mean, mouth. Maybe. I'm not. I wouldn't be too worried about that type of stuff with me personally. I think it all just depends. With me, I'm not too concerned with all that stuff. But if you are, then yeah, I'd recommend maybe go to the store and just buy candy instead of like, you know, going to random people's house that you're unaware of. That's how I kind of see it as. If you're worried about that, for sure. I know, like, with me, like I said, COVID's a subjective thing now. It's like, I lived through it. I lived with a lot of people having it. They all recovered, so I'm not too, you know, scared about that stuff. At first, I was a little alarmed, but wasn't too frantic as most people were. I was more concerned about the economy and the impact on the social situations, such as like suicide and depression with people. That's what I was really concerned about. But with actual virus, I feel like, you know, it's for sure if you live with like old people, I'd be really careful, because that's a big problem. Either way, though, yeah, weird times we live in. Weird times. But, you know, I'm trying to think of like so I guess we'll go into when I got Pokemon Ruby. Oh, by the way, when I first saw Pokemon Gold, I didn't have it. Or maybe it was I had Pokemon Gold, I saw Pokemon Crystal. I wanted it really bad, but once again, Pokemon Crystal, expensive game. I remember they used to have these little app games? Not app games, no, like little puzzle games. There we go. Little puzzle games on a website for the official Pokemon company thing. And if you did the puzzles right, you had a chance to win a copy. I remember sitting there. I did like 2 of the puzzles. but one was impossible. I just couldn't comprehend it. So I remember, like, I think I had to do all 3 to have a chance to win. I remember sitting there for hours and getting so frustrated. I was about to cry because I'm like, I'm doing so good on the other 2. I did the unknown hunt. I did all these weird puzzle games and these weird like little mini games. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if you actually entered to win it. I think it was just like maybe an advertisement, if anything. But I remember sitting there and like being like, oh man, this is so great. I love everything about this, you know. And sure enough, oh man, it was like I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the last puzzle. And I just remember feeling so defeated because I'm like, I want to win this crystal so bad. I'd be so happy. I just didn't get lucky. And that was on AOL back in the day. That was funny. So that was like another little side story. Like, and then my friend got crystal. He already had gold and silver. I'm like, oh fuck this kid. But either way though, I remember being really sad about that. Like, he had a chance to win. But then after I watched the Dragon Ball Z episode that played, and it was the one where he versus Pycon or Pycon. I think it's like something like Pycon. It was something weird. Like the guy looks like Piccolo, but you know he's not Piccolo because he's not Namekian. He's just like, you know, he has like the stack of Piccolo. I don't know. That guy. The first time I versed him in that, like, you know, like Afterlife tournament, and that episode was so cool. I remember going like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? That was pretty dope. And then so we move on to Ruby and Sapphire, and with Ruby and Sapphire, I once again didn't really have much money, you know. So I I had no money because I was a little kid. This is where it gets even funnier. So I went to my cousin's house and they had TV. We never had like, you know, television. We had maybe like a they're called like antennas, where it'd be 2 antennas that connect to a base, and you'd move them around to get better reception. And it'd give you like a couple channels, like maybe we'll say 5 channels. We'll say like maybe it gave you like 15, but only like 2 of them were good. And it was just basic cable, and it was, you know, still depressing. Like, you know, I'm like, oh, this sucks. I can't watch Cartoon Network, but I can watch at least, you know, Pokemon every once in a while. But anyways, we go to my cousin's house. I stayed home from school, I believe, because I didn't want to go to school. And they had these advertisements for, either I stayed home from school, or maybe it was Saturday or Sunday, I don't remember. But because they had advertisements for the new Pokemon series, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, and you could have a chance to win a copy of Ruby and Sapphire. I don't remember how you did it, but I remember sitting there and I'm like, Mom, we need to do, I think I had to call or something, but you had a chance to win, and I just couldn't do it. And it made me so sad. And I was like, oh, this is horrible. I want the copy so bad. I want to play the new generation. Gen 3 looks so freaking cool, dude. It looks so dang old fun. And I was getting so upset because I just wanted to play it so bad. So I remember watching the first episode of Pokemon Ruby, and I was like, this is so great. I'm having so much fun. And I was just like, this is just such a, I don't know, it's just such a good feeling. And I can't wait to play this game. Well, the harsh reality of the world hit, and the game wasn't out yet, and I was like, I had no money. So what I did instead was, I'm like, well, if I see any money on the ground, or I see any money in certain places that shouldn't be, I'll just take it and keep it. So whenever I found like $1 just out, or like a couple dollars just out, I'll just grab it and put it into like a pile. Well, one day my mom put a $20 bill out. She left it out. I'm like, well, this is mine now. It is no longer in your purse, so it's mine now. I remember taking it and her going, where's my $20? I gotta get food with it, you know. And we had a bit more money during this time. It wasn't like as bad because it was like, you know, 2 parent household type of situation at that time, where my mom was dating my brother's dad during that time. So we had a bit more money because they both were working. I remember being so excited because I'm like, yes, I now have, I think I think I had like $29 from all the dollars I stole, and then that $20. And I'm sitting there like, but how do I get the last couple dollars? And how do I tell, like, who's gonna take me in the story, you know? Did my thing go down? Uh-oh. 1 second. I had to make sure the live stream didn't go down. And the live stream went down for a second. And it's back. Okay, and it's back. Well, shit, I'm not sure where we left off at, because the live stream went down. Tell me if it's good or not. I'm not sure. I do apologize. I don't even know. So anyway, so I'll step back a bit. So pretty much whenever I found like money laying around, I'd always keep it. Like, it's my money, you know. It's free game. If it's left out, it's anyone's money. So pretty much I would just take tons of dollars, and I had about probably, I think, maybe $9 from that. And then my mom leaves a $20 bill out, and I'm like, okay, that's mine now. And she's like, where's the money at, you know? And I'm like, so eventually I wait a couple days, let's see. Mine took a couple days, and I'm looking there. I'm like, it comes out in like 5 days. I still need $6 plus tax. You know, I need like about $7, $8. So I'm sitting there looking at the ads for Target. I'm like, maybe Target will have it. Maybe they have deals sometimes. I look, and it says right in the book, $20 if you buy it on the first day, Pokemon Ruby or Sapphire. I'm like, oh, I just stole $20 from my mom, so I have $20. I remember getting so excited. I'm like, oh my god! I'm so happy, and I'm freaking out that I'm like, I can get it. I don't even think about how I got that $20, you know. And I run to my mom. Mom, tomorrow, Ruby and Sapphire comes out. I don't want Sapphire. Blue's stupid. Red's cooler. I don't want this fat whale. I want this red dude. I want it so bad, Mom. She goes, it's too much money. What, $35? I'm like, look at this ad. I show her $20. She goes, okay, $20 isn't too bad, but still it's a lot of money, so I can't get it for you. I'm like, Mom, but like I need this game. You know, I never asked for anything. That's a lie. I would always ask for things as a kid. My mom actually had to do something to stop that from happening. But besides the point, I want it so bad because like it's a new Pokemon game. I've been watching all the episodes of like, you know, Pokemon ever since I've been a kid, and then the new episodes of the new series was so awesome that, you know, I told him like, look, I didn't have a chance to win a copy of Ruby, but other kids did, and I'm being left out, you know. So anyways, if I get to, she comes today, she goes, you don't have any money? I'm like, well, I have $20. And she's like, oh, okay. Where'd you get that from? I'm like, I just found it on the table. She goes, well, that was my $20. I'm like, but now it's mine because you left it on the table. I'm like, you know what? No, we're gonna play that game. You left it there, and it's free game. I remember getting like really mad. I'm like, I have more money too, so here's even more. You know, I'm like, now you have to buy it for me because you have a lot more money. So she goes, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm like, please, Mom. I'm like, just give me it. It's $20. It's normally $35, $15 off. So she goes, okay, I'll buy it for you. I'm like, oh, that's so awesome. I'll buy it for you. I'm like, okay, sweet. I'm super happy. And she goes to someone. I'm like, but do not get the blue one. I'm like, even if there's no red, maybe don't get the blue one. But I mean, if you want to get the blue one, you can get it, but also you have to buy the red one still. So if you get the blue one, I won't be mad, but you'll still have to buy the red one. So just keep that in mind. Like, I remember telling her that, I'm like, you still will have to get the red one no matter what. And I remember her saying, well, she's like, I'm not gonna do that. If it's the blue one, it's the blue one. It's the red one, it's the red one. So they go to the store. I'm sitting there waiting. I'm freaking out because, you know, it's like the store's like 10 minutes away. I'm like, why are they taking a half an hour? Like, why are they taking so long? You know, I'm sitting there. I'm having a horrible time waiting. They come home and Mom goes, okay, bad news. Once again, we only have enough for one game. We're not gonna get you two. And they ran out of the red one. I'm like, they ran out Groudon. They ran out of the red guy. I remember getting so angry. And I'm like, so it's just that moment. I'm so mad. Not her. I'm mad at the store. And she goes, yeah, they only had the blue. And I'm like, I'm like about to cry. I'm like, I don't even know if I want it. I'm like, I don't know if I want it. And then sure enough, she goes, just kidding. And they have the red one. I was like, oh, they had the red one. And she gives it to me. And I'm like, oh, this is the best feeling ever. This is awesome. I remember being so happy because, you know, like those, like to get a game like that is really hard for when you had like too much money. And I barely would ever get games at times, and we would mostly rent games, and you mostly would not keep the games, you'd rent it, and it just sucked. So like when that happened, I was like, oh, and I was like freaking. That was like the best feeling ever, and I was so happy about that. So that was like a good experience, you know. Once again, she then told me like, look, you're lucky I'm giving you this game because you stole that money from me. I'm like, Mom, but you kept it out. Like I found a few of those dollars in the couch. I found a few of those dollars in your purse. You should have kept it up. I remember like I even told him, I'm like, oh, and I told her sorry. I said I won't do it again, which I didn't for like a long time. I like, you know, eventually I went back to that, like, you know, when I went back to the thing like, well, the dollar's on the ground in the laundry room. You should have kept it up. I remember eventually going back to that. So but no, I was so happy. Like, yeah, and I'll go into a bit. I'll just catch up on comments. So I think I broke my shield game. Somehow I have the water bike. I haven't beat the first gym yet. What the heck? Yeah, normally you beat the first gym, right? And that'll access the water bike. Are you sure you haven't beat the first gym? Yeah, because you're at the very beginning of a Nuzlocke, right? Huh, that's weird. Wait, no, you don't get the water bike until much later. Never mind, my bad. You get the water bike much later. You get the water bike at like like the 6th gym. My bad. First gym's when you get the bike, I believe. But 6th gym, holy shit, what's going on? Maybe if you have a pre-existing file on the thing. I'm walking on water. This person's Jesus. This person's Jesus. That's so weird. Wow. And then they're on, like, 8K encounters on Regice. Yikes. You better fix that, Wishgiver. Thief just came in there. I remember stealing kids' hollow Zapdos off the school bus and got caught. Had to tell them I found it on the ground and gave it back. Oh, man, that's the worst. I'm walking on water. Send help. Do you want also, I remember, actually, I take that, I wind it back a bit. It's okay. I'm not sure if, like, the stream's going on. I've been having stream connection problems lately, and it's been really frustrating, so I'm not sure if that's happening. But I haven't saved in 12 hours. Oof. Oof. So the funny thing is that I remember also, it's like another, like, side thing that I was just thinking about, is the reason why I wanted the Ruby version a lot more than normal was there was a kid named Jose, and he was Mexican, and he was the only Mexican kid, I believe, in our school. So everyone loved him just off of that. I remember him like, well, I'm like half Puerto Rican. Oh my God, aren't I special? So like this kid's stealing my limelight. And I just remember like being like, I liked him too, to be fair. It's just like during that time it was like kind of weird how like, I looked more white than Puerto Rican. I mean, I still do. But I don't be like really like kind of like oh, that's not fair. like just because he's like different colors, it doesn't mean he's cooler. I remember like as a kid, like in third grade, I think it was third grade, maybe it was second grade. But the thing that made me really angry is that he was new, but he also had a day early, by the way, Pokemon Ruby. I remember that we were standing in line and he pulls it out. And we're like, what the fuck? I think his parents maybe worked at a Target or somewhere like that and probably bought it early or snuck it out. I don't really know. I mean, I just remember he wasn't like having a game early, a day or two early. It might have even been 2 days early is like unheard of back then. Just because the internet's not a thing, but that actually happened kind of often. It still happens to this day. You can find local game stores that you can work a deal with them, get street date broken. But anyways, I'm being so pissed. It's coming. How dare you? Not only do I not win a copy of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, but you have a copy of it. You got it early, and now everyone loves you. I remember being like really sad about that. I'm like, oh, it sucks. So I think that I even told my mom about that. How like I need this copy. I'm not the coolest kid anymore, and whatnot. My charm and my jokes cannot win everyone over when this guy fucking has Pokemon Ruby early. So it got to the point where like I finally got it. I was super happy, and it just was like that was like a side thing. Like I remember it was like this Pokemon Ruby was a big deal because that's like if you had it, you were cool, especially if you had it early. So that was always fun. I do remember ordering, I believe, Pokemon Emerald, getting the pre-order case, and then not having enough money to actually buy it at the end of the thing. Either I did buy it, my mom gave it to me, or my grandma paid for it. But I do remember pre-ordering, getting a special tin. It was super sweet. But I don't remember if I ever actually bought it or had enough money to get it. Because I feel like I did play Emerald and I liked it. Yeah, I played Emerald and liked it because, yeah, I got it. I just remember getting the pre-order bonus and being like, this was sweet. But I don't actually remember playing Emerald too much. I remember getting Rayquaza at Emerald, and I remember the Battle Frontiers. Did they have? Or they have like the Battle Island? I remember they had like some like thing. I don't remember. They had something. And I was like, that's cool. So for me, like that was like another interesting thing was Emerald. And then we can go to Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green, and that was one that I was a cool kid because I knew about that game before anyone else. I'm also half Hispanic, and I'm tan, but my brother is pale, so everyone is surprised when you say exactly. Yeah, I have a friend like that. See, I used to get really tan. I used to like be outside a lot, but what ended up happening about a couple years ago, I have this really bad vitamin. I still have it. I have a really bad vitamin D deficiency, which causes me to lose a lot of vitamin D. Always, like I'm always like deficient of it, and I have to start remembering to take pills for it. But for the most part, we'll say that the average person will say 2,000 vitamin D in them as a base thing. I'm not even sure what you call it. Like we'll say 2,000 bits of vitamin D. And mine is 0. I have 0% of that, and it is. I have such a bad deficiency that I have 0. They did a blood test, like, oh, what? Are you okay? Now, vitamin D is a mood thing. Like it deals with your mood, your energy. And it can make you go into depression at times, and you have to have good vitamin D. And that's why I recommend people always taking vitamin D pills, even if you get a lot of sun. And the best way you get a vitamin D is by the sun, essentially. Now, on top of that, On top of that, it also will depend if you get tan a lot of times. And if you, of course, you have like, if you have like, I'm half Hispanic. If I have a lot of vitamin D in me, I'll tan easier than normal. Now, if you're white, you might, in some cases, just be a pasty person. And if you have tons of vitamin D, it won't work. So that's a possibility too. But anyways, so wrapping it all around, I don't know what happened, but at some point, I was once again tan. I worked at a summer job. I would wear tank tops and whatnot. I wasn't getting tan as normally as I would. And that's when we realized I had that vitamin D deficiency. So now I still have it, and especially since I'm not outside as much as I used to be, I look way more white than what I probably would look like if I didn't have it. And of course, if I just went outside and tanned a bit more, or like not tan, but just like be outside more. Like when I go outside, I start getting my tan back, but it's a lot harder to get compared to like a couple years ago. So yeah, just a little side. That's just always crazy. Now the next thing they go into the story of like fire red leaf green, and I had this like a book of like cheat codes and whatnot, something like that. It was something, I don't remember what it was. I think it was like a cheat code book, but at the back of that book, it gave all possible release dates of things coming in the future, and in that book it said fire red leaf green Pokemon, and I don't think they announced fire red leaf green being made. But I was like I know I was the first person of everyone to know that in my area. And I had this special book. It was like I think it might have even been like a special distributor book. I'm not sure what it was, to be honest. I think it was like I don't know, but like they had a ton of games that like weren't talked about, Maybe online there's some like leaks or something like that, but like there was games that just no one knew about. And Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green was one of them. So we're like, what the fuck could that be? I remember showing my friends like, yo, look at this, bam. And everyone's like, whoa. And I think like a week later it came out on a commercial, like, new game, go pre-order it now, Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green. And we're going to pre-order it, and then buying some Fire Red Leaf Green packs, opening them, didn't really get anything good. And then I eventually went to there and was able to get it, and playing that was so fun. I loved playing that game. That was, I think, the first game where it really showed the progression bar of the EXP, like in that, like the Gen 3. But this progression bar of the EXP was a bit cleaner than Emerald and all that, and it looked cooler when it hit the end. I'm like, oh, this is wild. But that's not even the best part. I then had a Game Boy player, which you'd hook up into the GameCube, and it would let you play Game Boy Advance games, or I think even Game Boy Color games. I can't remember if it could let you play. Yeah, I think it could, maybe. But it would let you play Game Boy Advance games on your GameCube on the big screen. And I'm like so pumped up because I don't have a TV in my room, and the only TV really in the house is like in my mom's room and living rooms and maybe my sister's room. So like I'm like, this is so sweet. I can play on the big screen. I'm like freaking. I run inside the house. I'm like, Ma, look at what me and Grandma just got. I paid it off. I think I like mowed my grandma's yard to get it. And I did all that type of like, yard work to be able to pay it off. I think she gave me about $20 every time. And I'm like, this is the best feeling ever. So I run in there, and they're watching like a movie. I'm like, Mom, it's my turn on the TV. I got to play this. And she's doing their hair. She goes, you can play it for a bit. I'm like, but later. I'm like, this is so important to me. I love this game. I don't even know if it's good or not. I'm like, I still love Pokemon. I'm like, I need to play this, please. I want to show you guys. I want you guys to be a part of this with me. I want to show you how cool this is. And like, we don't care about your game. I'm like, Mom, this is such a huge change in my life. Like, this is a remake of Red version, which I stole from my sister. I don't think she even realized it, luckily. So I remember being so sad because I was like, we have to. So eventually she goes, okay, you can play on the TV for a bit. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, look at this. Look at how you level up. It's like shows it. I'm like, oh my God, so crazy. And I was so happy. And it was such a cool experience. And I was just like, this is my favorite thing of all time. And they weren't too happy. So I got to play for like a half an hour, maybe an hour, and they're like, you got to get out of here. And I'm like, fine, I'll go back to my Game Boy Advance. And then I remember sneaking back out there once they were done at nighttime and played on the big TV. But it was such a game changer. Playing a Game Boy Advance game on the Game Boy, on the GameCube, on the big screen was so cool. And that's like my thing with like, Fire Red Leaf Green. We later on ended up finding a lot of copies of Fire Red Leaf Green at a Walmart for like $20. And that was like a player's choice version. But I think it got reduced down to 15. And that was cool. So we bought like, I think me and my friend both bought one. I think he bought two. And that was just sweet. I remember it was like Kmart. Yeah, it was so cool. Oh man, you missed those. If only we didn't open those, we just kept them sealed. How you doing, Pika? How are you? Shiny Rayquaza? Did you get Shiny Rayquaza, Suna? Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, I loved love it. It's so good. That Fire Red experience, that was fun. I remember being so happy when I got it. I'm like, this is the first time I'm playing like, a big screen game, from like a GameCube type thing. And I think, did Fire Red Leaf Green come out? Did Fire Red Leaf Green come out before Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD Gale Darkness? But I did play Pokemon XD Gale Darkness and Coliseum. So maybe that was my first Pokemon game on the big screen. Outside of like a Pokemon Stadium, we used to play Pokemon Stadium. But the funny thing is with Pokemon Coliseum, my friend bought it and I eventually borrowed it from him and played it. And then, I had to eventually return it. But it was a good game. I loved it. I was like, this is the coolest game ever. I'm so happy about this. This is so fun, I love this. And now fast forward about like, I think it was like a year later or 2 years later when XD Gale Darkness came out. XD Gale Darkness comes out. I'm like, I need to play this. But of course, it's a $50 game, I believe. It's an expensive game. It's GameCube, And sure enough, my friend rents it. He plays it and he gets really far. I think he beats it. I'm like, dude, you should rent it again and then let me borrow it for one day. So he rents it again and he lets me borrow it. And like, it's like a 5-day rental, I think. And I keep it for like a week, like 7 days. And his dad comes over like, yo, Matt, to let you borrow a game. I'm like, yeah, I was about to return it. I've just been playing. He goes, we rented it and it's 2 days overdue. And that costs a lot. I'm like, can I have it back on my system? Like, I have it in the background playing. I'm like, I'm on the final boss of this area. I'm like so angry. I'm like, yeah, I'll get it to you. Can I bring it over? Like, can I give it to you? Like, about, I'm in the middle of like, cleaning really quick. He's like, okay. I ran inside. I finished off the boss and I saved it and I gave it back to him. Like, thank you. Sorry. I didn't know that, I could only have for 5 days or something. I was like, I'm sorry. He I was avoiding him the whole entire time. He would come over to my house and knock and be like, hey, Chris, can we play? I kind of ignore him. Like, I had to beat this. I had to beat XD Gale Darkness. I had to do all the stuff in it. So I remember like, that was a piece of shit move by me, but that was, hey, I want to play a game. He always got to rent games. So he always got to buy games. I had to work with what I got, Hey, doing Kai Baker. I'm still hunting Registeel. Good luck on the shines. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good luck on the Registeel. I know that grind's not fun. It's not too fun. Fire was the first Pokemon game I played. My cousin got the ROM and emulator and stuff, so I used to play on my PC. Nice. Used to play on a dang old PC. Yeah, that's funny. I remember my first ROM was, I think, Black and White 2. And so back in the day, Black and White was I believe was it Black and White was the final gen to be released at different times and different dates. I think once X and Y came out or Sun and Moon came out, they nationalized the release of Pokemon. So like for like the big countries, so like in Japan and in America, they would release at the same day as each other. Where back in the day, Japan would get it about like 4 months ahead, and then America would get it like 4 months after, and then other places like the UK and Australia might get it 4 months after that. So I was the first person on my friend group to play Black and White 2 because I found out how to get an emulator. I played it in Japanese. And all my friends had to wait like 2 or 3 more months or something like that, and they were so mad. I was like, "Oh man, I love this game. I'm so good at it." And they're like, "Fuck you, dude." I remember one of my friends got really mad. He's like, "You could just waited, I'm like, I could have, but I didn't, and I beat it already in one day. But you'd have the fast forward option. You could fast forward the game with like the space bar or something. So I powered through that game. I watched like all the let's plays of it, like how to get past the puzzles and whatnot. And that was a good feeling. I'm like, this is awesome. I mean, the first day I beat it. This is amazing. So that was my first experience, I think, with emulators. It was always fun. I love that, though. It's like, back in the day, it was like completely different. Like now it's still fun, like to play games, but like back in the day had a different vibe than like nowadays, Nowadays, everything about a game before it comes out and all that type of stuff. And like, it's like not as fun as it used to be. Back in the day, it was like so much more mystical. So I feel bad for a lot of people that were born like 2006 and didn't really get into Pokemon until about like 2010 or 2000 and like my bad, not 2010. Well, like, there's a few people like 2010, but more like the X and Y era where they missed out on all the like you wouldn't know what a Pokemon's gonna be in Diamond and Pearl. And that was like crazy. Like, what's it gonna be? So if we were to backpedal once again, go back to after the whole thing of Exegale Darkness, my friend being kind of annoyed that I over you played the game, over you enjoyed it, And anyways, so now we move on to Gen 4, and I remember being so happy about Gen 4 because I finally had enough money. I saved up myself. Like I bought, Fire Red with all my money, but like this was a new console. I also got like a DS, I believe, from my grandma for Christmas. I was super happy about that. And then I broke it on accident a couple months later by chucking it on chucking it onto the couch. It bounced off and snapped pretty much. It could still work, but everything was purple. I don't know how, but I eventually got another DS, I believe. I think I did. I don't remember because I had a lot of DSs in my life, a lot of like different ones, and I don't know how I got it, but I think I sold a lot of my shit and then bought one, like on sale or something. So, anyways, Gen 4 comes out. I'm super happy. Have it pre-ordered. I go there the night of. I'm like, oh, I can only get one of them. I always want to get two of them. I want to get Diamond and Pearl. And I think I was the first kid to get Diamond and Pearl of our friends group. I zipped to my friend Eric's house. I'm playing. Everyone's like, whoa, that's cool. And then they go and get theirs. And it was a good time. We're all happy. And I just remember, like, this was good. I like this. Oh, how you doing, Dung Beetle? Yeah. This is Adam Zone. How you doing, Dung Beetle? Just see that you changed your profile picture and of course your name. I knew you changed your name. But I just remember being like, oh, this is so great. Playing it, having a good time. My friends were like a little jealous because they didn't have their copies yet. And I remember it being like a dark, cold night when I got mine. It was at GameStop, and I think it came with like a pen. I think it came with like a Pelkey or Dialga pen. I think later on they came out with like a Giratina one. I can't fully remember. But I remember being very upset because they had a Palkia and Dialga DS I wanted so bad. I couldn't get it because it was obviously a lot of money. And I just remember going like, what if we just got this and the game? My mom was like, no, we're not going to do that. I'm like, but I bought the game. You could buy that special DS. I could have two, and I could buy. You buy the other game. I'll have two. But I was older, so like I knew that was gonna work. I was like, damn it. I was like, it's worth a try. So I got that game. It was a ton of fun. I loved it. That was a good one. Let's see. Gen 4 is my absolute favorite gen. I like Gen 4 quite a bit. I think for me it holds a special place. It's just the nostalgia of like getting like really happy with like feeling like I got something before all my friends, and it just being a good time around that time. It was a little bit better. My life was like in the sense of like compared to like other times, like that was a more safety net. It was the DS era and whatnot. So I remember that happened. Got the Diamond and Pearl, super happy, and then Heart Gold Soul Silver comes out, and I pre-ordered both of them. We went to the early launch of that, and that was cool. Like. They opened up GameStop like 2 hours earlier, so I remember getting them. I got both stashed. I'm like, this is sweet. This is cool. I was so happy to play both of them. I start playing. I go, this is fun, but it's just gold version. I don't know, it's not having as much fun as I used to. So I think I beat it, and then I got through most of Kento, and then went like, yeah, I got through Kento. I'm like, this is not as fun as I used to be. Put it down. Never played the Soul Silver. I think I played it a bit. I started with gold, like Heart Gold. So I started with gold, so I started with Heart Gold. And I just remember like being like a little upset and going like, this wasn't as much as I like it. Now I like the game quite a bit, but it just wasn't like what I wanted, I guess. And then we'll go into Gen 5 in a bit because that's another one that I like. And I just don't really remember Gen 5 too much. I don't really remember Gen 5. Yeah, that's what I think. First console? I don't know what my first technical console was because my uncle used to live with us. He was going through a lot of things and whatnot. So he was a big gamer, back in the day. What you'd see like nowadays. And he loved to play Nintendo. So we had Nintendo from him, and he loved to play Sega. I used to just like watching him play. And then my mom's boyfriend, which was of course, my brother's dad. So let's say my brother's dad. He had a PlayStation 1, and he would let me play it, but I never owned anything for the most part outside of like Game Boy Color, Game Boy Pocket, which I got, from my sister, and I got the Game Boy Pocket from that one friend. And then my Game Boy Advance was my first original console I believe I got for myself. We had a Nintendo 64, but I don't remember what time that was, and I think I got that from a friend, or I bought it from a friend, or I worked something out type of thing. And So anyways, when it all comes down to it, I think my first official console that was my own that I got was, I think, GameCube. And then my grandma bought me that for my birthday when it was $100, I believe, or $79. And then she also bought like a small game. So that was like my first console that I've owned. And the first console I bought, I think was, if we don't call it like DS and whatnot, I think it was an Xbox 360. And that was like my first console I've worked really hard on getting the money for. And yeah, because we had an Xbox 360, but it was my mom's boyfriend's, you know, it wasn't mine. And he would not let me play it half the time unless he felt like I should play it or something like that. So I was like, fuck you, I'm gonna buy my own console. You can't, you're not my dad, you can't control me. So yeah, how you doing, Jonas? Happy birthday. Hopefully hope we have a good one. Man, my eyes are burning. What the fuck? How are you? Oh my god. But yeah, so I remember getting the GameCube was one that yeah, that was I think I got for my GameCube, I had Star Fox for it, I had Luigi's Mansion, and I had one other game. And then my cousin at one point when I broke my back, he got me, I think, Wario World and Super Smash Bros. Or I think I had Wario World before that. I bought Wario World because it looked fun, and it was fun. But my fucking friend, I let him borrow it, and I never asked for it back. And then I said, "Hey, I want my Wario back." And he goes, "I don't have it anymore. I don't know where it went." And he's like, "I'm like, dude, I want it back. I'm gonna take it back to GameStop and get money so I can buy a new game." He goes, "No, I don't have it anymore." I'm like, "Well, I need it back." And I'm gonna go back for it. It doesn't even matter. They only give you $28 at GameStop for it. I'm like, how the fuck you know they give you $28? How the fuck you know they're gonna give Wario World $28, bro? Like you were very specific, and you could never check online how much they're gonna give you for a game, you know, or you could never call up there and ask them. He goes like, "I don't know, it's just a number I was guessing of." I'm like, that's oddly specific. I remember like knowing as a kid being like, "Ooh, you fucking greasy bitch, you," and getting so angry at that. And it's like I was like that's what that was like $28 that I could have used on a new game. Fucking Metroid's $20 right now, you stupid bitch. So yeah, that made me infuriated. So I think I ended up stealing something from him to make up for it. That's the kid also who fucked me over. Like that's the kid that he fucked me over, I think, on Wario World, and so I fucked him over with that rental. That's why I didn't feel bad. I'm pretty sure. Where I kept it for an extra 2 days. I think that's one of the reasons why. But this kid's also stupid because like he literally, I said I had some shoes, and I'm like, I'm gonna throw away these shoes. Like he had a DS. He goes, I don't really play my DS anymore. I don't care about it. I'm like, maybe I'll buy it off you sometime if I have enough money. But that was just to see if I can like figure out a way to get it off him. You know, to get it from him for cheap or maybe something else. And this, like, we talked about that day. I'm like, maybe, you know, if I get enough money, I'll buy it, you know, off here or something like that. And he goes, oh, okay, yeah, I can maybe do that. I'll just buy something new then. And during that time, he was really fascinated with like being the cool kid at times, or being like, you know, like unique on certain situations, or being like, feeling like he's in like a special area that could be a little dangerous or something like that. And I remember he was talking a lot about how like he's like, wouldn't it be cool if we kind of like lived in the ghetto and we had like, you know, the like the shoes hanging from like the shoe lines like in the ghetto? Like he was like talking about that, and I'm like, this guy's fucking weird, dude. This kid's so weird. Like this white kid and his parents are like really religious. Like what the fuck's up with this kid? So anyways, I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, well, I have shoes I'm gonna be throwing away soon. Maybe I can turn this into my favor. I remember going like, yeah, I'm getting new shoes soon. I'm gonna throw these ones away. And he's like, oh, I know what we can do. You can give me those shoes. I'll give you my DS. I'm like, oh, that's it. Oh, okay. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that, but like, yeah, we can do that. That's fair. So I got his DS off him for a pair of shoes I told him I was throwing away. And I remember like I'm like, fuck yeah. Fast forward 2 years later, or like a year later, his dad's like, did Madison give you his DS or let you use his DS? I'm like, no, his name's Madison, by the way. I just doxed my old friend from being a little kid when I was a little kid. So he's like, did Madison give you a DS? I'm like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. His dad comes over. I'm like, oh, no, what? I'm like, I trade something for a DS before off him. I'm like, he didn't give me it. I'm like he didn't let me borrow it. He's like, oh, okay. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, why the fuck would I? Like, oh, you think I stole his DS? I'm like, motherfucker gave me it for some shoes. Some nasty like worn out shoes that I purposely dragged around all the time. And he's a dumbass. That kid was a dumbass. He was a weird kid though. He was a really weird kid. A lot of stories we have that guy. He was a decent friend though. I remember I liked him a bit more than most of my friends because it seemed like he was like, even though how weird he was, he had his like, you know, his perks at times of being like, you know, willing to do things other people didn't want to do, or like would be more open-minded, like to do some cool stuff. We used to go to his youth groups, and those were always fun. He'd always take me, and I loved doing the youth groups with him. Those were fun. See, I'm good. A female friend sent me an unlisted YouTube video that made me cry. It was so cute. Jeez, well, that's good. Excuse me, that's good. I had like a video like that like not too long ago. I'm like, oh man, gave me a little tear. Saw like how nice. It's like when I see like a certain baby videos where like the baby's just truly happy, I'm like, oh, that's just great. Or like the parents are like really good parents. I'm like, oh, that's just brings a little tear to my eye sometimes seeing that. I watched a video recently and I'm like, oh, that's great. Where it's like there's a mom laying down. She has like I think 4 babies. She had like, you know, quadruplets or what we would call them, and they're just sitting there and the dad's just making them all laugh in sync, and it's just so like it's just too pure, and it gave me like a little tear to my eye. I'm like, that's just great. I love that. I hate every Reggie. How you doing, Flip Flop? You're not having any luck? You're not having any luck? That's not good. That's not good. So I remember getting an extra DS. You know, that's probably where I got that DS from. Was that experience? Remember I said I don't know how I got a DS. I think that was that might possibly be the DS I got for when I was playing Gen 4. More than likely that's what it was. But because my first DS I had was one of the cool blue ones, and I was playing Nintendogs, and I was like, hell yeah, this shit's dope, dude. You know, a dang old dog. I ain't gotta worry about having a real dog. It's a dang old Nintendo dog. And I remember like tossing it. It lands on my couch, bounces up, hits at an angle, and then falls on the ground. And me going just like, oh, if I just walked 5 feet, this would not have happened. And being so disappointed in myself for being such a lazy, like, dumbass. But you live and learn. And I don't do that as much, and I still do it, you know, to this day. But I stopped being as lazy after that happened. But I remember being so upset about that because my games still worked. They just were all pink and shit. Like they looked all stupid. It was like pink and green. It was like this weird, crazy thing. Like I don't even know how to explain it. And yeah, so that was a good time. Good Nintendogs. I like Nintendogs. That was a good time. I'm trying to think what else. I think that was really like Soul Silver and Heart Gold. I liked it. I was really hyped up for it. Got it. Was having a good time, and then I think I didn't even sleep through the whole entire night. I was just like waiting. I didn't want to miss the early release. It was me and my friend Adam. He drove up there and we're like, yeah. My brother's with me. He's like, I don't care, man. I really don't care. My brother's like, I'm not gonna play it. I'm like, I know you gotta be there just in case they give us extra stuff. You can get it. Which they did. They gave us posters. He got one. I got his. So I was like, yeah, I got double-sided poster. I have 2 of them. And either way, though, I remember that was a pretty good one. And then with Pokemon Black and White, like I remember getting it, but at the same time, I don't. Like I liked it. Like I loved it, obviously, but I just remember like Pokemon Black and White, that PETA version came out, and that was like made me really. I remember getting super angry about that as a kid. You know, like I was a teenager, but I was like, what the fuck's this shit? I'm getting really angry about that. But honestly, like, I don't know. I don't really remember like Black and White that much, like getting it and whatnot. I truly just, it's like a memory sink. I don't think I ever bought a copy of Black and White 2 for a very long time. I eventually got, because I played, you know, the emulator for free, and then I eventually got a copy. I was like, this is dope. Actually knowing the story, actually be able to read the story. So it was like one that's for sure like, I was surprised by it. I'm like, okay, I played it through the story and I can actually read the story. It's not in Japanese. This is pretty good. It links up with the last one. The scenery is cool. And I think just off of that, like getting an actual proper sequel totally got me fully into Black and White at like the highest thing, because like because I remember Black and White, but I remember getting to like TCG. That's what I remember. I liked the game. I remember buying it, going, this is pretty cool. But I really got into TCG at that point. That's when I really got into it. And then getting Black and White 2 just cemented my love for the TCG again, and getting back into the TCG after I kind of like dazed out of it from the initial release of Black and White. Yeah, because also my first like completed master set was Black and White base set. I remember being so proud of myself. I bought half the cards online though because I couldn't get like, you know, you can't just pull all the reverses unless you have tons of money. So I remember that was like a cool experience for me. And yeah, I like Black and White. That was, I think, one of my favorite times in Pokemon was Black and White. Like for like the overall thing, like the good, like honestly I love the old times, but like that's the one I think I can like resonate with because I have the most memory of it, but at the same time I don't. So it still has that nostalgia feel. And then I think when Gen 6 came out, that was like such a crazy like because I did a little bit of shiny hunting in Gen 5. I got Cobalion, and I spent 70 hours on trying to get a Sandile, and it never came through. So I said, "Fuck that! I hate this. This sucks." I got my Cobalion like a day of like continuously hunting it, doing resets, of course. So I wasn't too happy about, you know, all that jazz. So when X and Y came out, I ran through them. Like that was such a good time. I believe all of our friends hung out as we got it, and we were just like having a good time racing each other so we can beat it fastest. We all like, I believe, hung out at one of our friends' basements. We all went to midnight launch. You know, we did the ceremonial Pokemon theme song sing along with all like 30, 40, 50 people outside. It was a blast. It was super dope. And then we finally get to we finally get all our games. I think we went to our friend Forrest's house and we played it, had a good time. And then it's all about, you know, no one knew about the Friends Fire. Like no one in the world knew about the Friends Fire. And I was like, you know, how like good the odds were. So I speed through the game. I finally get the Friends Fire. I'm like, this is freaking cool. And I get into it, excuse me. I start doing encounters. I'm like, yeah, I want to try this. I'll, you know, play it. And I want to try shiny hunting again. Excuse me. Relatively fast, I get a shiny Dragonair. I'm like freaking out. You know, I'm still doing YouTube, so I'm the first person on YouTube to get a shiny Dragonair. So I post it. You know, I get tons of views. I'm super happy. It's like because it's brand new, it's getting views, and also I'm like, I'm gonna keep doing this. This is great. I can finally start cataloging my shinies again, and people are enjoying it. And I'm getting like, you know, my friends are like, you know, getting a little jelly, and I was like, this is such a cool feeling. So I go in more, I get like another one and another one. And then the next day takes over, I get 8 in one day. So I'm, you know, I get 8 in one day. And that's like huge for someone that never really got shinies. And then I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. And then I learned about chain fishing. And now my friends know about chain fishing. So I get like, I keep sending them pictures. Like, I think it was on Snapchat even. Like, look, I got another shiny and whatnot. They're all like, how the fuck do you get a shiny so fast? And from fishing, that's hard. And then I eventually told my friends, like, hey, look, dude, there's this new method called chain fishing. And so I tell my friend Adam, he goes, no way. I'm like, oh, you didn't hear about that? Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Can't get shinies fast that way. So he goes, you gotta show me. I'm like, I can't really explain. It's kind of hard to explain, but he's like, you gotta show me. So he comes and picks me up from my house at like 12 o'clock at night. Maybe it was like 11 o'clock at night. We go and get Taco Bell, and then we sit in a grocery store's parking lot. And for like 3 to 4 hours, it's like, I think winter at this point. It's November, because they mostly come out in November. It's cold, is what I'm getting at though. We're sitting in his car and we're just fucking, I'm showing him how to do it. And we're just blasting through them. We're getting screlps left and right. So every time a screlp would pop up, we're like, my screlp! And we'd just be freaking out because, you know, shiny Pokemon back then, before X and Y, were really hard. So now getting them, you know, like super fast, it's like, whoa, this is crazy. And it was just so like wild to experience that, like being in that moment where it's like, holy crap, like this is pretty cool, you know, like I can finally shiny hunt with a friend and get like successful things. We like, you know, because back in the day, if you try to do that type of stuff, like you would maybe take you months to get it. You might not be with your friend. It just was like cool to be able to race your friend and get like fast results for the most part. So it was super fun, you know. It took him a bit to catch on and finally figure out how to do the triggers and whatnot for the fishing. And then we were on track and we were just going back and forth, hitting shines, and it just was so cool. I remember just being so happy about that. It was such a good time, you know. And after that, I went back to hunting like crazy. I started doing horde hunts. I love that. That was a ton of fun. I think I did like 1 or 2 encounters, and it was fun, but it wasn't too fun. And we had a shiny charm, of course. But the first day, I believe we actually got the shiny charm. Maybe it was the second day we got the shiny charm in X and Y. And the way we got it was, I was like, yo, Adam, can you help me get all these you know, Pokemon? I'll get these ones, you get these ones. And like, he's getting all the really good ones because he has pre-existing Pokemon from the last game he can trade away. And then one of my friends online, I believe it was called Jamie the Cat or Jamie the Cow. I can't remember her at. She's a really good friend, and I do miss her. She had a lot she went through. And point being though, is that she gave me a whole bunch of like these, like, you know, the butterfly bitch. I can't think of Vivis something. I don't say Viviscotch, but I know it's not that. It's like the butterfly one with the V, and they had them, I think, from Iraq or somewhere, maybe it was Afghanistan. I can't remember where it was, but like it was extremely rare because no one really plays it there, so they had very few of them. And Vivillon, that's what's Vivillon, yeah. And we got tons of those from one of my friends, and people were like, here's a shiny legendary, here's a legendary, here's all these things, here's these. And we blasted through our Pokedex just because we got that Vivillon. And then we could trade our legendary for the next thing we need. And we just went, and within like an hour after, we got the whole entire dex completed. So of course the increased rates, it was just great overall. So it's such a crazy thing how, like, had we not had the Vivillons, we would have been completely goofed for a while. We would have to, like, you know, figure out what the hell's going on. How do you do, my way, KG? Bro, just get a shiny Regice. You already got the I know, right? I know, right? It's tragic. It's tragic. And so I remember getting that was like the first time I got shiny charms I ever got on black and white, and going like, holy crap, that's crazy. So I did a ton of horde hunts. I loved the horde hunting. I love the horde hunt mechanic. It's just I like seeing mass amounts of Pokemon pop up at once. I think it's really cool. So horde hunts having 5 Pokemon pop up is like, whoa. And sure, they don't, of course, they're devalued compared to a normal one, but they're just fun to do. And you could totally do races with those if you have enough people. So we used to do a little bit of that here and there. But no, I loved doing the horde hunts. I think I did every single horde hunt in that game. I got all like the hard ones outside of like one that was just ridiculous to do. I remember getting the Nidoran female in my game, which was like such a low spawn at the Nidoran area. Oh man, I got that like on the first phase, I think, too. And then I got the Nidoran a bit later. I think in that area there's like some goofy ass Pokemon where it was like annoying to phase into. I think it might have been Starly, or was it Stunky, whatever the skunk Pokemon. And that was like, oh man, such a pain doing that hunt just to get the blue Nidoran or whatever it was. I remember like got the Nidoran female right away, you know, the one out of the group out of the 5. And then after that, it was just like such a pain. It was like, motherfucker. So yeah, I'm trying to think of my favorite. I remember my favorite hunt that game was probably going to be Murkrow. And then after filming, like, you know, like I did a few Masuda methods. I got like Eevee back to back. I got Trapinch. I got a few other cool ones. It's been so long. I wish I still had my copy. I wish I still had my copy, man. I love that game. But I had like 3 boxes within like a month or two. Like I think it was like something like that, and it was just like crazy. I had so much hours on it because I was just playing it nonstop, you know. And that game was, I think, what really got me into like, okay, I would love to continue making content, but I just had no way to. And then I saw all my other friends, I started getting all, you know, online friends, started getting capture card DSs. I was like, man, I'm lagging behind, and like they're doing better than me, and it just kind of sucks. And then I couldn't like record videos because I had a shitty iPod Nano, so I could only record like 10 minutes of video. And it's just that I eventually upgraded and got a little bit better thing, but it still was garbage. So I remember I couldn't do live reactions, and live reactions were like the big thing back then. Like live reactions were huge back then in like 2014-ish era, 2015. And so that really like upset me to where like I was like, I know I can like, you know, totally pump out the content. I'd be totally, you know, out to do this, but just like, you know, lagged behind, and just due to, you know, circumstances. So I remember being really sad about that. And eventually I moved on from Pokemon for a while just because the card game got too stale and the X and Y format just didn't look good to me. And I hated the card designs, and like the fact that the base set was garbage. I just didn't get into the TCG. I dropped it, which brought me back into Halo. And I had a really good thriving Halo channel starting to grow a lot and whatnot. And then due to moving a lot and due to not having internet times, it caused to have I couldn't keep up with it. I couldn't, you know, release content. And I eventually had to move in with at my grandma's place, and I could like never record videos. But I had like, you know, a Blue Yeti, and my mom's like, "You're too loud at night. You're gonna wake up your grandma. I can sometimes hear you upstairs while you were trying to record." I'm like, so it led to this like really thing where I had it to where I could like easily make like a video that would be like, you know, 30K within a couple days. And like, you know, I got one that was up to, I think, 170K after a couple like months. And it took a ton of time. It took a lot of work to do, but the results were perfect. You know, it's what I wanted. And every time I tried to like do that again, it just was like so much work into it. People always interrupt me, and it just was a huge mess. So anyways, I eventually, you know, got out of it because I just had too much stuff going on with it, and it just sucked. So then you fast forward to, excuse me, I'm trying to think. You would fast forward to, I'd say roughly 2-3 years after I start getting, like about 2 years after I start getting back into it, I'm starting to do decent again. And then out of nowhere one day, I was doing a live stream, having a good time. YouTube, I fall asleep after the live stream. YouTube deletes my channel. I'm like, what the fuck happened? They completely destroy it. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot I was playing BlueStacks. Thanks for bringing that up. I totally forgot I was playing Marvel. I got distracted. Oh man, damn it. I'm supposed to be further into this. But anyway, so I'm they completely get rid of my channel. And like and they said I was doing some type of spam, which I wasn't. Like it was just so like how they got rid of it was just bullshit. I don't exactly know why they got rid of it. I just don't know why. And it was just such horse shit. And I remember being so defeated about that because I just was starting getting back. So then I started this channel up again. Like this channel's been my side channel for a long time. That's where I used to put my Pokemon videos. Like when I would catch like, you know, Pokemon, I kept it there, like X and Y and whatnot. I have a lot of those videos privated now. Maybe I'll release them again in the future, but they weren't good. But either way, I pretty much like, okay, I'm done with YouTube, you know, fuck this is stupid. And I'm just gonna, you know, try, I guess, move on and try to figure something out, you know, in the future. Maybe I can, you know, eventually come back when I get Sword. I had a job I liked for the most part, but it was not gonna get me anywhere. But then, well, I forgot what happened. But then so like, you know, this was all about 2015, 16, that this all happened where my channel got blasted. I think maybe 2017. And Do Come Let's Go, I stopped doing YouTube for the most part. Do Come Let's Go, I was like, I really want to play this game, and I feel like it'd be really fun to shiny hunt. I have a capture card I haven't used, and I want to get a Switch. I never really gotten to, you know, never really have I gotten a system for a long time. And I do Noviak. I can't pronounce that, I apologize. Novik? Who knows? So I'm pretty much I had a capture card from when I first was doing like Halo and whatnot, and I was like, oh, if I had a Switch, I have a decent I have like a really good computer. It's going to waste $2,000, you know, $2,000 computer is going to waste. I need to do something about that at least. And I'm like, well, a Switch, you know, Pikachu edition comes with a game, comes with the Coup controller plus another little controller, and it costs $400. And I'm like, Christmas is coming up soon. I only have so much money. Maybe I can ask my mom, hey, can me and Stevie, because my brother wanted to Switch too, but not too much. I'm like, maybe could you get me and Stevie this Switch as an early Christmas present, and I can pay you back later for some of it, you know? And because we would never get something like a Switch is a lot of money, you know, $400 for that one, and then we don't get that much for Christmas, obviously, because we don't have much money, and this makes sense. I wouldn't suspect to get, you know, $200 each just for Christmas. So, anyways, after like a bit convincing, said, hey, look, I can also stream again. I can see if I can start making this work or something. Like, I just need something to do in my life that's gonna be positive. And it went just like big things. So, okay, fine, I'll get it for you, you know? So on release day, and I wasn't even gonna stream it. Actually. I just remember saying I need something in my life that like I have nothing, essentially what I was telling her. I have nothing that like in the current I can do. I would love to do it. All my friends are playing it. Could we, you know, try to figure out something, you know? I don't really ask for much. So I was like, you know, if we could, that'd be cool. You know, I'm like, I'd appreciate it. You know, I was going through some hard times. So like, it would be nice. So of course, she was nice enough. She said, sure, I'll get it for you guys. And then I think 2 days after, I'm like, it comes out, you know, I get it on the day it comes out. Like I pre-order it hours before it comes out. I get it. I'm having a good time. And I'm like, oh, shiny hunting's kind of cool in this game. Like I like shiny hunting in this. This is kind of nice. And so I am super happy with them. Like, I have a capture card still. I could stream this. I still have this YouTube channel. So it kind of like, was like, dude, let's just do that. Like, let's just get into it. I have so much time on my hands, and I used to have a YouTube channel. I know how it works. So yeah, I started streaming. So without Pokemon Let's Go, I probably would have never streamed, and I probably would never be to where I was making content and all that stuff. And it's just kind of crazy to think. I wouldn't, when be in this situation where we have a channel had I not gotten a Switch, because I would probably just passed on Pokemon Let's Go and then probably Pokemon Sword and Shield, to be honest. I probably would have passed and never streamed, and then we wouldn't be here, We wouldn't be here. So yeah, kind of crazy. Let's see. Rip my Shield game file 10/31/2020 to 10/01/2020. Yeah, that's so weird. Close to 1,700 encounters on Regice. Do the runaway method, or would your set be faster and pretty consistent on the stepping pattern? It really just depends on how fast your switch is. You have a faster switch than normal. You can do the pattern, but the resets for me, when I'm actually if I'm not doing Regice, I'm doing Regice. The resets for me, I think, took 28 seconds for Regice. The pattern did about 30 to 34, and the pattern means from the very start of the battle all the way, seeing all the all the animation type things until you can click run away, until you can start doing the pattern again. They took longer in the long run for the patterns than if you just reset. So it's all up to you and whatnot. All to you. Let's see. I somehow got stuck in the river without the ability to surf or water bark yet. Let's see. No, wait. Oh, I didn't know that. Could you have flown? Or did you get stuck at could you have, oh shit. I didn't know that you were going to delete your file. I was going to say, could you have tried to fly on the Murkrow traveling? Oh, man. Let's see, Mr. Chrissy, my shiny Regigigas, she will be missed. Oh, man. Wait, why was it a she and it's Mr. Chrissy? That's kind of interesting. Okay, that wouldn't work. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if you had the ability to fly yet. I was going to say, you could have maybe done the taxi. Okay, I was so scared that sucks it still happened, but I thought you maybe had the Corviknight taxi. I wasn't sure if you had that area type of stuff yet. Well, I'm sorry that happened. We do the pattern for Regice since the shine is pretty hard to notice at Regice. Oh, I was about to say Regice. What are you talking about? Regice? Yeah, Regice. It's still decently sped with the soft resets. I personally just like the soft resets, just because they feel kind of nice for me. But it always comes down to what you feel is the easiest for you. The speed of the soft resets is about the same as the patterns, but the soft resets are just a bit faster. Especially when it comes to Registeel and Regirock, the soft resets are a lot faster. You can reset right away. Unlike Regice, you have to wait until to see if it sparkles. How you doing, Umbreon? How you doing? Yeah, I ended up going to a Halloween party last night with my friends. Just hung out and I ended up missing out on streaming. When I got home, I was just I don't feel like streaming. I want to relax, so I took a 3-hour nap, and then here we are. Sorry to hear that though, Munchkin. That's a pain in the ass. Are you kidding me, dude? You kidding me? See, I'm trying to shiny hunt for what's that? See, it's not shiny. Or Gorgas, right? But I'm thinking that shiny hunting pumpkin would be easier. What do you think? I meant Gorgas. I don't know. I know people will roll them and re-roll them, or they'll go put a Dynamax thing down. They'll get a whole bunch of the Dynamax or the whole wishing pieces or star pieces and just keep spawning them. I'm not sure. I didn't do the Gorgas, whatever its name is. Gorgas name thingamaboober. I didn't do that. So I'm not sure how long it takes. Some people said it took them a while. Other people said they got relatively fast. Found one. So I don't know. The shiny event is still going, but I'm having bad luck at finding it. Yeah. From what I've done is back in the past, I would just spawn, find a place I liked, and then just keep spawning the raids, just knocking them out, spawning it. That's how I used to do it, but yeah, I don't know. It took me 10 minutes. Rip. R.I.P. So it's the new regenerate every time you run away. Yeah. I show you start streaming for them on the other games. Don't want to know if I wasted all the time. Yeah, no, you can soft reset for them or run away from them. Either or. Whatever you feel like doing. You can run away, reactivate the pattern, or you can soft reset. Every time you click on the statue, it will do it. You can even knock them out, just the knockout method doesn't work. So if you were to knock out 500, it's not going to add to the total, but it'll still bring a new Regi every time you knock it out. They wouldn't actually add to the thing. Just the KO doesn't like add to the increased rate, if that makes sense. So it's not worth doing the knockout. It just takes longer, faster to run away. Personally, like the soft resets. I kind of feel like shiny legendary Pokemon. I feel like legendary Pokemon should be soft resets. I don't know why. I guess I've always done soft resets for them. I guess maybe that's the reason why. Maybe that's the reason why. But I guess also this is a very unique way. So maybe doing the pattern method's the real way that these Pokemon should be hunted. You know, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I'm gonna check soon my thingamaboober, my Pokemon quest. I have a Pokemon chilling and waiting. Wait, 2,000 cards will start soft spin. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, no, man, I feel bad for Munchkin getting their count messed up. That's so weird. How they, man, that's so weird. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why. Excuse me. Whoops. Sorry for the burp. I apologize. It's kind of gross. I got hiccups now. Shit. I got hiccups now. What the hell, dude? Okay, we're good. We're good. Whoops, we're good. There we go. Okay. I had to make sure that wasn't a shiny bit ago. So I was like trying to and I had to like readjust the stream so I didn't end up goofing up. So I ended up goofing up. Yeah, no, I'm tired. I'm tired, man. I could have probably used a bit more sleep, to be honest. A bit more sleep. I think I might, stream for a decent amount today. I do want to watch The Mandalorian with Haley, so I'm gonna see if she wants to watch it today. However, I haven't checked to see if she messaged me back about that because I don't have my phone near me. I'll actually check. She might still be sleeping or she might just be busy. I'll actually go check that right now and see if she wants to watch it. I'll be right back. Oh, I think it's still sleeping. That or she's busy. Most of the time, if she gets her rest, she will make sure she gets all the rest she can. Which, rightfully so, she's a hard worker. Rightfully so, she's a hard worker. Okay. I must have only had like 2 hours of sleep. Did I even fall asleep? Yeah, I fell asleep. Like, when did I go to bed? Because I messaged her at 3:45 in the morning, it says. And I swear, because I got home at like 2:30? I must have only fell asleep for like 2 hours. That's crazy. That's not crazy. It's just, I thought that I am, I felt pretty well rested. And then I kind of stayed up after I woke up at 6 until I thought I was gonna go to the store this morning. I still only got my cheesecake, by the way. But that's because my mom's been working and whatnot. I've been busy, and I'm not gonna ask her to go out and get cheesecake just because I wanted it, for a birthday type thing. So if she's out today, I'll ask her if she can pick it up, but not like a biggest concern. But it would be sweet to get it. Would be tasty. Oh man, for sure. And then what's today? Sunday. Man, it's almost that Monday again. Back to the grind for most people. That Monday through Friday grind. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I've been excuse me. I always like and hate Mondays just because it's like, I don't know, like it's just like Like just the weekdays, it kind of feels weird. It's like I never know when to stream and whatnot. I never know exactly like what's the best time to stream. Because some days people have work, other days they don't. And they have people that go to school, but then half the people, you know, stay home to school and will watch the stream from like, you know, they're while they're watching Zoom and all this type of weird stuff. So I'm like, what is my actual time to stream that's good? Because I like streaming in the morning. I think ideally I'd like to stream at about like probably 9 every morning until like maybe like 1 or 2, take a break, then continue streaming or something like that. But or maybe I even like streaming it from 8 to 5. Like I'm okay with that. However, it's brutal, but I'm okay with it. It can be brutal sometimes, at least. But then it's like all the late people miss the streams. You know, like all the people that want me to stream at like, you know, 9 o'clock my time till about 4 o'clock. And it's like there's just not enough time in the day that I can do all of it. So the only way around is to stream for like 15 hours. Which if I had it to where I was, you know, making consistent like donations or money like that to where it made it possible, I totally would have no problem with that. So it's not like a viable thing. And even then I still do like those streams where it's like 15 hours. But like if I were to do like back to back every day, I'd have to like, you know, be compensated for, and just I'm not at the stage where I have that yet, you know. I'm still far away from that. We were at that for a bit around Sword and Shield and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, we didn't even say, but I don't see it happening until probably about the next Pokemon game where we start picking up again, once again, more traction when everyone's back into it. And that's what, like, it's like one of those things, like, I really hope the next gen's good because it'll help me out, obviously. It'll be pretty cool. But you never know where, I guess, stuff will take you. I guess you just keep working hard and try to, you know, make people happy. And try to just entertain people and make sure they're, called having a good time. I guess that's all that really matters at the end of the day, as long as people are having a good time. Oh man, I hate the Hulk in this game. This guy sucks. This guy sucks right here, the Hulk. I had to, okay, sure, Miss Marvel, take the damage. It's gonna be weird playing Pokemon Go again, man. I've had an on and off relationship with dang old Pokemon Go for so long. I've always had a shitty phone. It's like I'm looking forward to it, but at the same time, it's like I hate having. I've restarted Pokemon Go so many times. It's so irritating. Like so many times, just because I had to like make new accounts, or like I finally have a good phone and then something happens, or my internet goes to shit, and it's like, oh, we're all over the place. So it's gonna be nice to actually be able to play it, hopefully consistently now, within like a month or so. So that's gonna be good. How you doing, Doken? How you doing, buddy? How are you? How are you? How about you doing? It kind of looks like that Regice has like some like weird sparkle before, like before even would sparkle normally. I thought it had some like weird like sparkle effect. I was like, what the heck? It's not even supposed to be shiny yet, or it's not even supposed to be, you know, sparkling yet. It was just like the glare from the other TV, I think, from going in the raid den and whatnot. Gave me a bit of a spooky. Sick, but I got shiny Buzzwole. Sorry to hear about being. I thought I'd hear that you're not feeling good and you're sick. But sweet that you got a Buzzwole. I love shiny Buzzwole. He's for sure. I think probably my second favorite Ultra Beast. I think my second favorite, maybe my third favorite. He has a pretty decent shiny. Like it's nothing like crazy, but it's cool. It's pretty cool. So I kind of think that's pretty dope actually. Actually, it's kind of cool. I am I'll eventually be in the D-Max Adventures, and I hope they're fun. I hope I enjoy them a lot, because I wasn't the biggest fan. It's like like a nuclear shiny, exactly. Like a toxic shiny, like a nuclear toxic sludge shiny, or like almost like a nuclear muscle bomb's about to go off. He's dope. He's dopey. I don't know what my favorite I think my favorite Ultra Beast shine probably is Guzzlord, and then maybe Stack Attacka. And then either Buzzlord or Naganadel / Poiple. I don't know. That's a hard one. A lot of the Ultra Beasts have pretty good shinies. Not gonna lie. I don't think, what's her name? Pheromosa? Whatever the cockroach bitch is. I don't think her shine is that cool, I'm pretty sure, right? Circuitry is like a one that's pretty decent, but at the same time, like, I wish they did a bit more, but I like it. I think it just depends on like my mood, if I'm like, you know, if I like it or not. Just depends on my mood. I think who's a good shine that I really love? For the Ultra Beast, Naga Nadal. That's, I think, another good one. That's his name. Yeah, just a black dress. Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing fancy. Exactly. Well, I found a Gorgas raid. Nice. Hopefully you get the Shinty. We're hoping over here. We're hoping. I want what do I want? I want to hunt. I think I do want to hunt the Guzzler, but like right now it's like I kind of want to hunt Groudon. But at the same time, I want to, but I don't. I'm like still like half and half, you know. I want to hunt him, but I don't. No, it's leggings. Oh, it's leggings, not stress. Oh, I don't know. Whatever the thing is, that's what you're saying. I don't know. I just know it doesn't change much and it's shiny. I'm like, that's kind of dumb. Ugh. Man, I'm sleepy already. What the heck? But to be fair, I didn't get much sleep, so that makes sense. Well, for sure, I think go to at least 1 or 2, and I'll figure out what I'm gonna do. Do 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 do. I'm not in either. Hope you're fine today. I'll be traveling today, so I can't watch much. I was all fine. Troy, how you doing, though, buddy? Hopefully your travels are safe and they go well. I'll hopefully get it soon. I mean, I won't be too sad if I don't get it. You know, it won't be a huge deal. I mean, it would suck, but like, it's kind of like one of those things. I kind of just accepted it now. I kind of just accepted this is gonna be these are gonna be horrible hunts. I kind of just accepted it. It is what it is. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Pokemon Black and White again soon. For sure, Black and White 2, we're gonna start playing more of those. I need I'm always, like I said, I always love getting more copies of Black and White 2 because I've been trying to hunt a Gligar for months now. I'm on phase I think 7 or 8. And I have not got like doubles on the phase, but I got almost everything on that area. I just need like for this area there's Shelmet, Carablast, there is Marill, there's Zangoose and Survivor, and I have all of them. And then there's I think one other I got there. I think we're at 6. So we're on like, you know, phase 7. And then there's Golduck, Amoonguss, and Gligar. I'm going for that dang Gligar, but I just can't get his shiny for some reason. Like, he just won't pop up. So, I've been on that grind for a long time, and I take breaks from it often. So, I'm trying to, like, get the, I'm trying to always get more files of Black and White 2, just so I can continue that hunt onwards, and get that hunt set up, just off of that. And also because there's tons of great hunts to do on that, to be fair. Yeah, I love Gligar. Gligar in Pokemon XD Gal Darkness is so dope. He's blue, like a baby, like a sky blue, like a baby blue, or like a sky blue instead of what his normal shiny is. And he has silver for this tongue and silver for the wings right here. He looks so cool in XD Gal Darkness. I have one. I'm in the process of going for a trap inch, so I might get another one if I keep doing it. It's hard to shiny hunt XD Gal Darkness. Very brutal game to hunt in, but it's a ton of fun. So I can get like another Wii, or I can get like maybe a new power cord for the Wii. I might jump back into those hunts because they're not too hard. They're hard, but like they're not like, you know, too brutal in the sense of they're rather relaxing compared to other hunts that are 1/8000s that are unique. There's a lot of fucked up unique hunts out there. And there's a lot like, yeah, like a lot of fucked up unique hunts that like you normally wouldn't do just because of how tedious they are. Yeah, the Gligar 4th gen in one of the games is kind of goofy. This one's like, here, I'll show you the difference. I'll show you the difference between Gligar in 4th gen and Gligar in 3rd gen XD Gal Darkness. Let's see, shiny Gligar XD Gal. I have actually a video on my channel. I actually have a video. I might actually upload that video again, to be honest. Just because it didn't really get that much views, I'm pretty sure. If I still have it, might be deleted, to be honest. But here's Gligar. That's a good picture, but it's not. Here it is. Here's Gligar in XD Gal Darkness. Or is that? Yeah, Pokemon XD, perfect. Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. Look at that. Look at that blue and that silver. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. Another angle at it. Of course, right there. You get to see the sprite in the overworld when he's at the Poco. That's why we made that hoodie and that shirt I have on my merch store. This merch store right here is based off of that because I hunted that down. I got it. It was legit. It was super cool. Yeah, I can't say more. But yeah, super sweet shiny. One of my for sure favorites because it's such a crazy change. Such a crazy change, you know. Yeah, so I love that Gligar. He's a good guy. Good old guy, that Gligar. And I don't mind going for like a second one almost, you know, like I've been I might just do that type of thing soon enough. I'll go over and try to get back into that hunt because in that hunt you can't control what you want. Like you can only just get lucky. You can only just get lucky. Excuse me. You can only just get lucky. You have a higher chance to get other things over others because, you know, RNG, some spawn better than others. I think you get Gligar, Trapinch, and Sandshrew there. So I just need the Sandshrew and the Trapinch. And to get one, it could be brutal. It could be a hard task to do. So I'm willing to possibly try it again. I just have to get another Wii, or I have to get like, you know, the power cords and see if that works. I would even possibly try a double hunt if I'd need another copy of XD Gal Darkness on top of that. I'd need another Wii system alone. So I had someone that was gonna give me a Wii, but he never sent it, and then he just kind of stopped watching. So I was like, oh damn, well that sucks. Hopefully they'll come back someday. And I'll be able to, you know, just to be able to see if they're doing good. You know, I don't care about the Wii. I'd rather just be able to see him again. He's a good friend. A happy show. How you doing, Frisk? How are you? How are you doing today? Nice to see you again. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. Well, you playing any games today? Or doing any art? But yeah, XD Gal Darkness Shines are some of the coolest ones. I love it. I love this, the shiny Gligar so much. Excuse me. So much. Ah, there's a picture of my shiny Gligar. There's a picture of my shiny glider. Well, it's like on my. This is like an Instagram thing, but it's so weird. This is so weird. It's like an Instagram thing, but like a secondary Instagram site. I don't even know. What the frick? If I can save the images. I'm gonna save the images. Sorry, I'm looking at my like this like thing where it has a lot of my stuff. Man, this, going back and I forgot we had some of these Pokemon. I forget so many of my hunts just because I do so many. I forget so many hunts. Holy crap. That's wild. I have to go through and resave some pictures and maybe, you know, from like Instagram. Anyways, let's get back into this thing. Okay, one sec. I might upload that Gligar to the Discord for people that don't know, you know. I got one of the rarest Gligars out there. Let's see. I'm Marine. Mystery Skulls came out with a new Mystery Skulls anime music video, and I'm going crazy over it. How about you? Well, that's cool. I think someone's talking about them recently. Is that like obviously like a is it music obviously, but what type of genre? Is it like anime, K-pop, like something like that, or what is it? Because I've had a few people talking about that recently in chat a while back. At least Mystery Skulls, something like that. I'm doing okay. I'm tired. I got like 2 hours of sleep now. I think about it last night, but it was well rested sleep, and I'm really deep into this hunt with no luck, so I'm getting kind of goofed on right now. But that's okay. That's part of life. Sometimes you get goofed on. Sometimes you get dang old goofed on. Do 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 do. The fan wiki for electronica, indie pop, Minneapolis sound, electronic, rock. So that's funny. Yeah, quite a bit. So I guess they have multiple different type of genres for different things. Okay, yeah. But I was about to say it didn't seem like it was a K-pop type of thing. So yeah. I'm not gonna tell. Yeah, exactly. And I get that because it's like maybe some songs it's like indie pop, other songs like electronica or like rock and like electronic rock is. I can be like a multi like you know type of thing. So I get that. Here, I'll look. I'll see if I know them. I know someone talked about them recently, and I was like, oh, but they didn't tell me anything about it. They just oh fudge, oh fudge. I saw sparkles, but okay, it was from the Pokeball breaking open of the Regice. I have the stream replaying at the same time, so I can double check a shiny. You know, by the time Regigigas pops, I already get a second glance, a second shiny check almost. Let me see. I'll look them up and see if I know them just off of image. Let's see. Okay, yeah, someone brought these up and showed some of that. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, I can imagine. Being overly excited for it. Especially if it has like some type of like build up to like maybe some story between each video or something. Let's see. What is that? Oof. That's like a Rule 34. I'm gonna back out of that for now. Save that for later. No, I'm kidding, but that was a surprise. If you do watch it, best to watch all 4 of the videos in order. Ghost freaking out. Here, I'll save that right now. That was that was a little bit spooky. That was a little bit of spooky. Here, I'll save. I'll try. If I can remember, I'll try to watch later. I put it in my search query thing. But I'll try to watch it. I'm always open to hear new things, even if it's not like generally what I like to listen to. I am still open to hear other people's interests. But yeah. Let's see. But glad you had something to look forward to today and got enjoyment out of and are enjoying things. It's always nice to hear. I wish I could be enjoying this hunt right now, but it's killing my soul and my spirit. Oh Lord, oh Lord. I need to get some more water soon. Because I got the shiny charm Thanks to Shadow, had some. Yeah, I meant to. I replied to that late. I apologize. Obviously you weren't here, but I did apologize. For being late to that reply, and I was like, oh, she's not even here. But I'm glad you got it. Glad you got it. No shiny, but I'll get it soon. Get one soon. Yeah, oh, you're doing the Dynamax Adventures now. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. If I'm streaming them in the future, which I'm not sure when I will, maybe in a couple. I'm hoping like within a couple days, but it doesn't look like it will be because how these hunts are doing. For sure you can join our like crew at some point. How you doing, Forward? Bonjour, mon ami. Bonjour, mon ami. I don't know how to speak French. I feel so bad. I feel so bad when someone like that doesn't, you know, speak like English as the main thing and watching the stream and like they don't like, you know, I don't know how to like talk to them. I don't know how to read their language. I do a really bad job, or like I can't like chat with them and they kind of feel like left out or something. I always feel bad about that. Hey, again, I got some food. Nice. What you got? What you be eating, Cosmic? What you be eating? What you be eating? Oops. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh, okay, I see what happened. Just some macaroni. Ooh, that sounds good. I might make some macaroni later. That'd be pretty tasty. Yeah, I'm thinking that'd be pretty tasty. Just gobbling down that dang old mac and cheese. Someone told me just about mac and cheese making something special recently with it. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm not sure what my day is going to lead to today, though. I'm hoping it's a good day. It should be. I kind of want to, like, you know, stream until about 2 or 3. Maybe watch The Mandalorian with Haley and chat with her for a bit. So I don't get to really chat with her too often anymore. She's so busy. I'm so busy. And then maybe take a nap. That'd be awesome. And then continue hunting and streaming after taking a nap. But who knows? It's been hectic. Sundays are always hectic. It seems like because it's right before Monday and everyone's trying to do so much stuff right before that last, you know, day. But with less limited time, you know, they can't stay up as late. They can't do so many things. So it's like trying to figure out all the balances and whatnot is always a pain. I want some corn muffins, but we're so broke that we can't even afford muffin pans. Oh, geez. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. It's not easy, but let me see. Corn muffins. Let's see what that looks like exactly. Because I know what cornbread is, but corn muffins. I wonder if that's like a form of cornbread. Yeah, okay, yeah. I like those. It's kind of like a cornbread, but like muffin style. Yeah, I fucking love those. But I know, yeah, I know that. That's not fun. Have you thought about just like getting like a normal pan? Like not a normal pan, but like certain type of things? Yeah, I love that. I love that shit, man. Like, do you have any other options to do outside of that? But I get that though. I've been in the same boat multiple times in my life. It's not the funnest, but it gets better in time. Just, you know, everyone goes through their rough patches and whatnot, and it's a learning phase of, you know, learning how to live with it and then work on getting better from that. So I know how that goes. That water's good. That water's freaking good, dude. Especially during these times, it's like I really hope they figure something out with like giving a second stimulus and whatnot, because I know a lot of people need it right now, and even if it's like people that like aren't affected by like the current, like, you know, losing a job, people just need a bit of money just for the help out every once in a while. And like we give so much money to so many people that don't really need it, so it's like it'd be fine if, like, you know, just we get something like that like every once in a while. I know it's like not that simple. I know it's a very complex thing. I know all about that, but it's like I still feel like there's a lot of people struggling out there. They could use that little boost of some money, you know, to help out with small things. I wrote a pan, but I can't just put the muffins on a dirty pan. We don't have any line either. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I was thinking get that stick, and then that's like annoying. And then you need to have that Pam shit, and then it's like that. Don't have any of that. So no, I can get that. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, no. We mostly like if it has like some sticking factor, I mostly like, we'll clean it down a whole lot and then just get some butter. But even that will make it to where it can taste bad sometimes. It's so weird. It's like to make like certain things, like it's just you need so much stuff, Like for example, like the muffin pans are a prime example to make it to where it tastes good and you're not kind of ruin something or like have it to where it takes away the flavor. There's just so much. I get that. Yeah, I get that. We currently have a busted ass stove, and it's just randomly it's to be fair, we didn't really take good care of the stove for the most part because we had multiple people using it through like sometimes we have throughout the 20 years we had it, and so it needed to be cleaned out obviously. So I think what happened was so many people used it throughout the time of living here, like we moved out for a while, then other people moved in, and then we moved back in, and all that the change between all that, no one ever took care of it, including us. And I'm guessing what happens, probably grease would eventually drip from the top shelves and land on the burner. And one day the burner just broke in half, and not the burner, but the coil that heats up the oven. I think it dripped down and eventually just snapped. So it started making this crazy electrical fire, and it was like, whoa. So we unplugged it, blew it out, type of thing, or we got it. I don't remember what we did exactly. I got rid of it, but the point is, now our stove's busted. We and we don't really have money to just be fixed and stuff like that. There's a way we can fix it, but that also takes a lot of trying to set things up and pay off certain bills to have our thing get fixed. And we're in the middle of paying off all this stuff. So maybe about a month from now we'll be able to do all of it and it'll be fine. But we've been without a stove for a couple months now. And it sucks because then our microwave broke. So we had to go out and buy a microwave. That cost $50, which is not too much, but when you're trying to pay off stuff, it's kind of annoying. And so after a bit, the microwave doesn't really, you can't make a lot of stuff when your stove breaks. So luckily our fryers, the top things are totally fine. So you can still cook noodles and whatnot on there. You can cook a lot of things still. And we have a crock pot, so we most likely will shift into that if we need to. If we want to cook a little bit something else. But then after a while, we still need to use a stove type thing. So my mom, when she was up at the secondhand shop, just going there to see if they had any appliances that we could use, that'd just be dandy. She found a microwave oven for $5. That thing works so good. So we have a lot of just random things. Then our air fryer, we had an air fryer for a long time. The air fryer broke recently because it's been used so much more than prior, And even though we clean it often, it was it just broke because it just was being used too much. So we had so many things breaking. It was our stove broke. So it's okay, we still have the air fryer. The air fryer breaks. It's okay, we still have the microwave. Our microwave breaks. It's how do we cook shit? So we went and got a microwave. Then the microwave can't cook everything. So we went and got the microwave oven. And now it's we're okay now. It's not, not like we were doing bad, but it'll be damn it, I wanted to heat up this frozen burrito. Can't do that when everything's all busted. So now we got all that situation. We are just now working on paying off things so we can, get that all sorted out. So it's kind of goofy how life will throw the weirdest situations at you, And it's you just gotta keep moving on and keep going, and keep believing in yourself and being a good person, and it all comes to you eventually. It all comes full circle and pays off. It's just crazy. Just crazy. I am I'm thinking let's see, we're just unable to buy stuff we need. My mom would exactly, yeah. And this was I know that too, because that's how it used to be as well. Yeah, exactly. And this was just an unfortunate situation. It was just who knows who broke it. But in the same regard, we were kind of in that thing. We're God dang it. But back in the day, we're when I was younger, 16, 17, and we broke stuff. Oh, my mom was, it was over. But rightfully so, because sometimes we were really, didn't really think about it too deeply. We didn't pay the money for it, so we'd be so reckless with things, furniture maybe, other such things, maybe the microwave. We just had another microwave, and that was it just broke because I don't know why, but my mom thought we did, and she was not too happy. And it's just one of those situations where it's when you're stuck in these weird, very little money, and then something breaks and something vital breaks. It's oh my gosh, how do you fix that? How do you fix that? All sorts of goofy. Shiny charm, how you doing, Jesus? Yeah, we got the shiny charm. We got the shiny charm. We got the shiny charm. Yeah, I was trying to still nothing. Brutal hunt. Top 10 brutal hunts of the year. BS edition. Excuse me. BS edition. Both games have Shiny Charm. Watch, you have to have online to activate the Shiny Charm. That'd be so funny. What if that actually was a thing? Like, you have to be connected to online to activate the Shiny Charm. That'd be so funny. That'd be like the most horrible thing ever. Because I don't have online on these. That'd be tragic. That would be something. I have Shiny Charm at 3,500 plus Reggie for Drag J. I want to die. Mr. Slutty Muffin 69. That's pretty funny. Be careful. We were just talking about corn muffins earlier. You might get too excited. See? That'd be well, exactly, yeah. So I actually got a new boyfriend. He's like super handsome. He's a behavioral therapist and top 3 in his field. She didn't date the last 3 guys, so I guess the serious. Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah, no, that's just how it goes, you know. I wouldn't beat yourself up. The best thing you can do is just keep trying to figure out what you want to do, trying to get yourself sorted out and trying to understand like exactly what you need help with and what you need to work on type of thing, and not worrying about them. You know, just worry about your kids and what you can do to get better, to be, you know, apart with, you know, being able to support them in the future, all that type of stuff. And it's hard for sure, especially in like weird situations where you don't really know what you're gonna do, but it's not easy. Trust me, I've been in that type of thing, like not that intense, but I've been like, you know, in that where it's like person upgrades greatly and you feel like garbage for a long time. It's not easy at all, and especially in these type of situations, it fucking blows, man. I've been there twice, and it's not easy, man. It's like you just don't know where to start. You know, like how do you catch up? You know, how do you catch up? It just feels like shit because then, like, you know, that it's like people that you would hang out with before. It's like now you have to worry about all these small little things, and like it can be really annoying, and especially when you get like some anxiety. And it's like it's not easy, but it's just like, yeah, it's in the moment. It's a current feel. And it's gonna be a current field for a while, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at 8 years, 2 kids. Exactly. You just move on like that, and then you that type of upgrade to think where it's like, you know, everything I've been through just gonna be totally fine with that, you know. And it's gonna be like a totally like, you know, 9-day difference, and it's not. It's just it's a weird thing. It's such a weird thing, and it feels bad. It doesn't feel good because, like I said, like, you know, 8 years, you've been loyal to her 8 years, and then this just move on, you know. And they just like, because even though, like, you know, because you know, like, you know, we say we move on to things and like, I feel better about this now, but at the same time, you know that deep down you don't really fully move on. It's a transition phase, you know, transition phase, and it's just something that you have to like swallow, like, accept. You know, you're still dealing with this. You still have feelings, even to some extent, even if you like, you know, you had a lot of problems in the past with them. It's just hard, you know. And then I know how that goes. It's not easy. Like I said, I've been in like a situation that feels like this, where in the moment it's like, oh my god, just like, can I catch a break? Can like something just like give me a fucking bone for a moment, or can like I just get like a little, you know, safety net for a while? And what I can say is that after a while of complete bullshit, it does just start panning out. You just have to be positive and make sure you spend your time wisely, you know, being with people that you know care about. And it's just crazy. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Get on the other side. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. And it's like, to me, it's like, sometimes it's these type of things in life that has to happen. Maybe not to like the extreme that you guys had to deal with and whatnot. And it's like, but sometimes like these type of small things that you have to experience and learn from, and then you're well equipped for the future, you know. And it's like, once again, like, you're still young guy for the most part, you know, not young guy, but you're a younger gentleman, because obviously Umbreon's older than me, and but you still have a long time to live. And like, the best thing you can do is just, you know, do a lot of self-reflection and where, like, what went wrong in your life, what went wrong in your relationship, you know, because I know that, you know, that's one of those things where it's like, it's easy to self-examine, like, you know, I fucked up here, I fucked up there. But at the same time, it can be like, you know, where they fuck up, you can see where they fucked up. But then trying to swallow certain pills of like, oh shit, I really fucked up here. I gotta change myself in that way. That's always a really hard thing to do, especially when you have all these like, you know, feelings of like anxiety and whatnot. Like with like me, I have a lot of like anxious feelings, you know, and it's a hard thing to do, especially because I know you have anxiety as well, and you have like, you know, your own problems you go through, and it's a hard thing to handle. Like with me, a lot of times, like when I am I'll be totally fine. I go out in public with my friends, I'm totally fine. But then once it's like sometimes I'll get up in the morning, I can't even go outside to go get like the garbage cans. I feel so weird outside. I feel so like out of place and not a part of the world. Like I don't feel comfortable even going outside my house sometimes just to get the thing, because you never know who could be out there and want to talk to you, or who could be out there looking at you and being like, wow, look at this guy, he's fucking loser, you know. You finally, you know, left his little tiny like his little man cave, little bear cave, you know, type of thing. And like there's just so many things that like, you know, and then I realized no one's thinking that, you know, like maybe they're thinking that, but like who cares? And I had to like kind of convince myself, who fucking cares? Like what, are you just gonna stay inside all day, you know? You're just gonna do some stupid shit all day, you know? You're just gonna lay in bed all day again? Like I was like, I just had to get better. And that's one reason why I want to get back into like the Pokemon Go aspect and be able to go outside and stream more often and be a part of like that type of thing, because I'm for me personally, I'm like a really like, I'm a person that can like, that's really, oh, Shangorgus, oh, congrats, Bugman. I'm a person that like is that likes to be around people for the most part that I know, but I'm not really a big person that likes to be around people I don't know. However, I still like to be out and doing stuff, you know. It's just that there's that anxiety to it that causes that, you know. And I'm trying to get out of that, because what I've realized is that once I start getting into more healthier habits and whatnot, I tend to take like that type of like anxiety goes away, and then I feel like more like, you know, calm, to where like I could go out in public by myself, you know, and I'm not worried about like, you know, certain small things, you know. So like to me, it's like that's one reason I want to be able to go out. Like a community day, I would never want to go by myself to a community day out in the mall, because you never know who could try to stop and talk to you. And it's not so much like, you know, it's like they could be cool and whatnot, but it's like I'm just not looking for them to talk to, because like I'm just there to play the game, or so I'm not really trying to interact with some people, because you don't know how it could go. They could be cool, and you could maybe even like, or even just seeing a friend that I've known a long time ago, you know, and trying to catch up with them, and they have to be like, oh shit, they got, you know, they're here and I'm here, and it's all these things that compile. And it's like at the end of the day, most people don't really care. Like some people do, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people that do, but like end of the day, it doesn't matter what they think, because all you're doing is digging yourself a deeper hole. And with what make them, you know, if you care what they think, you're just gonna keep digging your hole deeper, and you're gonna make it to where you just prove them right. So that's why I'm trying to like work on getting myself out there and streaming just publicly, so I can feel comfortable again in public, and get myself like working on a schedule of moving around a lot more than I used to. Because back in the day, like I said, I would have my job that I liked a whole lot. It would be taxing on me, and that's kind of like what drove me to eventually I got like, you know, got like fired from it, from like not being able to show up sometimes with all the pain and whatnot. And it put me in this weird spot where I just was like, you know, kind of like more drawn like away. And I was like, I was getting healthy, you know, I was like losing weight and all that type of stuff, and I was a good worker. So the next thing I started working on that was starting to work out again. I got really in a good habit of working out, losing a lot of weight once again, gaining muscle, and then all relapsed back because, well, maybe we couldn't pay the bill for the gym that time, or maybe I got comfortable with the person that I was talking with at times, and I didn't like, you know, think about that, and I just wanted to worry about chatting with them, then working on myself, like always being there for them over myself and whatnot. And that's not a healthy thing to do. I learned relatively fast, obviously. I mean, I even knew that going in. I'm like, I couldn't get out of that type of mindset, because I'm used to the consistency of this person over myself at times. And this happens like multiple times over, not just like one type of thing. And it's just weird. It's just weird. And it's like, to me, it's such a hard thing to get on a good schedule when like you just don't have that much control in your life compared to everyone else in the world, you know? So that's why it's always weird to me. Yeah, I'm really good with, exactly, yeah. Like I'm really good with, yeah, exactly. I'm really good with socializing with a lot of people. Or I can, once I feel comfortable, I can, like if I feel comfortable in the area, I should be really good with it, you know, with socializing with people, or like, you know, I can kind of like learn that thing, but at the same time, like, yeah, I hate socializing, but you never know what could come up. Like with me, I never know what could come up in a situation, especially like with today's stuff. I don't know exactly how to like what should I go about if something weird happens, or like something awkward happens, or I say something on accident that leads to something like really weird. And I know for a fact I can always get myself out of those situations, but that fear of possibly not being able to get out of that situation is very scary to me at times, where it's like, oh shit, how do you diffuse a situation? Well, 99% of the time I know how to diffuse a situation. I put myself into a lot of really questionable situations on purpose with people. Like, why did I do that? But at the same time, it was kind of funny, so like I kind of went with it. But I always knew how to get out of it, because when you have that, that I think that quick wit and quick charm and charisma, you can kind of get out of certain situations like that, and I'm lucky enough to, I guess, have that type of thing. But at the same time I'm too caught up in my own self to where it's like, oh geez, do I want to talk to these people? Because like, it's also a drain, man. Talking to people is a drain. Like, the reason why I can do this for hours on end is that it's like a very, like, I have no possible like a person talking back to me, and I have to worry about like it's just like, text and whatnot. It's just like, text messages on the screen. It's not too hard to do, compared to if I was on a voice call with someone. I have to worry about all the small little things that could happen, like, and all the small little inner working pieces that come with, having a stream and talking to someone and whatnot, and all this type of small little things where it's like, oh, is this really worth it? And it's just like, to me, I have a lot of stuff in my life that I'm trying to sort out and trying to fix. And it's hard to do when you're so like far behind compared to other people, or you have like that anxiety, or you have that like thing that makes it harder for you to be an active member of society, like in the overall, like just like not even the sense of like being like a person that works like in like the like a immediate like community and whatnot, but like more so just being a part of it, like going out and about and making friends and all that type of stuff. So it's always a weird thing to think about. And to me, it's like right now I'm really trying to get myself sorted out and trying to do better and keep going than just being like, falling into grief or falling into annoyance or I guess a distaste with myself and I guess other people in the world, and being that more like pessimistic person. And I've been doing a lot better. I know, especially when you're in that spot when you had so much consistency in your life for like you said, like 8 years, 2 kids, and all of a sudden it's just completely like uprooted within 1 year. It's like, it's just crazy, and it's hard, and it's just like you don't know where to start from. And it's like one of those like baby steps. You can't expect to change everything, but at the same time your mind expects you to change everything. You expect you to go back to that normal consistency for like 8 some years, and it's not easy. But it's something that like is once again like like a learning experience that's gonna happen. It's like you can only look now at the possible flaws you had, and only can build yourself up, and that's for sure something that you learned, and I think we'll learn, and you'll still keep learning to this day, even from like the type of small things you had after that. The like ex-wife and whatnot. Even the few people, as we talked prior, how there's people that took advantage of you after that. It's just like it's a small thing where it's like you have to learn the hard way, but sometimes that's just life. Because life's never supposed to be easy, Life's full of tragedy and despair, and we just have to learn better and how to be better from it and to bounce back from it. And that's just like the hardest part of it, because how can you bounce back from something you never knew even could happen? And that's what's like the craziest thing to me, at least. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. How you doing, by the way, Nacho, and how you doing, by the way, Gabe? And to find love again might take a while, and to truly be head over heels for someone, but then also have that genuine concern and that genuine companionship. It's like for sure is one that you don't want to take advantage, like you don't want to take for granted, for sure, without a doubt. And that's where I'm at, where I'm like, you can no matter how hard you try and how hard you keep working, it's always with me, it's always my mindset of I'm trying for this and trying to keep going for this exact thing. It's like nothing that has like, if I didn't have like a goal in mind with what I want in the next, couple of years, I probably would be nowhere near where I am right now with all the things I've done. And I probably would have been just like, sitting in bed all day and maybe doing really stupid stuff, or just hanging out with friends all the time and not like caring about the possible future. Like I've sacrificed a ton of my friendships to do this type of thing. I sacrificed a ton of time with people to start doing this growing stuff, and that's like, that's just life, obviously, but like with how much, like how goofy my life's been, I normally would just like gave up and just like, regress back to trying not to do anything with my life, and then just like hanging out with people and just screwing around, maybe playing games here and there. And it's like, that's what mostly happens when you don't have that core stability of what you want to do and what you care for. And I see that happen with a ton of people, especially nowadays with how easy everything is online, the easy access to stuff. And it's like, it's so easy to fall into a pit of self-pity and or a pit of arrogance and just like self-pleasure than to actually try to build something or try to improve yourself for the better, and try to build, I guess, bridges with people and all that jazz. I know, like this is like, nothing like crazy. This isn't like fucking mind-blowing stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, but it is nice to hear from people that are in the same situation as you, and or also you can relate with, because then it makes it feel a little bit less scarier when you are in this situation and whatnot. So that's always how I kind of like see it. It's like, you just have to find something that you want to keep doing and be active in it, and you have to be consistent, and you have to just keep going, and you got to think like, what do you want and what do you want to do? What is like something you would like to do in the next like year, and what are like pop like good steps, like with like the growing thing and whatnot. That's what I said, like you have to just be, if you want to start growing, you gotta be very serious with that, in the sense of like, if you want to do this, for sure do it, but make sure you're putting your time and make sure you're not wasting your time. And that's why I said, like, you want to make sure you learn everything you can, not just from your friend but from the internet, so make that to be something more positive than what it could be, because you never know. Like you said, your friend has all these grows you're in with them and whatnot, you're talking with them about all that type of stuff. This could be where you start getting into that entry point where you can start doing that as a big thing, and it could be really good for you. And at that point, you're not even worrying about your ex-wife and whatnot. You're just worrying about your kids and how you can see them. Because at this point, you're really happy with yourself and happy with what you've grown up to and grew into. So that's how I kind of see it. Like, it's like something like, if you're going to spend your time on something, your money on something, and your energy on something, just make sure it's positive and make sure you're not wasting it when it could be just like a pleasurable thing at the time. So it's for everyone. It's like everyone's to me, like I said, like especially with people that go into streams, they know what I'm talking about most of the time. Is they are mostly in streams to find someone they can relate with, or find someone that can take the burden off their life and whatnot, and the anxiety they feel, and like maybe not be able to easily fit in and whatnot. Because a person that's gonna be sitting here like me that streams for 15-20 hours, they are not saying, compared to like a normal person that has a 9-to-5 job, there's something that there's a disconnect with this person, most of the time. And that disconnect with like the natural world, they can have that like relatability, because they maybe feel disconnected, or they maybe need a place that they can go to for some type of safety, where they can relate with someone that they like something on, And that's why I think it's like, when you get to streaming, you get a lot of people that watch you in streaming. There's a lot of normal people too. I'm not saying there's, everyone's all fucked up watching streamers or smaller streamers, but there's this connection and this relatability of understanding how it goes. And you have perfectly normal people that just like to laugh and just hang out and chill, and then maybe hear these type of talks where it's like from a different perspective. Because I got like a ton of like, people that just go through a lot of shit, and I have a ton of people that have good lives and just need a place to stay to, pass time. I know I had a lot of people in here that had really good jobs, and they just have it to where they can just watch them in the background, and that's, that's cool. And then hear other opinions and whatnot. Kind of like how you'd watch like something like a Joe Rogan type experience, where you'd never be able to experience what this person has, but now it's a nice thing to hear and whatnot. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff. I'm hoping for the best for you, and I'm always here if you ever need a chat. I know sometimes a little bit slower on the reply, which I do try to work on all the time and getting better at that, which I still haven't fucking messaged Sludge back. I feel like a fucking idiot. I still haven't messaged him back. Oh, I hope it wasn't too like serious, or just like a cool picture you sent me. Goodness gracious. I'm at 4,100 4,500 4,500. I keep saying 4,500. Like the K keeps fucking me up on Regice, and I'm so tired of hunting it. Don't get how you're still alive. Yeah, it's brutal. It's just how it is. Like, it's just a part of existing. Doing the same exact thing over and over again with little to no results. It's just part of life. So I'm only missing 3 Pokemon opponents. How you doing, William? Glad to hear. Which ones do you need? In the same position, man. I've been in a rough patch for about a week now due to the recent event in my life, and certainly not the same as yours word, but exactly, yeah, exactly. It's like everyone goes through something, and people go through certain patches. Maybe this patch might be there for like another week, maybe another 2 weeks. Maybe it might be for like a year. Who knows? I'm not gonna say it is, but you just never know. But the best thing you can do is just keep looking forward and try to make that situation better, or just pushing on to make sure that you don't, fall into that habit of being upset at yourself or becoming a victim to it. Because it's really easy to become a victim to your own sadness, your own pity, and your own fear, and your own self-hatred. It's really easy to do in certain situations. Other times it's just something that, like, okay, maybe you had a falling out with a friend for like a week it might be shitty, or like 2 weeks it might be shitty, or like the next 2 months it might be shitty, or maybe your school year might be shitty or something like that. But it's always something to where it's like it's something you can bounce back from. It's just that it's gonna maybe take a bit, and you have to learn from it and whatever you're going through, and trying to just be better. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing, I'm missing Soul Rock, Turtonator, and Rumble. Oh, I don't have any of those. If I had those, I would help you. If everyone has a Soul Rock, Turtonator, or Aromatisse, please let William know. I'd greatly appreciate it. It would mean a lot. He's trying to finish off it for his Pokedex. It would mean a lot. But yeah, like for me personally, it's like I have a lot of plans for the future. I have a lot of like things I'm trying to set up. It's just a wait in time, and I'm getting older, so like that compiles onto it and whatnot. It's like at times, it ticks, but at the same time, I also remember I'm only 28. It might be like I'm getting older because I totally am, but I still have a lot of time. That can, a lot of things can change. But at the same time, this time is ticking. There's a lot of stuff that I want to complete within like, a year from now, within like, 2 years. There's a lot that could go on. And you just got to keep going on and keep trying your best, because too much things happen to where people think you need a checklist of 50 billion things done. And what ends up happening is that when there's little progress on certain things, it starts getting even worse. And then like, there's so much other things that's like, and people end up relapsing and doing stupid shit. Like with me, I probably would have gave up streaming like 5 times over about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago type of thing. But I had like a consistent rock that I keep going back to try to make me to where I can keep building myself up and continuing it, rather than just falling back into grief and whatnot because of all like the world's problems and all like my own problems and all like the stuff that happened in my life. Instead of like, feeling sorry for myself like how I would back in the day, I decided to just like move on from that and understand that's not getting you nowhere, and instead just being realistic with it. Like for example, like I don't fit in with most people in general because I don't know how to talk to people sometimes, or I don't know like how to interact with certain people. And it's like for me, there's a lot of people out there that don't like understand how things work in the world at times, and it kind of like I feel like out of place at times, and like that's with like a lot of people around here. Not saying I'm like a genius or I'm really smart, but I'm smarter than most average person when it comes to a lot of situations and whatnot. Like I can't, like when you try to talk to them about that, it's like you get this weird type of like awkward interaction, and like that's a big part of my life. I like to talk about things, and when you can't talk about things with most people, it leads to a lot of weird, uncomfortable situations, and then you feel like you're not a part of like the society at hand, or not part of like the I don't know, like the mainstream, I guess, just society. You just don't feel like you're a part of something, and it feels really isolating, really weird. And like, and I could never like really explain that to people, because like anyone can just like pop in and like be a part of something, And I feel like with Shiny Hunt, that's like such a good way, kind of like an example to do that. And I think it's because like it's such a good example only because it's like Shiny Hunters do like a lot of weird things where it's like a lot of work with like literally no results, and such like a small thing that no one would ever like really do with their life, in the sense of like, not like in a bad way, like in the sense of like they wouldn't be doing the same exact thing over and over and over and over again with these type of results. It's like that's just like by our nature how we are, compared to if you do something like in RuneScape where you do something over and over again, there's different payouts because there's billions of different type of ways you can do different things. This is like just a consistent, like I don't know how to explain it. So I feel like a lot of people at Shiny Hunt tend to have this like weird type of situation where they don't really feel like they're a part of like certain situations that like with like other people in the world. Like they kind of have like a disconnect with the the social we should have a marketplace. I don't know, like the social like culture. Like they already feel kind of like out of place at certain times with it. So I feel like I get like a lot of relatability in that regard. And what the fuck? Oh, my controller died. That's weird. But to me, it's just like a weird thing. It's like a learning thing, and you just gotta do better. Is how I see it as. You just gotta try to do better. Just for me personally, something I've been trying to do, and you don't even have to be religious. It's just reading the Bible, as dumb as it sounds. That helps a lot. I think that puts a lot of things in perspective. It's just the morality of it and the goodness of it at times, and how it was constructed and how the foundation is. Just you don't even have to be religious at all. You can just read it and you can get a good feeling from it. It's like the morality and the uplifting stories of it. There's tragedy in it too, but there's always a meaning to that, and there's always a core principle. And I think that really aligned me with feeling better about a lot of situations and seeing things more clearly. Of course, being religious, you could say that as well. But even back when I kind of got into it a bit, when I was more atheistic and more agnostic, that really was something that like kind of like started to stabilize me in some things. So like for some people, they just need to read something that is like good and pure, I guess you could say, compared to some random smut that could be like, you know, just an enjoyable 30-minute read or something, or some like some article or something. I don't know. Not for everyone, but for sure, the Bible, reading it again has changed my views on certain things. I'm not fully through it. I've only read, I mostly audiobook it, mostly Audible. Going through it and reading it's hard because my mind just can't stay in place. So most people do like audiobook, but it's been like a nice like realigning of certain things and seeing how certain viewpoints are, and I've been liking that. So I always recommend that. I think for me it's just that I feel at myself. I feel like what happened recently was my fault, even though the person keeps saying I'm a good friend. I'm normally never serious. So I enjoy to have fun and joke around. And I just feel horrible because one of my friends, I was told it hiding that stuff from me because I care about them and I could judge them. Let's see, I can't stop making errors in my right and say, no, you're fine. Yeah, I think what happens is a lot of people that go through a lot or have a lot of problems on themselves, or have a lot of home problems, or even just problems within, like, you know, just have a lot of problems with themselves that they understand how like goofy the world can be, so they tend to, like, you know, make jokes of a lot of things or try to make people happy all the time, or constantly, like, you know, be the person that like uplifts people. Like with me personally, I'm always making jokes with my friend. I'm always like, you know, Tom, like being like, you know, a positive person. I'm always like, you know, trying to like uplift people when I can. When I'm with them, I'm just trying to make them laugh all the time. I'm trying to make a good time for the people for the most part. And but half the time I'm not really happy. I'm like, you know, I have my own problems, but I try my best to continually make people happy. And what also then sometimes it leads to people like thinking I can't be serious. And it's like, we can be serious, but do you want to be sad? Do you want to be serious, or do you want to be like, you know, maybe not the happiest person right now? Because you can do that. You know, if we're hanging out, we're not supposed to be sad all the time. You know, we can go down a path of self-pity and be really upset about things. And sometimes we can do that, but like, we're not going to always do that. You know, we're going to instead just try to make a light of everything and just relax. And some people don't get that, you know. Some people, like, you know, they need that type of like safety net of like someone always being funny, but sometimes they need that serious person. And that's really hard for a lot of people to gauge that when you're the funny person, or you're the person that you're always trying to, you know, make jokes out of everything. And even to some extent, I would say it's also not good to do like like jokes at the cost of yourself. I don't know if that's like a big thing lately that I've started cutting down on in my personal life. Like they like, oh, like, you know, make fun of myself having anxiety, you know, or those type of small jabs at yourself that just put you into a thing of self, like, you know, affliction. And it sounds dumb, but that's just like another form of like self-harm. You know, where like you'll at the expense of yourself, you make a joke and you just keep going with it. I know a lot of people that do. I do it myself a lot. I do a lot on stream, you know, like, oh, I'm an idiot. And it's just small things where like, but there's people that will go into it a whole lot and be like, you know, oh, I'd rather be dead right now. You know, it was like, if only I was dead instead. And like, why couldn't have they took me instead of that? And that happens a lot with the people and especially people that I'm really close with, and it hurts because then you go like, what? Well, am I nothing to you? Like, you know, if like I try everything to like, you know, make sure that you're always happy type thing, and like, even though it kind of makes me feel like shit sometimes too. And it's kind of weird because you can't be like, oh, poor me, but it's like after a while you tell them, hey, look, like I don't want, like a prime example is like, if you were telling your mom, like, I just want to kill myself, man, I hate that. Just joking, like, this is bullshit. I just want to kill myself. Parents don't like hearing that. And that's one of the things, like, you're just joking. You're like, you're passively joking. But, like, when a parent hears that, they go, oh, don't do that. Like, especially moms. They go, oh, don't say that. Don't say that, because they don't like to think about that. So imagine you're not joking, and you say it to a significant other or a close friend, and you, like, at the cost you've lost, like, oh, I wish I was dead, or I wish they would have killed me instead, and you feel that way. And they're always there to make sure that you're okay, and they're always there to try to help you, and you keep bringing back that subject up constantly, and it feels like it's almost like you get so much progress, and then you just like do that type of things to make yourself feel better. It's like a really weird, like, fucked up thing. And like I had to tell one of my friends, I'm like, dude, we gotta stop talking about that stuff because you're making me feel like shit, because I'm not sure if you're actually doing okay now, because you always bring up how much you know, like a poor me type situation, you know, oh, blah blah blah, a joke at my own expense. And it puts them in this weird thing, because they also then tend to be almost like regressive in progressing and not being better. So I have like a lot of problems with like when people will constantly like, oh, I wish that was me instead, like die, you know, or like there's a lot of things to it. I'm not the biggest fan of it. And let's see, emotional masochism. That's another thing. Yeah, a lot of people do emotional masochism. I say that with a lot of people, and it's like it's such an addicting thing too for a lot of people, because that's like it is what like like the poor me type of thing, and it's like another like factor of that. It's like it's easy to make fun of yourself than it's to make fun of someone else, because there's no recourse and there's no like, you know, possible attack back, because like no one's gonna like make fun of you back for making fun of yourself, you know, type of thing. You know, like you can easily make fun of a person for being fat, but if you're making fun of yourself for being fat, no one's gonna be like, you know, oh well fuck you too then, you know. The jokes at your own like your own like I'm getting all tongue tied. The jokes at your own expense, when done outside of a lot of contexts, is like for example, if I'm streaming, like, oh damn, I don't want to go upstairs. I'm being such a fat ass right now, you know, like that's like whatever, because I don't want to go upstairs, but I am being a fat ass. Like I just go get some water really quick, but I'm being a little lazy. So like, you know, I can do that sometimes, because it's a joke, but at the same time I shouldn't be doing that all the time, and I don't most of the time, you know. I wouldn't normally do that outside of this type of situation. Maybe I'll do it with my friends here and there, but nowhere near as what I normally would do, because one, it's not, I don't want to hear, like, you know, really hear myself say about myself, because that makes me feel bad. So you can only imagine what people do after they do that over and over and over again. It becomes a normal staple of their comedy, or a normal staple of, like, you know, their text and whatnot, their speech. And I see a lot of people that do that, they tend to put themselves into a bad situation where it's like this like weird masochism and this weird, like, you know, not being able to get better. And like I said, it's not for everyone. Some people do it unknowingly, and some people do it like to where it's just a normal joke now. It's just like a normal pattern. Like it's just like weird, like self-afflicting abuse, and it puts you in the state of like, I'm actually like that now. I'm actually a piece of shit. Oh, I'm actually like, you know, garbage, and I'm actually, you know, and the people start believing that. I have a lot of friends that are like that, and like you start seeing that, and it's like, how do you help that? Like one of my closest friends goes, he always does jokes at the expense of himself, and it's like, he's a really messed up person. He has a lot of problems and whatnot. I'm like, dude, like the first thing you gotta do is just stop doing that, because that's like one step forward that's gonna help you a whole lot, because you have to stop being a victim of your own self before you even try to, you know, move on, and then, you know, you'd be a victim to the world you think you are. You're a victim to yourself firsthand. The first victim to a person is mostly themselves. It's not the world, it's mostly yourself. Everyone's a victim to the world, that's the reality. But most people aren't a victim to themselves. And people that are victims to themselves, that cause their own grievance and all their own pain, they tend to really be stuck in themselves. And it's really weird. It's crazy to me. Anyways, I'll read. How you doing? Well, I guess Inky's not doing too well. He got date canceled. That's life, though. You're young. Honestly, I'd say don't date when you're young. You're an idiot if you're gonna date when you're young. That's a general opinion I have. You should worry about other things like being more successful. But I also understand the loneliness that comes with that. That's just a personal opinion. A person that dated people when they were younger and in high school, nothing good came from that. Most people, nothing good came from it. But that's besides the point. No shine yet though, Undying. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how things work in the world, and so many people are like, they just don't want to see half this stuff because they don't want to deal with that. You know, they want to deal with that. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, you're in high school, Inky. You're like what, like 16, like 15? At least I didn't date in middle school. I didn't date in middle school. Just like I said, like I wouldn't really worry about girls. I think like even liking half the stuff that most people like nowadays is not good. But I said really work on yourself and keep doing better. That's how I see it. I was like, it's cool to have a girlfriend, but like at the same time, like, is that girl gonna be there for a while? And what are you getting out of it? Like, what do you want from her exactly? Like, what do you want? You want sex? What's that gonna get you, dude? What's that gonna get you? You know, I think you one more body at the cost of, like, you know, your own self-respect. That's kind of how I see it. You know, I think guys lack self-respect nowadays. That's kind of how it goes. I think they can't even like respect their own damn bodies. They have to feel like they have to be conforming to a society where it's like, I have to have so much sex with so much girls. So yeah, good job with that. How about you make a kid and you raise a kid and teach kids? You know, I like the emotional support. You got friends for that. Be free, be friends with emotional support. You know, I can get that, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Even talking about porn with the girl, that's not cool. I guess in my opinion, it's like kind of dumb idea. It leads you down like a road of possible future interactions that aren't the best. Even that, I would say, not try to kick you when you're down, when you're feeling bad, but that's kind of how I see it. You know, I guess that's kind of how I see it. It's like, to me, it's like, my fucking controller's busted and I hate this piece of shit now. It's been really acting up the last couple days. To me, it's like, you're young, work on yourself, and don't conform to society that like is fucked right now. In the sense of like, I don't know, my friends aren't good with that. Why would I talk about porn with you talk your girlfriend? You talk about like fucking hentai and shit with her while on speakerphone. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let's see. I'm getting some McDonald's and my mom doesn't let me have 39 McCheddars. That sounds pretty good actually. You know the rules. It's time to die. Jeez, yeah, I would get on that type of mindset. It's no hold bars, Chrissy. I will. You know, it's ecchi, not hentai. Well, even that. You pretty much you said hentai though when we did that. So you made it a little bit more volatile than what it was in the first place. Either way, though, to me, it's like, yeah, emotional support is good and all, but then like, what leads to that down that road when you're younger? You know, it distracts you away from your teachings, your learnings, your possible crafts and whatnot that could be coming. That you could be, you know, good at. Takes away from a lot of things from personal experience. You know, personal experience. You want to just work on yourself. You can have like you can have. I'm not saying you can't have a girlfriend or whatnot, but like I wouldn't recommend. I'd rather just have like I'd rather say just have friends, like be friends with girls, but don't try to gain anything out of it, like a girlfriend out of it. I don't know. It just seems like you could work on yourself better, especially when you're gonna be moving. That's like the big prime thing. Especially when you're gonna be moving. I don't know. I guess I don't have not. I guess I'm not. That's not kind of weird. Like I'm saying, don't have a girlfriend. In his case, he could be moving soon. So the fact of getting a girlfriend's kind of dumb. What's that? You okay there, Unda? You having a stroke? You having a stroke, dude? You having a stroke, dude? Is that a shiny? Nope. Okay, we're good. I don't know. To me, it's like, I'd work on yourself. That's my biggest mistake and my biggest regret is putting too much time into women when I was younger and worrying about that stuff. To be honest, that's always been my type of thing. Is that when I was younger, I let that really affect me, and also like my friends. Had a stroke. Hackers touched me in my. Oh geez. Oh geez. I guess that works. But to me, it's like I put too much time into women when I was younger. That would have been better used to try to get my like learning disabilities fixed out, try to get all those type of small things fixed out, and then I let that affect my like my mental health and whatnot, and I let it ruin my friends group and whatnot. Like even you are doing such a stupid thing where it's like you're going for a girl that has like all their friends hate you, and you can't like talk to her about it to where like she can like to me personally, it's like looking back at my thing, I kind of got in the same situation where like. Before I would even try to go after, I'd say, hey, look, could you like fix this friend group situation? That's all I see it as. Could you like fix this friend group situation? Because you're dealing with her friends often. You're going to, and like, do you want to be like, if she's not willing to like, fix her friend group in the sense of like, say, hey, let's fix this. Let's fix this thing, don't treat him like crap, then I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be serious, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And like he's young still. He's like what, like 15 going into 16. This is all the take words of advice from me. Like from me, if you're not good with friends in the friends group, like it's just gonna get worse and worse. And they're gonna end up especially if you end up liking this girl. Yeah, and the thing, especially if you end up like liking this girl, or even you even go as far as say that you end up falling in love with her, it's forever gonna be fucked, man. You're gonna be dealing with a whole bunch of horse shit. That's what I'm saying. Oh, it's because of Discord beef. That's besides the point. The point is that you have to like talk to her. You have to talk to her about that and be like, hey, look, you gotta fix this. Like she's not gonna give you enough respect in the sense of she's not gonna like talk to her friends to make it to where they can kind of smooth things out. You guys have like a little talk out. Then you're gonna be put in some weird situations in the future. I'm not good around children. I don't know how to respond to that. There's so much meaning to that. There's so much that could be extrapolated from that. I don't even think I want to think about it. I'll take the pats though. I see first putting out pats for people. I'll take a pat. I'll take a doubly pat. Yeah, the thing is that like to me, if the girls don't like you or her friends don't like you, is what I mean, then they're just gonna actively always cause problems. And they're gonna actively always do it. If she's not willing to smooth things out with it or patch things up or be like, hey, try to fix it, which most girls aren't, just to be fair, especially when they're younger, you're just wasting your time almost and setting yourself up for failure and setting yourself up for discomfort and sadness. That's how I see it as. I've been put into those situations when I was younger, and it's just it's not good. Yeah. Oh yeah, because you also had dated her before, but once again, you guys are like I said, your kids. See, bros before hoes. Gerard's like, bros before hoes. Yeah, true though. Kind of true though. If she's a hoe, 100%, but if she's a loyal, cool cat girl, a traditional girl, then bros have to stand down for a bit. If she ain't a hoe though, for real, bros should know their place. That's how I kind of see it. I think that's like, honestly though, that to me is how it works. It's always bros before hoes. But if you find someone that is not a hoe, which is very rare nowadays, and is a good person, and you want to spend the rest of their life with that person, then it's like boys on the back burner for a bit, and boys understand, because that's a healthy person for you, where bros aren't always healthy people for you. It's like that's another thing that a lot of people like really don't like to hear, because it's like, they don't like to hear that type of stuff because like, well, that's not fair. It's like, well, that's life, like where are you in my life that she's gonna be in my life? You'll be to where I hang out with you once a week, maybe once a month. I'm hanging out with her every day. Let's see. The everyone just kind of moves past the girlfriend. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's really just literally just work on yourself. If you work and you just keep working on yourself, and you just keep like doing better and spending your time learning things and doing stuff, you're gonna do a lot better. You're gonna do a lot better than if you worry about what some girl thinks when you're a kid, you know, like just like something like my brother, for example, he doesn't like, he has no interest in anyone. His mind says that he just doesn't care, doesn't find anyone attractive. He just doesn't care. He just does not care about that type of thing. He doesn't find people attractive for the most part. He just is like his own person. With that happening, he puts a lot of his time into learning things and being smarter and doing a lot of things that are smart to him. And like smart to him, that's genius wording, are good for him for the most part, that can set him up in the future for things. He's also can be lazy one, don't get me wrong. Like my brother's like he's a really smart guy, but sometimes he kind of like will squander little small things because he likes to play video games. But the point is, yeah, it's he put a lot of time in himself than putting into girls or boys or anything like that. He's not gay, so just girls, I guess you could say. And it's showing. He has a lot of potential and whatnot. But you got someone like me who put more time into worrying about what others think when he was younger and the anxiety of it all and being the funny guy or the cool guy. I'm the cool guy. And let, like, you know, what people in the friends group think about me matter to me more than like what my life matters to me. It was not a good thing, you know? Because anyway, at the end of the day, it didn't get me anywhere. And it made me to where it made me fall into like more pits of depression and whatnot than actually get help for a lot of things. So personally, as a personal tip, I would say, if you are talking to a girl and their friends hate you and they will never change that easily, and the girl you're talking to doesn't step up to them and doesn't, like, you know, say, hey, look it, you're not going to treat people like this, especially if I'm really good friends with them or I like them, and they don't do something like that, then they're not worth your time because they don't respect you, and they're not going to respect you ever because they're never going to stand up to it. They can't do it now when you guys are nothing. How is she going to do it later? So small pro tip, women are trash, men are trash too, but women are a different breed nowadays. Guys are just like really, there's too many simps out there. So what it comes down to is, don't sound like, guys are weak nowadays and will let girls do these goofy things instead of staying up and saying, hey, look at here, babe, fuck you, actually, I'm not gonna fucking simp for you no more. And we see too much of that though, because, you know, you have guys like that, and then all these guys like, he's stupid, he's dumb, don't listen to him, girl, don't listen to him, queen, you'll do better, and they fall for that stupid bullshit half the time. It's crazy. I see, like, the thing I hate about, like, the current culture with guys, like, a lot of them are just degenerate assholes or a bunch of idiots, you know, and they enable women doing really bad choices for, like, the clout. And it's just like, you are a weak man and you are stupid because you're enabling people to do stupid decisions and cause more problems than actually are ever going to be solved, that could ever be solved. And it's kind of how I see it. You do like a compare and contrast from like the 80s and 90s to now. 80s had that thought mentality, then it wind back during that, like, you know, the 90s and that early 2000s. And then once, you know, technology got a hold of it and kids start getting technology, little girls start getting technology when they're like, you know, 5, 6, and 7, have cell phones now. It's leading to all these problems. You're starting to see all these things. The kind of like grooming of TikTok, of getting girls to turn into OnlyFans like the moment they turn 18, you know? Like you have girls sitting there going like, I cannot wait to get an OnlyFans. I'm only 17. I'm only 16. My life's going to be so good. I'm going to make so much money. And they're getting all these likes from everyone. They see guys just as, like, you know, numbers of like hearts and whatnot. And they don't see the reality of everything. They'd rather worry about, like, you know, purses and all these type of things and no real actual connections with people. And no, like, you know, it's all like calculated and cold. And it's just, to me it's like just goofy. I think a lot of guys enable it because then they gas up those girls like, yeah, you can do it, queen, I'll buy it, I'll pay you for your OnlyFans. And it's just like, it sucks. I hate seeing it. I hate seeing that stuff. It's sad because, you know, like, all these people are not coming out that they hate their OnlyFans. You know, they hate doing that. They have no real connection with any guys now. Halfway through, the guys get jealous that all these other guys just see him. It goes into worse and worse situations. It's like, it's just goofy to me. Just goofy to me. Pog, big pog. Chris, why isn't the shiny? Do you have shiny? I have shiny charm. I have 5 shiny charms actually. When you're with her, so she feels bad for you. I know, right? Maybe play victim. That's so true. That's so true. Yo, big if true. It's pretty funny. Because how do I talk to a girl? I just like and leave them a piss from. What, you have a stroke there? Do the shrunker. I think Undyne's had multiple strokes. To be mature on them, even if they're throwing insults, they can grow up. Exactly. Yeah. 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 Jersey girls are garbage. To be fair, there's a lot of garbage Jersey girls. New Jersey's fucking has a whole bunch of garbage people in it. Oh my gosh! I brought my children in the fridge. That'd be kind of funny, actually. I could see that. Who don't grow up, have kids, and they become worse to them. Yeah, of course. That's another thing that happens in a lot of like big cities and a lot of like major states that enable that type of behavior. Like New York and California have a lot of those type of situations. Like big cities have that all the time. Exactly, because all those girls have low self-esteem. Truly, it comes from. But yeah, exactly. Fuck up childhood. No parents. There's so much things that come from it. It's not. It's like. The thing is that what happens is when you get when you're given a smartphone at a young age, a lot of companies program things to pretty much manipulate kids into liking things. That's why, like, you ever remember that, like, that Copa thing or whatever it was, where everyone's freaking out over YouTube, like, oh, I won't get ad revenue no more. It's because pretty much a lot of companies, a lot of ad agencies will manipulate kids into wanting certain things or like seeing certain things and needing certain things. And it's like actually a good thing to have because kids are really impressionable, especially when it comes to internet ads and whatnot. And that's why you see all the kids that want to do the Fortnite, you know, they want to get all the fucking the loot boxes and whatnot. They love the RNG aspect. So within the same mindset, kids have the same thing when it comes to being famous. And when you give a kid access to TikTok at a young age, especially girls, they will do anything to be part of that. And what parents do now, instead of actually watching their kids, they give them TikTok, you know? They give them that. They go, here you go. Here's a cell phone. And instead of me watching you and putting time into being there with you and giving you attention, this is your new babysitter. This is your new thing to shut up for a bit, you know? To stop bothering me for some things. And it leads into this, like, parentlessness and this carelessness of parents not being there with their kid. And it's just sad because I see a lot of problems that happen. Most of the people that only had no parent interaction with, like, they may have had two parents, but the parents didn't really care about them, or just threw, like, you know, didn't give them like rich kids, for example. A lot of rich kids don't really have a lot of parent interaction. I'm gonna say like really rich kids, because I think most like rich people tend to have like a decent relationship with their kids sometimes. But when you go into like the filthy rich people, the people that have a ton of money, they mostly just let their kids do whatever they want. And that's where we get a whole bunch of crazy narcissistic assholes that cause a lot of problems. But point being is that, like, a lot of people that have one parent tend to be fucked up. A lot of people that have two parents, but the parents don't put any time into the kids, tend to be fucked up. I mean, you could even go as far as to say like people like Will Smith and whatnot, where he has two kids, but you look at them and you go, what the fuck happened there? Why aren't they like normal, bro? Why do they have all this fucked up stuff? And then you look at his life and it's like, bro, your wife cheated on you? And like you're talking about it in public? And you're telling her like that was fucked up in public, and we were in a rough spot in our relationship. Our like when we were married, that we're gonna possibly, like, you know, break off, but you still cheated on me while we were, you know, in a marriage. Like, you look at these things where no matter how successful you are, it does not matter, because you put no investment into your kids. And if you did put investment, you put in shitty investment, and you put in investment to where it's more about the brand than the actual parenting. And that's like a prime example, you know, a prime example of that life of like, they can be so successful. They can make so many people happy, but they fucked up their whole entire family and whatnot, because they didn't, you know, they weren't there for each other. Instead, they chose like to have these crazy careers, you know, and to think of what's best for our brand. And then you have people, you know, where it's just crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm not a fan of it. And it's like, and then they try to normalize it. Like, you know, let's talk about this publicly. Like, you cheated on me, but where did I go wrong? Where did me, Will Smith, go wrong? You know, you are to blame, but are you really to blame? It's like, we don't need people like this. But no, it's like a weird thing to me, you know. And marriage is very serious to me, and it's like it's just crazy, you know. Crazy. It's crazy. It's kind of weird to me. Like, it's like certain parts. I think it was like Ireland. I think recently they changed, but like for like certain parts of like Europe, you could not get a divorce. Like, it was, you would go to jail type of situation if you had a divorce. And I think, and I look at those places, like, they have better situations for the most part. Like, sure, maybe the parents aren't too happy, but at the same time, like, you had a contract, you know. And instead of, like, you know, they would mostly fix it, like what happened. You also had this thing of, like, you know, then the guy would just be an abusive drunk, you know. And that's just like Ireland. That's just like, you know, that's just Ireland. But like the point is, like, certain places, like, they would fix their marriage over just throwing it away and whatnot. And I feel like America is like a prime example where it's like, it's so weird, you know. It's so weird to me that we can just have that, you know, especially when we have kids. That's the biggest thing, especially when we have kids, you know. That's just, it blows my mind. It just like makes me sad, you know. Let's see, who don't grow up have kids. Oh, I read that one. Boo. So have zero problems. Who have everything handed them. Or all like the, yeah, there's a lot of girls like that where like they have like, you know, everything handed to them, and then they try to be, since they never worked for anything and they don't know the actual world, like they don't actually know the whole entire world, that they have to now feel like a better person because they never had to work for anything. So they start taking up these crazy causes and being like, I have to use my privilege to stand with all these people in life and whatnot and all these things. And it's like, I don't actually know what's going on in the world, but I'm going to be a part of this because I was given everything. But I want the social validation to feel better about myself. And it's like, this is why you can't give kids technology like this. This is why you can't give kids a voice when they have no real life experience, you know, because they have these crazy deluded mindsets that they think they know everything about the world. They think they know every little thing that happened to this poor person, you know, but they don't know the full truth because they're not going to wait, you know. They're in the moment. After that trend dies, they go to the next one, then the next one. It does so much damage to the place, you know, and causes so much upheaval. And like, especially with like girls, this happens all the time. Little girls, they're so influential. Guys, they're influential, but not where near as girls. Girls are more followers than leaders, as boys are mostly leaders. Now there are girls that lead, there are girls that lead, but for the most part, you can easily influence girls over boys. And boys are still influential, don't get me wrong. And giving something that's so influential to like such a girl that is, especially like women are very pure when it comes down to it. Guys, they kind of have that purity, but at the same time, they have that more like understanding, like, you know, they're boys. They have that curiosity of like, you know, maybe if I, do like a wheelie on my bike, I might crack my head open. But at the same time, it'd be really cool if I pulled it off, where a girl's like, okay, I'm willing to take my train wheels off, but I'm not willing to do a wheelie or a bunny hop. Like, I don't want to take a chance to hurt myself. And it's like, you get this weird thing to where like guys can get peer pressured into doing stupid stuff, and so can girls, but girls get peer pressured into doing weird, stupid stuff, especially online. And you just hate to see it. Because at the end of the day, it's like, it's just a lack of parenthood most of the time. And it's not the kid's fault because it's just a lack of parenthood, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go back and read the stuff, so I do apologize for taking slower. How you doing, Liam? How are you? I got Shiny Gorgas yesterday from the raid event. Nice. I still have to do it. I'm probably not going to do it because I'm doing this. But congrats on that. 1 plus 9, 84. True or false, Chris? That's supposed to be like Orwell's 1984. I don't know. Dude, it's strange. The richest town in New Jersey goes to my school along with 3 other towns. It's not a good mixture. Yeah, no, it's not. Especially when like, class divide can be really huge. But even that, there's other things that can happen. And we can get in that some other time. That's besides the point. Let's see. I did find all my guy friends come from Richtown, though. Yeah, I think it's like, it just depends. I think girls are really influential. You can easily influence them on stuff, and they get to a point where it's like they're more so willing to be believe things if it comes from an emotional place, where guys most of the time they're like, wait a second, let's kind of calm down and think about this. Not all guys. Nowadays it's more so guys are actually being more so brainwashed into thinking a different way than they naturally would. For example, you'd say like, oh, my neck. Oh, I forgot what I was saying, but something about like voting patterns with guys. Most would be conservative. Like I think it's like majority, like 90% would be conservative, mostly to like 95%. Where it's women, it's like 95 to 90% would be liberal. And just off of that, just because how the brain works for men and women, and how women are more the emotional thing, which we need emotion, don't get me wrong. And then guys with more logical, long-term thinkers than short-terms when it comes to women and whatnot. Someone ghosted me and blocked me on several platforms. I don't care what I did to her this day. I'm too scared to ask because she blocks me again, so I just don't talk to her. That's so weird, yeah. I don't get people. It's just like, why? Why do they have to be like that? I don't know. I don't get why people do that. It's like, oh well, sometimes you just lose friends. That's how I see it as. You know, you'll have friends and sometimes you'll lose them. You just gotta, just kind of accept it and just, try to not worry about it too much. But that does suck. Sorry to hear that. That does suck. Actually, America is weird. I agree. I think America's like one of the weirdest countries. That's just because we have so much bullshit going on, You have every place is different in America, it seems like. There's always like, but at the same time, they all go back to being like, to what it would be like normally like formed and whatnot. It's hard. America's such a crazy place because it's so different yet so similar at the same time. And I don't want to get into it because obviously it gets into the realm of uncomfortability of talking about this stuff, Like, do you really want to talk about all the nitty gritty stuff? And it's like, it's just not worth it to me, like personally. But it's like, America's a very interesting place, but at the same time, it's like the best place in my opinion. It's like, I love America, and like this country's has so much potential to be better, obviously, but it's already done such amazing things. And it's just like this currently we just have a really fucked up system, and it's just not fully used the right way. It's more about making all the people in power get more money. I mean, politicians. I don't even care about like the companies, like like fucking Amazon, Google, for sure, that without a doubt. But at the same time, it's like the senators, for the most part, it's like we should be having people that really care about the people, not care about their own pockets. And it's like, you just won't get that. That's a very basic thing to say, but like that's just a reality, That's just reality. Only took me 2 hours to get, and I got it's actually too nice. Oh yeah, because there's two different types of gorgas, There's two different types of gorgas. I agree. I feel like with me personally, when it comes to, we'll get in that soon. Twilight Princess was kind of cool. I played it a bit. I recommend it. I would say that, or play good Wii game. I don't really know any good Wii games. I mean, I just haven't played the Wii enough. We'll get into that next. We'll talk about immigration and the concept of that and whatnot, and what is the benefits from that, which is mostly nothing. In my opinion, like it's like there's benefits, but not when there's enough problems in America. We'll get into that. I think America has the coolest I think America has the most interesting backstory, and there's a lot of interesting stories with America's backstory, leading all the way back up to the first Native Americans coming over through certain locations, such as like South America and the land bridge from Russia over to America, and immigrating from Asia essentially, and all the small things like that. I find it like the whole like idea of the American continent, like North America as a continent itself, is very interesting, and then leading up to the whole establishment of America is crazy and so like wild to think, and how we pretty much became a superpower from like the right ways of doing things. And that's what I think is pretty wild. But I'll go into that some other time. I don't really like to talk about like, the whole possible, they did horrible things by genociding all these people. I don't like to talk about that. It's just stupid. It's like a never winning argument. But if we're going to like current day situations, such as like immigration, for example, it's like right now America is facing a problem with mental health. We have so many people out in the streets, a lot of homeless people that are suffering from mental illnesses that can't be active parts of society, and they are now a negative to society, because you don't know, you could be stabbed by a crackhead, but that crackhead might be like a schizophrenic too, or more often not, usually get stabbed by a schizophrenic. And there's a lot of things that lead to those situations. We pretty much closed down a lot of asylums, let all the people out, and they're left to fend for themselves. And we have a lot of situations where a lot of people are down on their lucks, and there's like a large population of homeless people that could be really helped, in the sense of just open up asylums again, like mental health hospitals and whatnot. And the fact we have like the massive amount of veterans on the streets that have served the country, and has made sure there was that safety we had, and dedicated their lives to making sure they could make America prosperous. The fact there's so many of them out on the streets is really it depresses me. I'm not a huge oh my gosh, the military's the best thing ever, because obviously the military has some fucked up stuff going on, but it's not the troops' fault for that. That's our military industrial complex. It's not the troops. So it's sad to see when we have all these problems just off of that. And then you take into the crushing economic state of the current American, where it's both people in the family in middle class pay tons of taxes, and they both have to work nowadays. You can't have one person staying home taking care of the house, watching the kids, which means they have to hire people that aren't maybe your family sometimes to watch the kids. You have to have that constant worry of are they going to treat you right? Are they going to treat your kids right? And most of the time it's no. You see a lot of nanny cam footage that people are treating the kid like shit, or you see daycare footage where they have like hidden cams that teach your kid like shit. And it's just not you. It's just like you're not giving the kid attention which they need, from like the parent. And that's like one huge example. We don't have that anymore because the wages have gone down drastically because we have so many people coming from other countries they're competing with Americans. You have a lot of illegals coming over. They're competing with Americans, driving down wages. And just off of that, that's not good to me because I don't care about anyone of any other country at the moment. I have friends in other countries. Don't get me wrong. I love them. They're great. But for me, in America, we have people that are suffering, people that are on the streets, people that have to work crazy hours just to support a two-family household, with two kids and then two parents. And most of both parents are working. And then we have a lot of people on benefits. We have a lot of single moms that are out there that just don't care about what they're doing to their kids. They don't care about the fact that, they have their kids with no father and being on benefits and taking from the people that are working two jobs, because most people that are in poverty line don't pay taxes. They just don't. They don't get enough money to pay taxes. They don't get any money sometimes to pay taxes, but they take a lot of benefits. They take a lot of benefits from the people that pay taxes. And if those people didn't have to pay taxes, they could probably pay off their house and have a lot more money to where one person can stay home and not have to worry about paying all this other bullshit instead of having them, because half the time your taxes are supposed to be your community funneled into you, but instead it mostly gets funneled into a bit of your community and the rest of it goes off to some people outside of it, but generally in your area. So maybe within 30 miles to 50 miles. And that can be a huge thing if you live in a pretty dense populated area like New Jersey or Michigan or something like that, for example. And it's the fact that we can have people benefit from other people's hard work while also enabling kids to be raised horribly. That's right there. We can't be worrying about other people's kids. We can't be worrying about other people coming in and trying to help their families. We can't even help our own families. We're way too welcoming with bringing people in like that, and so we have to fix our own stuff and our own shit going on, then try to let a million other people in. Even one person's not good enough. And people always say, well, these people are bringing jobs and whatnot. Half the people that came over that went to IT are low functioning IT workers, as in the fact of the IT work is not hard. And they can replace a ton of people that went to college for those jobs that'll be overqualified greatly for that. And they just say that because it sounds right, but it's not the truth. A lot of STEM workers, 50% of STEM workers don't have jobs that went to college for those high paying jobs. And if they do have jobs, half of them are working fucking Starbucks, shit like that. Things that don't, you went into debt. You went to massive debt, which is also another problem, schooling and whatnot. to be working at Starbucks, to be working at, McDonald's, and you can't get a job no more because all of it's outsourced, whether it's outsourced to China or India. They're like, AT&T support, Comcast support, Xfinity support, working the internal workings of a computer with like networks and whatnot. A lot of that is it's not that hard to do, but if you have a college degree, you're going to be doing really well with that in that field. But instead they act like it's like, oh, these people are coming over and they know all this crazy stuff there's no Americans taking those jobs, but they just lie. They just straight up lie about that stuff. And it's just so crazy to me. And the reason why is that there's a lot of incentive to have people come in that might charge, maybe $10 an hour for that job position or 12, and then they can get benefits and tax breaks because they are an immigrant at that point. Doesn't matter the race, doesn't matter the color. At the end of the day, what happens is you're taking away from American workers. Same with China and whatnot. Manufacturing over there. And we're just too welcoming in the sense of we treat other people better than like a natural born American. And that's just like, it's crazy to me. And people act like they were the most xenophobic and we're the most like piece of shit people out there when we do so much for every other country, like so much. Look at our military might. We protect so many people out there with our just destructive military might that's unparalleled, which is another problem in the industrial military complex, where parts of America will continually, push for conflict because there's so much of an incentive for higher ups like generals and colonels to make more money if we're in current conflicts or within conflicts that could happen, or on the break of it. The brink of it, they can go into contracts like, oh, look now I can say maybe we need like, 5 more Abram tanks designed for this environment. If I say that, give me about, $50K, and I'll say that, I'll put in a good word. You give me $50K, I'll be like, yo, maybe if we had these type of Abram tanks for this environment, that would be good. And we should be considering them a possible enemy in the future. So let's do that. And like, you see that stuff happen all the time. And it's like the amount of funding that the industrial complex gets of the military industrial complex is crazy to me. Because I used to be like all for like, fuck yeah, dude, we spend like $5 trillion on the military. Hell yeah. And I started looking, I'm like, wait a second. For sure we need spending, but what's the spending getting us and what is it really doing? And it's like, when you start looking at half the people that are really getting benefits from this are like generals, colonels, higher ups, people into elected officials and whatnot into like the government. And it's not like troops are getting paid better. It's not like, the people actually sacrificing their lives are getting better. It's like, no, they're getting maybe a little bit better benefits, but nowhere near as much as they should probably be getting in most cases. And it's like, whew, you start looking at it as a whole and it's like, can we just like not like, can we just treat our own people a lot better than we treat like everyone else? Because people are dealing with so much shit, in America, and like the average family, it's hard for them to get by nowadays, taxes hit really hard. We have no financial structure built around us. Like even with Corona, like we had no like, for sure safety net of what we had to do. We had like, when Corona hit, we had like no type of like, what are we gonna like panic right now? We're in this weird panic where like the economy's all over the place right now. It's been recovering, but the point is like we should have been prepared for this, but we couldn't because we won't prioritize these things. We worry about the immigration aspect of it and like how like we can be less xenophobic and whatnot. It just blows my mind how we didn't have contingency plans for these type of situations, and we never really had them. So to me, it's like I think America, the best thing we could do is really work on the family unit, really work on the future that's to come and the generations to be had. That's like a big thing. And then also is the immigration aspect and not having any immigration for probably like 10 to 15, 20 years until we fix America and we fix American lives rather than trying to fix other people's lives that don't even want to stay here half the time. They mostly move back, home after 10 years or so, even before then. And it's just like, that's how I kind of see that. It's like, we help out way too many other people than we help out ourselves and whatnot. And that's just not good. Like no other country really does that. They've been doing it a bit more lately. You can even say like, in Europe, they've been doing that a whole lot. But no other countries outside of that type of thing where it's like a Western like viewpoint, like America and parts of Europe, like the UK and such things. So to me, it's like, I like the idea of, giving people opportunity, but not at the cost of like a person that's already in a whole bunch of like dire straits type of thing. And who knows? Maybe in maybe this election, maybe something will change. Who knows? I've seen a lot of progress and a lot of stagnation in the administration, but that wasn't due to like, it was just due to who was in the cabinet, in my opinion, who was like in that type of situation, of who was like really whispering in the ears and getting things done. So I don't know. I think anything can happen nowadays, and I really look forward to seeing how the dice rolls. Will it be in the favor of the American people and help out American lives, or will it be something that could be catastrophic? Who knows? Who knows? Either way, let's play Pokemon. Let's play dang old Pokemon, dude. So people who work with the machines at my dad's are immigrants, and my dad says there's the harsh workers. It's just that the New Jersey immigrant thing, you already know. I don't care if they're the harsh workers. Who gives a fuck? They're not probably getting paid nowhere near as how they should be. And also, who gives a fuck? I don't care if they're hard workers. Americans be hard workers. You pay them, right? The thing is that most immigrants get a lot of like benefits, and that's why they can work really hard, because they're getting paid way more than just what they're getting paid at the job. And I don't care about that. It's like, I don't care. It's like, you're not helping. Like, we're helping other people. We have people that are here that currently have problems. Like, people down the street that I've known my whole life are having problems. I don't care about helping other people. I just don't like that when I have current people that are suffering. If that makes sense, like, they can fix their own shit if they really want to. And it's just that's like how I see it. It sounds cold, sounds cruel, sounds rude, but at the same time, they have the same mindset as us. Like, every country has the same mindset for the most part of like that type of thing. Just we're more welcoming because that's what we're built off of, is what most people think, which we weren't built off of. We're built off of settlers, not immigrants. More so people trying to establish something. There was no safety net back then. It was all about the wild frontier. Now there's a huge social safety net with huge benefits. But no, like, it's... I just fucking respond to it, Inky. Rewind like 3 minutes. Fucking leaves a comment and then leaves. You should rewind it back a bit. But to me, it's like, I care about citizens of America. And I do care about other people in the world. But like, they're not my priority. I'm not gonna, no, rewind it 3 minutes and just re-listen to it. It's really like, I really reply to it like within 2 seconds. Just rewind it a bit. It's too much work to try to reassess it. Literally just go back 3 minutes. But like, to me, it's like, you can't help other people, but you can't even help your own country. That's how I just see it as. Like, you got to help your own country first. You got to build up your own country. Too many people are fucked up nowadays. In the thing, you know, because most immigrants that come over here, they're doing really good. They're doing way better than the average citizen in America. You know, well, I know a lot of people that worry about, can they feed their kids, and do they have things like, you know. But on the other hand, all the immigrants I see, they don't really have that problem. You know, they don't have that problem. They are good to go. You know, and that's not fair. Not fair to me. Not fair to me. I feel like the world's goofy and we just contribute to it. Who has Turtonator? I don't have no dang old Turtonator. Turtonator's silly Pokemon though. If anyone has Turtonator, let William know. Let good old William know. He is looking for a dang old Turdnator. A poo-poo pee-pee-nator. What is Haley doing? Is she okay? I haven't heard back. It's like 1 o'clock. Is she still sleeping? She's like 14 hours. She's still sleeping. I never got like, I don't know. Is she okay? Hopefully she's fine. I'm assuming she's okay. She's probably just sleeping bigly. That's just how it goes. That's just how it be. That's just how it goes. I got like a dang old pimple on my lip, and I don't like it. Oh man, I'm tired. I can't believe it's already been like 4 hours, but at the same time, it feels like it's hasn't been. He's like, sorry, I slept a lot. She's, I think I just woke her up. A second. Or an aromatase. There we go. I guess I had to print, but I guess I don't. Well, damn, Jerry. Way to ruin the day. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, most people that have that, they don't. They don't. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Man, oh man, what's up with these shinies, dude? They don't want to pop up. My friend told me I have to get 2 shinies by Tuesday. I said 2 shiny Tuesday. I said, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not going to do that. It's a hard thing to explain. I'm trying to think. Explain. Later. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Marcus, I'm talking about Hispanic immigrants and not seeing entirely children. Who says they're naturally hard workers? It's like everyone's a natural hard worker. Like this, just to say, just because you're born, so you're not a natural hard worker. Yeah, no, I don't think that. But out there in Tallahassee about. No, you don't get it, Inky. You don't get it. But I don't care. It's fine. It's not the takeaway of what I was saying. Or even your dad. Like your dad is making money off it. Like your dad's making money off it pretty much. So he's gonna say whatever is good for him in the overall thing. You know, he's a beneficiary of it. You know. So yeah, so it's its own thing. It's the only thing Chris talks about how they can get bad. Yeah, no, I'm kind of swaying away from it. How you doing, Chaos? How you doing? How are you buying? So I saw you come back before I say hi. You boys hunting shiny Regice till we get it. Yeah, it's going. It's going. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Just got the shinky shiny. I really just want you to. I don't even know that. Wait, what? You want crack? Chris got the shinky shiny. Please, I really just want you to. I'm saying you want me to get it? You want me to get it? I don't know. See, I want to play Splatoon, but my sister's using the Switch. Tell her to stop dang using the thing. Stop using the dang old thing. Tell her to get off the Switch. It's my Switch now. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my Turninator. That was a bad joke. There we go. Oh, damn it. The problem is it's our Switch. The problem is it is our Switch. Well, it's your Switch now. I give you permission. It's your Switch now. Yes, okay, makes sense. That makes sense. She only watches YouTube on it. That's so weird. To be fair, that's how it was with like the Wii U. I got a Wii U and I only watched YouTube on it. I played 2-3 games and I stopped and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna watch dang old YouTube on it now. My brother played more games on that than I did. Let's see. Oh, are you getting this, William? Are you getting what Cass is putting? I'm not sure if you can see. I'll give you. Let's see. How do I get there? Okay. Oh, never mind. He just press Y, connect antenna. Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind. He's seen it. My bad. He's seen it. All I'm going for a ja. I'm thinking that I'm feeling a ja. I'm thinking this game's fucking cheating and I hate it. It needs to be better. What does that mean, the last thing? Hopefully the food's tasty. Good luck. What does that mean? Have fun? Good luck, have fun? That's pretty funny. Good luck, have fun. I'm gonna to stream for like 2 more hours, then nap. There we go. Okay. Yeah, good luck, have fun. Okay. See ya. Where do I buy the spritzy item? The spritz item at like I think like the battle tower or something. Like one of the or there's like a shop that can buy it. You can buy it from as well. You can use battle points. BP costs 10 BP at Hammerlock. Yeah, there we go. 10 BP at Hammerlock. Okay. Yeah, so we got like at least like an hour or two left, maybe, and then I'm gonna take a nap because about 7 o'clock is when I want to wake up. I want to watch the new Mandalorian season, the new episode, and then just chill. So I got like another hour or so, and then we're gonna do that. So I'll be here for like another hour or two. Just a heads up. Don't want to like just also end it and be like, oh no, people don't know what happened. So we'll stop talking about politics though. But I do appreciate you guys being patient with me and listening to what I had to say. It comes down to like I think it's reasonable enough to like hear someone's opinions on things that probably isn't like what you normally would hear, even if you disagree with it. I think it's good to get insight from someone that probably experiences a lot, especially if you're younger. Someone that has experienced life and has went through a lot of things and kind of sees things a bit more. It's good to hear other opinions, even if you don't like them, even if you hate them, even if you think they're kind of gross. The fact is, it's better to know also the other side of things, therefore even to make your argument even better, you could even say. That's kind of like what we do with debate. Whenever you debate someone, most successful people will analyze and learn the other person's debate and know their source material, and then counter learn that source material that is for their side, in the sense of, so if you're gonna like debate about a topic and the other side is pretty radical on it, or just like has like a completely different view than you do, the best thing is to obviously know what you're talking about and be fully in line with your belief system on that. And then the best thing that I can do next is to find out what type of sources they're using, like what type of research are they using, what exact research are they using, what sites for their statistics are they using, which websites they're using, which type of news articles they're using. Read up on all that, learn it, understand where they're going to come from when they have debate, because if you know what they're going to talk about already and you already know all their stats, you know all their type of stuff, then it's going to make it all the more better, because most people don't read up on their opponent, or most people don't read up on their debate. Let's just call an opponent. Who cares? No one really will read up and do that much info. The true way to be a winner in debate is to be charismatic, is to not like be an asshole to the person, talk down and be shitty to them, and to just be. You can be. Well, I'll take it back. You can bant, but you can't concede a bant. So if someone says something about you, they make fun of you, make a personal attack, you don't react to it. You just literally move on. Say you don't even let them get the satisfaction going. No, I didn't do that, or that's a lie. You just go, okay, that's a disingenuous smear, and you just move on, or you don't even acknowledge it, because acknowledging it then puts a suspicion in someone's mind, oh, maybe there's something to this. So it's best to just move away from that type of thing, not even acknowledge it. And then it's the best thing is to counterattack with that, push back and be truthful with what they have to say, because people want to research it later on. They'll have the facts of this is true, that's true. These are both this is a valid point you're saying. So to me, with debate, it's all about learning your opponent and learning their argument in and out, and what they might bring to it, and learning what they might be talking about with other people that have that same type of mindset as what they're doing. So for example, most people have discords I got the switch from her now. Yes, good. It's Splatoon time. Splatoony time. So like a lot of people have like Discords where like they have like, you know, their debate topic. If you guys have any type of, you know, like info, put it here and I'll learn up on it. And then we can talk below, you know, and we'll figure out what the hell's going on with this. And to me, it's like, if you can get into those Discords and see what they're talking about, that's like the best thing you can do. You know exactly what this person's coming from. This goes to debate with anything. It goes into politics. You want to talk about video games, maybe talk about movies. You want to see where they're coming from and their mindset with things. It's always worth looking into and learning what the person's gonna be coming at you with, you know, and knowing like exactly what they want to say. Because if you catch someone off guard on that, how do they reply? You know, if you can like, you know, cite them differently or show exactly why their part's wrong and why it's a flawed argument, it's always gonna like, you're always gonna be a winner. I watch I used to watch a lot of debates, and I started watching a lot of like like a lot of like top tier debates. People that are like, you know, that like came from nothing and now or something in the, I guess you could say, and that's always cool. Seeing someone progress through their debate skills, excuse me, and growing more and more deeper into their knowledge of how to dismantle the opponent and their arguments has always been really interesting. And yeah, I don't know, it's crazy. And like, to me, it's like, it's always fun to watch. Here's your 5 minutes of double shine luck. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I haven't had any luck lately, so I'll use all the 5 minutes I can get. I'll use all the dang old 5 minutes I can get, dude. You kidding me, dude? You kidding me, dude? I'm hyped for the strangling point on. Nice. Nice. Thank you for helping them out, Cass. I appreciate it. Very helpful. Very kind. I'm out. Peace. Uwu Snuggles XO. Tell mom I say hi. I know, right? I know, right? Thanks for the cuddles and the uwus and the snuggles. So cool that Jonathan can't even speak. Jonathan. Oh man, I need some more water. I do know that. Also, I'll post the link down to the Discord below for people that want to join it and get into the thing. Let me find it. There we go. Mm-hmm. What the heck? I was checking Discord and it was all jacked up. Lunatone only Shield as well? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Lunatone's like a Shield exclusive. I know it's an exclusive for sure, but I'm not sure which one. But I think it's a Shield one. Oh my goodness. I have that sleepiness. I gotta do. I have so much I gotta do. It seems like. I probably have so much I gotta do. I never have enough time in the day. I never have enough time in the day. They did it. They did it. It's good. Regice. Okay, we're good. We're okay. Yeah, exactly. How you doing, Crab? How are you, buddy? Yeah, I don't think 24 hours is, or 24 hours, 25. 24 hours is enough. That's like, if only we had 36, that'd be the nice balance. That'd be the nice balance. Even like 30, even 28. I don't know. If I was a millionaire, if I was a billionaire, if I was a trillionaire, 24 hours would be enough. If we didn't have to worry about money and whatnot and all that type of jazz, 24 hours for sure would be enough. I guess 24 hours would be more than enough. Yeah. Oh man. Fantastic Four. I'm gonna purposely lose this battle. I was invested in methods of increasing energy. If I was a millionaire, it depends on the concept of millionaire, I guess you could say. If I had $100 million right now, I'd probably invest. I'd make sure my family gets set up, and then I'd find. That's a hard one, because $1 million is a lot, but at the same time, it's not. $100 million is a lot. At the same time, it's not, and that's what gets me always annoyed, is that you don't realize how much it is and how little it is until you would have used it all. So I think with me, I'd probably make sure my friends and family are taken care of. I'd probably get a big area and get all my family into it. Build houses for them, have them in it. Maybe have a farm there. For sure, have a farm there. In a big, huge, it's like a big, huge farm, and have them all work there so they can work, on the farm and have to work at a job, and they have a house, paid off now, and they all, all that, and I'll pay them accordingly, So I'll put a good amount of money to the side to pay them. They can, live at the place for free, or we can figure out something. So probably put a big chunk of money on that. And I think I'd probably go to a local community and try to build up a local community, probably one that needs help. And try to invest into that and try to set it up and try to incentivize things. That's what I'll probably do. Probably incentivize things to some extent. That's how you go broke. Well, yeah, you go broke if you're done with it. You can easily turn that into a now you provide locally for farms and whatnot. The farmers make a ton of fucking money, and house doesn't cost a lot of money. You can go broke if you don't plan your money right. If you have $100 million, $100 million can go really far. But I'd probably invest into a local area that would then also be productive means to where they could buy from the farm at the same regard, so it's self-sufficient and can bring that. To run a farm is relatively easy too. It's just have to have the right people and the right machinery. It costs a couple million to make a really good farm. But probably have other types of grows too that would be income sources that you could mass sell. And then I'd put a lot into savings, because you never know when fucking natural disasters happen, or, such crazy things that are out of your control, medical problems type of thing. Let's see, I'm still a person I'm fine with. We're in the same clothes. I live in the same place I am. Networking sounds good, though. Exactly, yeah, networking sounds good. My thing is that, you just never know what can happen. For example, Corona happened, and a lot of people that were doing pretty decent have no savings, but they're doing decent enough to where they had maybe a little bit of savings, but all of a sudden they had no savings now because maybe they got laid off, or maybe they got to where they can't easily work as long, or maybe they got hit by the whole Corona situation and whatnot. There's a lot of things where it's people that were doing well, also got hit by that. Now they're like, oh, I'm not doing as good as I used to be. I had a few friends that got kind of hit with that, And luckily they had a significant other that didn't get affected by it. But like, if had they not been the case, they had small amounts of money saved up. So just having that, like that large reservoir of just money in general for anything that could happen. I mean, just off the fact of like, you know, like you might have to get some type of surgery and that might cost, you know, ridiculous amounts of money. You might have a few family members that have to do surgery. You might have a family member that gets into a car accident, you know, you got to be, you know, take care of that. And there's like a lot of things where to me, it's like personally, it's like with $100 million, like it's a lot, but it's not. And if you don't plan out right, you can go broke really fast, whether you live a simple life or not too type of thing. So I get what you're coming from totally. And with me, I think it would be more so if I had like $100 million, I would invest it greatly into my family and invest it into a local community that could help benefit my family even more and also help benefit that and grow that community up and hopefully be like a stepping stone to start a more people to start, you know, helping out others and growing that type of thing. But to be 100% fair, that's like such a its own possibility if it could never be a thing, you know, just how crazy the world is nowadays. But with $1 million, man, $100 million, that's really not much. That blows my mind. You start thinking, what if I had $1 million? It's like, ooh, that's quite a bit of money, you know. If you just buy a house that costs $150,000, you know, I'm gonna buy my mom's house too. I want to, you know, obviously. We'll say that she wants a $150 house, so right there at $300,000. Then it's like, well, shit, I have to buy a car then, you know. And we'll say that you spend, you know, then you have to buy maybe someone else a car. Maybe you'll buy like, you know, I'd buy my brother a car. So we'll say that maybe we end up paying about, you know, $75K because I want like, you know, a Jeep Gladiator. Those are like $50K. Those are about $40K, $50K. And then he wants his own type of thing. So it's like right there, it's like, oh shit, that adds up really fast. I mean, you don't need them, but like might as well. You don't get good while it's at it. Don't get a used car when you have that much money type of thing. And then you're already hitting at, you know, $375K. And then you have to worry about like paying off all the taxes that will come after 10 years of owning all this stuff and all the insurance that would come after 10 years old. It's like you want to at least be able to pay off 10 years and just that type of thing. So you have to put away like a whole bunch of money. You could even go as far as say like maybe like, you know, $50K to $100K just for that, you know. And of course like insurance and all that type of thing and all the and it's like, oh shit, well now we're at $475K. And then it's like I have like a brother and two sisters. And it's like with my brother, it's like, dude, I love my brother. He's had a lot going on in his life. And it's like, well, okay, I would want to pay for his schooling, and then I would want to pay for like a small house for him to have, you know, type of thing to start off with. So that would be probably about $50K for a house, and then of course probably like, you know, about at least $50K for schooling, we'll say, just off that. So it's like, oh shit, now we're at like another $100K, and it ramps up so fast. And then it's like, do I want to have kids? And I want to put about, you know, at least $100K per kid. If I'm gonna have two kids, that's fucking $200K. And now we're hitting to where we're almost put $1 million. And then you have to worry about like all the thing, like, okay, now I have to worry about all the small things that could happen. And it's like, it ramps up so fast when you start realizing how little $1 million is, but how huge it is at the same exact time. Because with that, if you paid off all that type of stuff, you're gonna be living pretty well. And you just might get like, you know, a simple job where you can just like, you know, work a couple days a week if you want to, or have other type of ways of making money and what have you. Or you can start your own business with that. There's so many things, and I think each person is different, obviously. And there's some people, you can get shiny Regigigas. There's some people that can like they'll never make $1 million in their lives, and they live, you know, somewhat not like the best lives, but they can live off it. And they just, you know, not nowadays. It's a little bit harder, but like about a couple of years back, I guess you could say inflation is different. So maybe $1 million then it's like $1,250,000 years, maybe something like that. But the point is like, it's possible. Some people only make like, you know, $20K a year. Some people pay like, you know, what's it called? Only get paid like, you know, $30K a year, $50K a year, and that's not obviously livable in most places. In some places it can be, but the point is that like you 50K times 10, you could add that all up and, you know, give you that number. How much is that, you know, going to be? How much you do about 30 years of that, you know, 50K? How much that's going to add up? And like, it's like, you start realizing it's like, oh shit, people don't really make that much if they work that much, a basic job and whatnot. It's just wild to me. I mean, it is small if you continue to add expenses, yeah. And the thing, it ramps up, like, because when you buy a house, you also just buy furniture that brings things, you have to buy more and more stuff. So that's what we'll say, an extra 20K. And it's like, it starts adding up fast, and then you just have to plan for all the stuff that comes with it. And like with $1 million, you for sure can live nice, And if you only had $1,000,000, you had no family members, and it's just like yourself, you and yourself, you know, you could live really well off of that. You just have to make sure you plan out the right area. But you also have to worry about, like, do you want to live in an area that has higher taxes than other areas, you know? Do you want to possibly move around in the future? Do you want to do that or that? And, like, to me, it's like if I'm going to get a house, I'd probably build a house, and I'd probably make sure that's an area that I want to stay in, an area that's not going to fuck me in taxes in the future, or an area that's going to be soundly safe for my type of stuff of what I want and whatnot. And $1,000,000 is just so, you can burn through it so fast. And even off of a simple life, you know, you can burn through it, just trying to get like yourself set and like situated. If you want to like never work again, of course, with $1,000,000. But most people getting $1,000,000, you would still have to work a bit depending on what you want. To me, it's like what I've realized, like, you can cut out a lot of, like, if you get set up in life, you can really cut down a lot of money on things like food, for example, like vegetables. If you just grew from home, oh man, you're gonna be able to save a lot more money. And the startup right away is probably gonna be a little hard at first. Like, it's just a little expensive at first. Not getting the seeds, but just getting the right material and getting the right soil. Make sure your soil's good and getting the right, you know, setup and whatnot. But if you can grow from home, or you have a greenhouse, or you have something like set up like that, or you have like a grow tent to grow just vegetables, oh man, you could be saving so much money each year. Like off of like one cucumber bunch that we bought a cucumber bunch, which was my bad, zucchini bunch. It was like 4 of them for also like $4. I can't really remember, but it was like roughly about that. And it netted us about like 30 zucchinis, I believe, without really maintaining them like crazy, and a little bit late into the grow. And normally zucchinis would cost about, I think they were like $5 to $6 each for the size, or maybe it was like 10 for how big they were. I don't really remember. I think it was like $6, about $5 or $6, and they were like really big zucchinis. And it's like we paid, you know, like $4. I mean, we harvested about, like, you know, I think it was like 30 of them or 25 of them or something like that. And that's just like right there where it's like, if you freeze them, you know, use them in a lot of blends and whatnot, you can not have to worry about paying. And it's just crazy to me. I actually don't have to catch yeah, you don't have to. Already seen videos, I've seen pictures. You just gotta keep resetting. I'm not sure if it's affected by the shiny charm or not. I don't know about that one. So it could be a full odds hunt. But yeah, there's like a lot of ways that people can micromanage to save a ton of money. But nowadays it's just too hard with how much everything costs, especially like housing and whatnot. So like back in the day, a lot of like you'd save a lot of money by having like the wife would stay home and she would raise the kids, so you don't have to pay a nanny. She would make the food, so you don't have to ever like worry about going out to eat, and she would mostly tend the garden. You'd have it to where you'd have 3 sources that nowadays we mostly pay for, and then the person that would normally, you know, not pay, they're at work, you know. It's such like a weird thing. So I don't think everyone has really found any. I just seen, like, you know, screenshots in Twitter and Instagram and a few other things of people showing them. Data miners showed that you can. So yeah, it's you'll see it when it pops up. Yeah, no, to me it's like it's kind of crazy how you can save so much money and be a lot healthier if you just have the time, but people just don't have the time nowadays, you know. People are all too caught up in a lot of things. And to be fair, I feel like with a garden, you probably do have enough time, but most people just have so much shit going on that they just take it for granted. And it's a lot more easier to go to, like, you know, the store and get it right then and there and make sure, you know, at least it has some quality control, which maybe you don't have the best quality control because maybe you can't take time pruning and whatnot. But you know, that's probably like a better thing that would be good overall if we had to where we, you know, maybe had gardening, almost every person did, and started working from their home on just the vegetables. You don't have to do like everything, but if you just were cut out, like if you have like 3 main vegetables, so you eat like 6 vegetables, and at least like 3 of them you farmed yourself and grew yourself, that'll save a lot of money and it'll be more healthy, and then people won't be eating junk food all the time. That's what they should probably do with people that are like single moms that work on benefits and whatnot, and don't actually go to work or whatnot. They should probably just have it to where they give them all the equipment to make a farm, and then they give them just enough. They give them like meat that they can, you know, like they deliver meat instead of actually giving them like a card to just get junk food. That'd be like the ideal thing to work out. Give them the means to make like a garden and maintain a garden, and then give them have like meat drop offs every like week, where they're kind of like what happens to a lot of people, like a lot of single moms, they'll get like what's it called food stamps, and then they'll buy a whole bunch of junk food and give it to their kids. They get all fat and gross like me. And they end up not being healthy, which is a detriment on the American taxpayer later on when they are in going to the hospital way more than normal, so that's like a good example. You could totally fix something, if you're gonna take benefits from the government and you're gonna not work, then how about that? That's more helpful. Funny stuff. That would go for a guy too. If a guy like was single dad and he didn't go to work and he just did all that. I think it'd also be good for the kids. Have them like learn from a young age how to like make their own food and how to give them responsibility and how to work for their food. That'd be cool too. People are crazy though. People just don't see how that is a viable option. And the funny thing is, like, why enable that? If the like people in the government are making a whole bunch of money, like why would they want to have that? Like the people that get like $50K to write off food stamps, they get a lot more money from passing a bill. So goofy world we live in. Goofy world. I can't wait for summer though. I mean, it's not even summer. It's not even like winter yet, but next year I'm gonna be growing a lot of crazy vegetables. I'm gonna get really into it. This year I grew a few. I couldn't really maintain because it hurt my back so much, so I just had to like let it grow with how it did. And I every once in a while my mom would pull the weeds, but she doesn't really have she can't do it. She's like really busy and she has back problems too. So for what I did to shoving all the stuff out and just having it be a base to grow, it turned out pretty decent. The tomatoes need a little bit of support, which I wish I would have done, but it was almost at the same time I don't really like tomatoes, so I really didn't care. As cruel as that is to the good old tomatoes, I don't really like tomatoes, so I don't really care that much. So I want to go my way to make sure I put tons of time into them. But we had like some cherry tomatoes that turned out pretty good. Then we had some like steak tomatoes or some red steak tomatoes, whatever the fuck they're called. Those turned out pretty good. And next year I want to do, and we had peppers and only one turned out just because I didn't plant them right. I didn't really know how to do it. So one turned out pretty good and one got half grew. And next year I might do a few more green peppers. I think next year we're going to do zucchini. I had lettuce and I was so happy for that. I could not wait to get the lettuce. And then some fucking like animal came up and ate it. I was so heartbroken. I'm like, oh my God. We didn't have a fenced area. We had a fenced area, but animals dig and whatnot, and they ended up digging through one of the fences, and I didn't have it to where the garden was fenced off. So that was depressing. I was so heartbroken by that. I'm like, man, I can't wait to try this lettuce, plant it, looking forward to it. Nothing comes of it. And I'm not really sure what else we would grow. I think I might try to grow a watermelon next year, a few of them. I love watermelon. It's my favorite dang old fruit. If it's a fruit, I don't know. Is how it goes? So, yeah, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be so much fun. I think I'm gonna try to get like a land tiller. It's pretty much where it just like gets all the dirt, rips it all to shreds, and then puts it to where like it's all even ground. And it just upheavals it. It makes it to where you can easily plant then. Because my God, it's so brutal digging holes that are about like, a foot deep. We have a bad back. And then not know exactly where to put the dirt after, and trying to figure out what you want to do with it. If you have a machine that can make perfect squares and really like, break down all this stuff, and it just helps out so much. Cuts out so much back pain and so much like back work. But so I think I'm gonna do for sure lettuce next time. I'm gonna have a couple batches of lettuce, and I'm gonna do zucchini again because I love zucchini. And then I'm gonna do probably tomatoes, like like 3 different batches of types of tomatoes, some watermelon, and then what else is good? Onion. I want to try onion, but I'm not sure how that's made. I don't really know how that grows. If I even grow it in Michigan, I don't really know how it grows. And then, there's so many vegetables I can never think of. I would love to get a few trees. Like I would love to get some like apple trees or pear trees. The problem is that would take so long to grow. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be here in 2 years. You know, it'd be so long for it to like start like growing and producing. So it's like I'm not even sure if I'll be here. But lettuce, I'm for sure looking. Oh yeah, Regice. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, see, yeah, that was to me, Mud Boy. I didn't see that. Sorry, that was to me because Regice kind of has that lettuce vibe. So when you said you mean Regice, he actually was talking to me. I apologize. I didn't see that. I was just going off on a tangent, talking to myself. But I don't know. I want to try to grow mushrooms. Those look really cool to grow. Like I guess there's all sorts of mushrooms. I'm talking about like the cooking kind. But I know there's mushroom farmers. They're so crazy. I was watching a few videos on that. And that seems really interesting. Dangle mushroom farmers. I'm not sure if I ever want to be a dangle mushroom farmer. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. I think well, I don't like really planting flowers. I think flowers are cool, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, kind of gay. Flowers are kind of gay. I don't just like put cooler things there. Yeah, like I was like, it helps with the flowers and trees. At the same time, like, I hate flowers. At the same time, like, I hate flowers. No, I like flowers. It's just like, I'd rather put space for like, you know, food, like veggies and whatnot than flowers. I just hate taking care of flowers too. They can be so fragile at times. That's my thing. I love mushrooms, but I don't eat them. Oh, they taste so good to me. I'm a big fan of mushrooms. So you help with the flowers and trees around my house. I want to grow fruit and vegetables in the near future though. Seems really, yeah, it's really nice. For sure with for sure the vegetable aspect. I'm not 100% sure how fruit goes because fruit's a little bit more complex. I'm trying to learn that myself. So I think next year I might try to do it. But veggies are for sure worth it because one, it's like right from your garden, and two, it gives you something to do that's positive. It's a nice workout if you start growing like the bigger stuff and whatnot. And it's like because you put a lot of time into weeding out this stuff, like not a ton of time, but you put enough to where you're getting a workout every time. So you'll get some, maintain that calorie burn up, and then you're gonna eat some healthy food after. It's for sure awesome. The only problem I have is that it does have that that grow time sometimes, where like you might not see progress for the first couple of weeks, like you might not see the grow, and then when you start seeing it, it feels so good. It's such a beneficial like thing, like mentally, seeing it go from like nothing to something is like, oh, it's so great. It's so great. It gives you such like a confidence booster, and it feels like, oh man, I did that. I created that. That's so cool. And with me, it's like, I like that. I for sure want to do fruit though. I love fruit trees. The idea of it is just that I know they take forever. So it's like, if I get my own place, if I had enough money to get my own place, I for sure would probably fill it up with a ton of fruit trees in the back and plan it out perfectly so I get a lot of shade to where I could also have my like, not shade right away, but shade in the future to like grow out perfectly, and spread out. Maybe have it to where if it could have kids in the future, like have a little tiny maze thing going on over there, play a little tag between it, have like Nerf guns and hide between the trees. No, that'd take too long to get that big, but there's a lot of fun that can be had. We used to have a few trees in the backyard that were fun to play around with. Man, at my grandpa's place, there was a big tree that had crab apples, and I fucking hate crab apples. I'm not sure if they're. I remember tasting one going, ooh, that's bad. But point being, I used to love playing it. The problem with getting a fruit tree is that shit gets, it falls off, and then you have to like worry about cleaning up that fruit that fell off, and it can be so gross, and it can be such a tedious task. So it's like you have to constantly make sure they're ripe and checking, and then plucking them. Do come the time. That's one thing I didn't like about it, because like there'd be like hundreds of freaking crab apples on the ground. You just walk over them and be like mush after they broke down. It was just gross. I hate that about that. So even like with like shoes on, it still would be like, ugh, nasty. But I'm thinking like pear and apple for me for sure, the two things I want to grow in the future. And then I don't know what else I want to do, but fruit wise, I think probably just watermelon, and then I don't know, because Michigan has like a lot of weird food you can grow. I know people grow broccoli. Ooh, peach tree. That's another cool one. I forgot about peach trees. That'd be nice. Yeah, exactly. It's so gross. Stepping on that stuff is like, ugh. But it's cool to be able to like have it. Like my friend used to have a pear tree, and I would always go over to there and just start picking all the pears off and eating them, because they didn't really care for them. And I love that. I was like, hell yeah. But I can only imagine living there and having to walk in that shit, when you're just trying to go outside and hang out. All like the animals that drag all the food around, go to your house too to eat and then leave their own poo and stuff. So that's like the one thing I'm not looking forward to. If I ever had fruit trees, to be fair, is like you have a lot of animals that go into your backyard to get the food, which could be cool in some cases. If you have a big enough backyard, don't get me wrong. If you have a big enough backyard, but if your backyard's smaller, like I would love to have at least like 4 acres. That'd be so amazing. 2 acres would be fine too. Even 1 acre I could go with. I wouldn't be bad. But if I had like 4 or 5 acres, that'd be so wicked. That's so much room. You could put the fruit trees in the way back, so you don't have to worry about all that. Man, that'd be wicked. That'd be wicked. How you doing, man, bro? Sorry I haven't watched the animation yet. I did pop it up the other day, but I didn't get to watch it. I had a party yesterday, but I will. I had a party yesterday, and I was out, but I will. How you doing though, buddy? I think I want to get like an area where it's like really like a lot of land, and then a lot of land, and then have it to where there's a lot of trees in one section, so I can make like some really cool tree forts and tree houses. That'd be really sweet. Nice sturdy tree to make some like good tree houses that could connect together. Go from like that, make a bridge that tethers to another tree house. That'd be so dope. At the same time, I was like, I get so worried as if I had kids, like they'd get hurt. If I made like a really sweet like 3 big tree houses that like connect together through like bridges, I'd be always like, oh god, they could fall. So like I'd have to figure out a way to make it to where it's so high up, the adjustments of like the fencing and whatnot. Like, oh geez, you have to have them all caught. You have to catch all of them. So you have to catch them all 400 in the original gallery. Yes. Yeah, so you gotta get them all caught. And that's what's a pain in the ass, because you don't have to have them all caught at the same time. You just have to like, unlock them. So like just say you get like an Abra, and then it evolves to Kadabra, then Alakazam. You don't need one of each, you just have to have it to where yeah. It just unlocks it as it's registered as caught. Even though you didn't catch it, you still, had one. You kept one in captivity at some point. There we go. Shit, it's like I don't know, there's like a lot of good things. Like I thought about doing microgreens. I like the idea of that, but then it's like it's really a hard thing to start up at times, and like I'm not sure if I want to try them next year or when I get like more financially stable, because microgreens are dope. They're pretty much like just little like it'll be like a small little grow of like these, like you put little tiny seeds in and you grow them over like 7 to 14 days, and they grow into these little tiny things like these herbs that you would chop, and they'll be like a super potent form of something. So you'd be like, there's like one that's like a sugar corn.
You know, like you go to you go to like the store and they have like those cans of corn where it's like, you know, sugar corn we can make, or like corn on the cob where it's like more of that sweet corn. It's pretty much that, and it's just like in like these little tiny like root forms, these little tiny like herb forms, little tiny like clover forms almost, and it tastes just like that almost, but like it can be more sweeter sometimes. And you pretty much put it tons of seeds, like thousands of seeds on it, and you water them, you do all these type of things to them, and like darkness periods and all that type of stuff. But anyways, it'll grow something from like this, we'll say base level, to something like this high. You get into like a big square like this, and maybe that one square would cost you like $5 to fill, but you can make $15 off it, so you make a $10 profit, and you can do multiple things of those. And then they have so much like protein, not protein, but they have so many vitamins in them that are really good for you, and they could be like substitutes for a lot of stuff. Excuse me. And they can be a lot easier to cook with and what have you. So it's a really cool thing I learned about over this year. That's been around for a little while, but it had a little fad going, and I'm not sure if it's actually going to keep growing or if it's going to start dying out. But microgreens are cool, and they're really good for cooking, and they're a great way to get like the nutrients you need. Or if you're making like smoothies or something, like those green smoothies. So the idea of it's really sweet, and you could like totally build, like do it in your own house and save a ton of money if you want to just eat it, or you can sell it and try to make it a business, possibly local, like, you know, restaurants, stuff like that. So I had thought about doing microgreens and maybe starting a small microgreen business just to make a couple, like, you know, maybe if it not be like, you know, maybe like $1,000, $500 a month, something like that. That'd be pretty cool, just off of like a side grow thing. You eat whatever doesn't sell. But I'd love to try. But it has a large upstart cost again, and that's what it really comes down to. Whenever you get into like a new thing, it has a large uptick in cost. I got shiny poltergeist yesterday. Nice, congrats, Zachary. How'd you get it? So I'm kind of hoping that in about a year from now, I can be a bit more stabilized, and I can, you know, have the a garden going again in the summer, early spring maybe. I maybe make a really big garden, because I only had like a small, like maybe like a 7x7 spot, maybe a 6x7 spot. Wasn't huge, wasn't small. But in the wild random, nice, congrats. Which area? Crown Tundra or the base game, or where'd you find it at? I seen them popping up in Crown Tundra. I was like, ooh, that'd be kind of cool. Crown, nice. Okay, cool. Because I saw that, I thought about hunting it. Nice. I'm going to be a nurse, so I won't actually have an income until 21, 22. Yeah. And it's like nursing's really good too. That's a nice job. It's not too overly complex. You don't need tons of schooling, and you can like it's really complex. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot of work, but it's like you can make a lot of money off it. It's like, you know, always in demand. So for sure, that's a good one. Like I had my uncle who was doing stuff for nursing, and he became a traveling nurse, and he would make a ton of money. That's also like another thing you do, a traveling nurse. It's crazy. He was able to make so much money, and they'd pay for a lot of this stuff. It was like crazy. I always like maybe he'd like live in a state for like a month or something. Sadly, things happen, and he ended up no longer being able to do that job due to, you know, unfortunate situations that I won't bring up. The point being, just stay on course. Don't get any type of drugs, especially like, you know, pills. That's a fast way people tend to lose their license and that type of thing, especially the ease of access. People can sneak in those situations. Stay away from that stuff. Not saying you would, just saying as a advice, just stay away from that stuff. Do not go for the oxycodone or whatever the fuck it is, oxycontin. Shit like that. Just be productive. Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things like I feel like with being a nurse, you can do a lot of good, and you can do a lot of good for yourself. Especially like if you're a nurse, you go do your work, come home, water your garden, you know, maybe do a little bit of cleanup on it, and then go and do what you like to do. Play some Pokemon, watch some movies, just chill. and I think you'll be a very satisfied person. As they said, simple life, very satisfied with the results of your labor. You know, you're helping people every day, while also helping yourself and contributing to something healthier than just having like the factory farms they have nowadays. Factory farms are getting a lot bigger, especially when you get places like Amazon starting to get into farming and whatnot and agriculture. You know, there's such places where they just don't really care about the environment. They'll just completely firebomb it to get, you know, the best economic success. Then the overall effect that it could have the impact on like the local economy, and then of course the environment. So farming is for sure something I'd totally recommend looking into, whether it's like not even huge farmers, like, you know, like just gardening. I should say gardening, because farming is, you know, obviously farming means that's gonna be a profession, just I guess gardening. But for sure, I'm gonna go big into it this year. I think last year I just, you know, dipped my toe into it. I want to go bigger, but I just didn't have enough people helping me. And yeah, it's gonna be dope. Maybe around when summer starts, I'll look into doing the possible microgreens. It's just the summer and they taste exactly, yeah. And even just like the fruits of your labor, people will say will taste better, but it's like that's just reality. Like, they just taste better. Like you have so much more control over it, and it's not just a mass production where they're gonna water down things, you know, and you're gonna be the full knowing exactly what you get yourself into. Whereas like they might have some fucked up seeds, or they just might be, you know, so mass produced that it costs them, you know, maybe an extra like they maybe lose an extra like $1 million if they were to improve the taste, you know. Whereas if you're growing it yourself, they're personally taking care of those and whatnot. I personally hate tomatoes, and I hope they all die because I hate tomatoes. Worst thing ever. Okay, I like ketchup, so I won't want them all to go extinct. You kidding me? But you know, I like the idea of just growing because it's gonna taste better. Like the zucchini we made was awesome. I loved it, especially when we made zucchini fries. Oh, that was wild. Just cut up the zucchini, put in some batter, then put in the deep fryer. Obviously, not the best. Honestly, not the best to be healthy wise, but it's okay to have a little snack like that. Have like a meal like that if you're eating, you know. Let's see, I make salsa. Oh yeah, for sure. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's what we want to make this year, but then we just didn't have enough. The peppers didn't come out, so we were gonna make some kind of like, you know, nice salsa, but we didn't. That's so true because I forgot all about that. But that's what the green bell peppers were for. That. Then I had another peppers, but they didn't come through because they had to be put in a different climate. They were supposed to be more of like a grow tent. Just started hopping in the shower now. Yeah, when you get older, that's just kind of how it goes. Kind of how it goes. It is what it is. Strong man right there. No matter the shart, no matter the fart, can still keep pushing on. I'm looking forward to it because I totally forgot about salsa. I might do that. I might do that this year. Maybe I'll make some really cool salsa. There's this one salsa that was so good. I'm gonna look up how to make it. But it was sweet and sugary, and it was so tasty, and it wasn't spicy, or it didn't have that, you know, like what salsa tastes like. Normally it's like more of like a sweet salsa, and it was so wild. I was like, whoa! So they must have had some fruit implemented because there's still peppers in there, but the peppers got completely stripped of their, you know, their natural heat. There's peppers that are normally hot. I mean, it was like normally natural peppers that were kind of hot, but it was mostly the seeds that contribute to that. So you just strip the seeds out and put the seeds for something else, and the rest of the pepper combo was like not too hot, so it balanced it out cool. And holy crap, I never tasted some type of salsa that was so tasty that I could just sit there and just eat the salsa almost. Let's see, I can't lie, this one really got me. Did not see it coming. Touche, fart. Touche, I know, right? Touche, fart. Touche. Touche, shart. Touche, sharty. Too true, though. I haven't had that happen recently, but I had it happen, maybe, I think it was like early this year. No, about a couple months ago. I was like really sick, and I'm like, This is totally a toot. Also, I'm like, oh, that's not a toot. While my way up to the bathroom, like, that's not a toot. I was too sick for this shit, man. Too sick for it. Someone gave me some homemade habanero jam. What's that taste like? I think someone brought this up to me before. My friend, he's really into peppers. Oh, let me look up habanero jam. That really all sorts of crazy. Oh. I think I've seen this before. It reminds me of like the red chili pepper sauce or something like that. Kind of has like that type of vibe to it. I wonder if it's like in the same realm. Is it got like red pepper chili or something? So I don't know. It kind of looks like that, but I guess it's like, is it hot jam or like, that's wild. Less sugar, but also the level of heat that. Oh, okay, that's crazy. I wonder if that's good for cooking. I'm gonna look at that. I was overdue for a good honest shirt. I'm gonna look into that, see if you can make some like interesting stuff out of that. Today's the day, brother. I feel it. Yeah, I know, right? I'm actually gonna go for like probably only like another hour, so it might not be today. And I might do it tonight. Tonight at about 7, I'm gonna be watching the new Mandalorian season, and then chatting for a while, and then maybe I'll jump on stream if I'm not too, exhausted. No, I'm looking forward to it. I think like I really want to do a lot of cool things like that. Learn how to make like all sorts of like cool salsas and like mixes and whatnot, and preserves. But the problem is with it's like it's such a I have to learn so much before I can even start thinking about doing that. But I really want to make that like really sweet, tasty, like sugary, fruity type of salsa where it's like it tasted so good with chips, but it still had like that salsa thing. I don't even know, like it was so wild. Like I was just pounding down those chips, like, oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so good. I could imagine, especially on something like that. I could only imagine. I love jam. Like my mom and my grandma will make like, real jam where they take, the strawberries, crush them all down, add certain type of sugars that give that crazy, like, not that artificial shit from like a can. It's like so wild. It's so good. It tastes so amazing. They have to go through all this process, put them in all these cans. You get false swipe TM and sword. I'm not sure. I'm assuming you could. I'm assuming you could probably get a TR too, maybe. I'm not sure. Or can a TM not be a TR? No, I guess yeah, TM couldn't be a TR, so maybe I don't know. I'd recommend looking on Yahoo or like Google or something, like false swipe TM sword location. Because I feel like I remember seeing it, but I don't know. And I'm collecting all the jars people give me to save for. Exactly, yeah, that's so true. That's so true. That's what we're doing in the process. My grandma would get tons of like jars for strawberries. Like this is perfect for for bud storage and what have you, and even just oil storage. For if you're making oil. And like this is great. So I'm going to hopefully. Okay, you can let's see. Okay, yeah, I'll look it up really quick actually if you want me to. Actually, that's right here. False swipe. TM sword. Got my keyboard's right there. You find the false swipe TM Pokemon Sword and Shield. You can get the false swipe TM by going to Motostoke Western Pokemon Center, the one on the top floor, just before Route 3. It costs 10,000 Poké Dollars, but it's the vital TM and worth buying for shiny hunting lovers. So it looks like Motostoke Western Pokemon Center. The one on the top floor, just before Route 3. I don't have any pictures. That's what it says in the first result. Hopefully that helps. Oh, there we go. I know, I'm thinking, habanero jam would be so funny. to prank someone, give them like some habanero toast. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Like here's your jelly, here's your jam toast. I'm just taking a bite right away. Yeah. So I have been neglecting this fucking app game for so long. I keep forgetting about it. But I gotta play it so I can get the event. I've already failed this event because I barely played this. I've been too busy playing Pokemon, putting my time into shiny hunting and neglecting my favorite game. But to be fair, the game isn't that fun half the time, and it's like half the time I hate playing it because it's such a tedious grind. More annoying than shiny hunting, more tedious than shiny hunt, it seems. It totally isn't. I would love to be able to do honey, like make honey. That's just really profitable if you do it right. If you do it right, it can be very profitable. And it can just be really healthy if you make a lot of natural stuff. That'd be sweet. I didn't realize like how important like how expensive honey can be and how like much value it can have for natural use and whatnot. I was like, whoa, that's kind of cool. That's kind of really cool, actually. Like a lot of the stuff I like that's natural, that involves sugar, like these like Sprecher soda cream, like the not the cream soda, I guess the cream soda too, but like the craft soda has like always requires like honey as a base. It's like honey, nuts sometimes, and then it's like whatever type of fruits they're gonna use, and it's like whoa. You just don't realize it's like honey is like to me. I don't like the taste of normal honey. It just doesn't taste that good to me. Maybe a honey nut Cheerios, something like that. But like in general, I'm not a fan of honey. And it's like I am I like the idea of some dang old tasty food, but hidden inside of it's honey. What? That's crazy. You also sell the processed honey in jars and whatnot and make a lot of money off that. My mom has a friend that does that. They do honey stuff in the summer. They have like a honey storage or a bee storage thing, bee house where they're called, and they take out the combs, scrape the combs, use them. Is awesome. Strategy PO nice. Which game? What were you doing in Dynamax Adventures? Or are you doing rabbit cars in Armor? Excuse me. Isle of Armor? Or what were you doing? Ooh, I got so sleepy all of a sudden. Holy crap. Kind of sucks because I want to take a nap now. This just hit out of nowhere. This shit was fucking banging, dude. Are you kidding me? I was just like chilling, all of a sudden, bam, it hit me full throttle. It hit me full throttle. I caught Glory Motions after those both in one dust ball. Nice. That's so funny. I love that feeling of just a quick little boink. You're mine now, fucker. That's like the best feeling. I love catching Pokemon at full health with balls that don't really work that well. Or have low catch rates. Especially if it's like a legendary. That just feels too cool. Dangle Regigigas. Hate that guy. We'll do a few more cars. I'm gonna take a nap. We got a decent 5-hour stream. I'll stream some more, I think, later tonight. But I'm gonna try to get like at least a 3 to 4 hour nap in. Maybe a 5-hour nap if I'm really lucky. You know, if I can get sleep for like 4 hours, that'd be nice. But I'm afraid that I'm gonna oversleep, so I'm gonna probably try to set an alarm. But I gotta charge my phone too, to be fair. I gotta charge my phone. Do. Oh, yeah, no. So much stuff can come in the future that's gonna be so fun to do, but like it's just the wait and the collection of funds that take a while, but it's a process. It's a process. Yeah, I have a shiny charm. I have a shiny charm Cobra. I'm having no luck. It's brutal, but it is what it is type of situation. I hope your day's going well, though, my man. I hope your day's going well. The last couple days, I haven't really been like hunting as good as I should. Today I did pretty decent. They got quite a couple hundred encounters in this stream, so I don't feel too unaccomplished. But I felt like I could have maybe done a bit more had I not really tried talking so much about important subject matters, in my opinion. Important matters to me. You know? Oh yeah, I can start feeling myself like slunking off and feeling like my body getting heavy. Feeling the absolute sleepiness consuming me. So I'll do these final encounters. 2 more. We'll do 1 more after this one. 210. Yeah, it's a brutal hunt. It's a brutal hunt, but just keep persisting on it and you'll get it in time. That's why it's like, I might not get it as fast as I'd like it to. I might be really disappointed in it not showing up, but it's a lot better than what it could have been. It could be a lot worse. Could be a lot worse. Okay, 1 more Regice. Last Regigigas. I'm gonna get a nap in, and I might be streaming later tonight. We'll have to see. Remember something with Shiny Moltres and Shiny Mewtwo. Let's go. Both over 100 hours plus. Ooh, that's brutal. That is brutal. I would hate that to happen. That would be brutal. Okay, no luck. Dang, dude. I'm gonna head out though. Thank you all so much for support, watching the stream, chatting with me, and hanging out. Tolerate me when I'm annoying as fuck, and just straight vivin. I'll hopefully see you guys later tonight if I'm able to stream.